Chapter 1, Sad Crossing. East China Sea, a certain sea area. A young man stood on a boat and looked at the sea quietly. It was a blue world. A thin layer of transparent mist hovered over the sea, and the wind blew over, carrying the fragrance of air. The boy's name is Lei Yan. He is a 16-year-old high school student, who somehow crossed in while watching One Piece anime more than a month ago. In his previous life, he was of average family background, average height, and almost everything. The only item that looks good enough to look at is not so obvious. I thought that traveling to this world would be able to achieve great ambitions, but what greeted him was a sorrowful fate that made him obsessed. Others crossing, either the immediate family members of senior Navy officials such as the Warring States period and Carp, or the brother of the pirate king Gordy Roger. But what about Lei Yan? Being caught on a pirate ship, he was still a hard-working shipman at the lowest level. Do rough and chores like repairing ships, dropping anchors, sailing, and carrying heavy objects. It is not a sad reminder. The captain of this ship is Joker Bucky, a Superman with the ability to split fruit, and now offers a bounty of 6 million Baileys, and he is still a lesser-known pirate. And what is known as Donghai's immortal body, bounties 15 million Baileys, that's all behind. With a loud pop, Lei Yan was slapped on the head. Lei Yan covered his head and turned his head to look. A stubble-looking guy stared at him fiercely. He is called Tom, an ordinary combatant of the Bucky pirates. With brute force, he likes to bully the weak. Tom said, "Boy, you are quite leisurely. Have you finished the ammunition that Lord Bucky asked you to fill? You still have leisure to watch the sea here." Lei Yan didn't speak, and was driven out of the cabin under the deck silently by this guy, and continued to fill Bucky with ammunition. It's not that Lei Yan didn't dare to resist, but that he really couldn't beat this guy. I still remember that the day after he was arrested, Tom bullied himself and fought back by himself, but he was beaten to the ground by this guy. It wasn't until last week that the injury he was hit by Tom healed. Although Lei Yan is not afraid of the sky and the earth, he understands the reason why a hero does not suffer from immediate losses. In the state where he has no power to bind the chicken, he is forced to him, except for more injuries on his body, there is basically no use for eggs. When I become stronger, I will definitely not let you go. Lei Yan thought to himself. But how can you become strong? This is a problem. Strength will not fall like a pie from the sky. Speaking of it, the power of this world can be roughly divided into 3 types: devil fruit, body art, and sword art. If you want to get a devil fruit, you need a good opportunity. For example, when you are walking around on an island, you suddenly encounter one. After eating it ecstatically, it turns out to be everyone's fruit, and everyone ate it. There is no use for eggs, and it will become a dry duck. You say that it is not a pit. Just kidding, or you have a lot of money in your hand, such as Superman rubber fruit, and some animals have a market value of about 100 million shells. Left or right, either you have a certain strength in yourself and grab it from others. In summary, Lei Yan doesn't even have one, so there is no need to think about devil fruit. There are also physical skills and swordsmanship. Even if Lei Yan does physical training such as push-ups or squats every day, he will at most make his body stronger and more resistant to beatings. It is impossible to beat the Bucky pirates. Multiple people. Moreover, on this pirate ship, it is impossible to train your own physical fitness to cultivate combat skills like the 6 types, because you simply don't know it. If he could use the 6 types, even if he could only use a pointing spear, Lei Yan would poke a bunch of blood holes in Tom. But reality told Lei Yan, "Go cool. If this continues, when will I be able to get ahead? Is it going to be bullied, humiliated, reprimanded, and used on the boat of the clown until he is gray-haired, and then abandoned again when it is useless, and finally spend the rest of his life alone and miserable? Why are you so unlucky?" Thinking of this, Lei Yan's expression gradually dimmed. His emotions changed from disappointment to despair. Gradually, with a desperate mood, Lei Yin fell asleep on the icy deck at the bottom. The next day, when Lei Yin was still asleep, the sound of dong-dong footsteps was heard from the stairs of the lowest cabin, and a big man appeared beside Lei Yin, unceremoniously. When he was asleep, he kicked and awakened him. The big guy is Tom, who always likes to bully him. Lei Yin's sullen eyes immediately became angry. However, seeing such angry eyes, Tom was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at Lei Yin with interest. He wanted to see what this guy could do with himself. This look is like roaring from the weak, like a cat roaring. The anger of the weak does not make people afraid at all. Seeing Lei Yin's expression, Tom almost laughed. "What's the matter? Are you not satisfied?" As he said, he grabbed Lei Yin's hair and shook it desperately. Lei Yin was furious, and hit Tom with a punch. With Lei Yin's thin body, this punch was like a mosquito bite. To be precise, it was not as good as a mosquito bite. Because Tom grabbed his wrist with a big hand. "It's numb, I dare to fight back with Lao Tzu, see if I won't kill you." Then, Tom clenched his big hand into a fist and punched Lei Yin's face. Lei Yin fell on the deck with a light red face. Fist marks, his teeth were almost beaten off. Tom still felt puzzled and kicked Lei Yin's body with a kick. This force caused Lei Yin to roll over and hit the cabin wall. Lei Yin was beaten to pain all over, but he didn't groan from beginning to end. "Hemp, let you know how good Lao Tzu is, and be honest with me in the future, otherwise I will beat you 3 times a day like this. Also, hurry up and work for Lao Tzu. It's not like a maiden who chirps here." After speaking, Tom raised his eyebrows triumphantly, twisting his slightly fat body, humming a little song and walking onto the upper deck like a triumphant general. Lei Yin resisted the pain and slowly got up from the ground. This is the case for the weak, not to mention dignity, they have almost no right to basic survival. Lei Yin couldn't help but remember the words of Chi Wahei Sand Crocodile, "The so-called weakness is a sin. No, it must become stronger. Powerful?" This word, Lei Yin thought it was funny. Where do I go now to gain powerful strength? There is basically no possibility. Ever since, Lei Yin had an idea. Assassinate Tom. Simply fight him to die, and die with him, and never suffer his scumbag. Why be afraid of death when you are in danger, and you can't go forward without asking for money? If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 2, Red Nose. Lei Yin made a simple and easy plan. Just tonight, sneaked into Tom's bedroom and stabbed him to death. There are many ordinary combatants like Tom Xiang on Bucky's boat, so basically no one cares. Lei Yin doesn't believe he will have any protective measures when he sleeps. But after all, Lei Yin was planning to kill a living person, not a chicken. If he were to be killed, Bucky would definitely have to intervene. Everyone on the boat knows that his relationship with Tom is usually very bad, so after Tom's death, the pirates on the boat will almost certainly suspect that they will be on their heads. At that time, they will definitely not escape bad luck and be killed. Put to death. After all, a person like Xiang Lei Yin is not as dead as an ant, and there is nothing to regret if he died. Therefore, Lei Yin intends to die with him, and after killing him, he will kill himself. If you continue to live with such humiliation, there is no hope at all. Thinking about this, Lei Yin took action, because he was just the lowest class boatman on the ship, and no one equipped him with weapons such as katana or western sword, so he was in his own workplace. A rusty boning knife and a square whetstone with a missing corner were found in the almost dark lower cabin. This knife is said to be a sharp knife for bone removal, but it has not been used for many years. It was abandoned in a corner that no one cares about, and it has long become rusty. And Lei Yin took a basin of sea water and sharpened it on the whetstone. The visor was sharpened on the stone mountain, and in Lei Yin's eyes, this rusty iron, which has long been forgotten, has become a sharp blade to kill enemies. In fact, This sentence is not wrong, because after the rusty iron has been polished, it has become lustrous and has a bit of sharp momentum. Lei Yan has no superhuman power, so he can only use this method. He is not a suffocating bag of resignation. If he has to endure it all the time, then it can only show that he is a coward. In that case, he will look down on himself. The humiliation I have suffered, just use your blood to repay it. Lei Yan said to himself, looking at the polished boning knife. When Lei Yan was preparing to implement his plan at night, something happened at noon to dispel his thoughts of revenge. To be precise, he doesn't need revenge. Bucky's ship was destined for Orange Town in the East China Sea. Bucky obtained a chart of the East China Sea and the Great Sea Route, and received news that Orange Town is a place far away from the Emperor, and it is relatively rich. The Navy branch has basically no time to take care of it. So Bucky decided to attack Orange Town as his base. For those civilians who have no power to bind chickens, this will be a unilateral and cruel massacre. This is something later, or going back to today's noon, Bucky had already regarded Orange Town as his own, so he held a banquet on the boat. Speaking of banquets, it is the favorite activity of the pirates. Although most of them are violent and cold, they still yearn for a free and uninhibited life. The banquet can be said to be the best spice in peacetime. At the beginning of the banquet, the meat of various sea beasts was cooked by the chefs on the ship and blew gas, and there was a burst of meat smell, and various unnamed vegetables and fruits were randomly placed on the table. But the most important thing at the banquet is of course the wine. It was because of the wine that Lei Yan's hatred of Tom disappeared. Speaking of it, Tom not only likes to bully the weak, but also likes to drink heavily. He usually likes to drink with a bottle of wine when he is fine, and his wine is very poor, and he will be crazy when he drinks too much. In summary, when these two hobbies are added together, the first victim is naturally the weakest thunder on the boat. Especially when this guy is in a bad mood, Tom will beat him up when he drinks too much. It is precisely because of this hobby that brought Tom annihilation. Captain Bucky raised his wine glass and drank with everyone excitedly. Chief of Staff Kabeke performed juggling on a unicycle to cheer everyone up. The most exciting thing was the funny lion niche of Captain Machi, which gobbled it up. Looking at the meat on his own plate, the meat on the plate of 2 or 3 will see the bottom. The sailors and combatants also raised their wine glasses and shouted excitedly for the captain's plan to capture Orange Town. The musicians on the ship also played the violin to cheer for everyone, while Lei Yan and some people who were also low-level boatmen, driven by them to carry wine, vegetables, and fruit plates. All the seemingly harmonious scene was broken by Tom's words. Our Captain Red Nose is finally going to lead us to seize a base area. It is also today that Tom drank a lot of wine, nearly 2 caddies of brandy. As the saying goes, wine is so strong and courageous. He faintly said the word that he would not normally say to kill him. As soon as these words came out, the noisy boat suddenly became deadly silent. Most of Bucky's men slowly put down their wine glasses. The voice of Tom's words was so loud that it reached the ears of everyone on the boat. Even Lei Yan knew that he was exhausted. The pirates looked at Bucky at the same time, and saw Bucky's originally ridiculous clown gradually turning blue. "Tom, you guy, what did you just say?" When Bucky said this, the corners of his mouth twitched visibly. This is an extremely angry twitch. When Tom heard Bucky's words and saw Bucky's hideous expression, he realized what he had just said, and suddenly he sobered more than half of it. Wrong. Sure enough, Bucky's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "Come here, tie him to the cross for me." The pirate under him got the order and immediately followed suit, and tied the bewildered Tom to the wooden cross. Chief of Staff Kabeke took the wheelbarrow in his hand, as if he knew what was going to happen next, and watched with interest. Tom was tied to the cross and slowly moved to the position of the bow before he woke up like a dream. He quickly begged for mercy, "Master Bucky, I was wrong, please let me go, let me go." Bucky the clown wouldn't be moved by the weak wailing. As long as people who are weaker than him dare to call him Red Nose, he will provoke cruel revenge. All the crew members knew that this was a taboo, but Tom, who was so drunk, said the word. As the saying goes, you can't die if you don't die. For Tom, who is now tied to the cross, a terrible is coming. And Kabeji, who likes watching torture very much, is looking forward to this gorgeous performance. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 3, Hope. Seeing that the captain was about to show his power, the crew made a clearing near the deck of the cross. Bucky placed 8 throwing knives between the fingers of both hands, Flit Clown throwing knives. After the words were finished, Bucky's 2 hands were separated from his arms, and he flew away with a whistling sound. Tom, who was firmly tied to the cross, broke free of the rope desperately, but to no avail. In his horrified eyes, the high-speed spinning knife made dozens of blood holes in Tom's body. Accompanied by Tom's scream, the 2 hands with the flying knives flew back to Bucky again, and they were glued to the arm again. Looking at Tom in pain, Bucky smiled with satisfaction. Ripped apart clown throwing knife. Just when everyone thought that Bucky would stop doing it, they didn't expect the flying knife to spin and fly to Tom again like the first time, leaving him with cuts. Wow, Captain, please stop, it really hurts. Tom, who was usually rude, wailed like a woman. But Bucky didn't mean to stop at all. The spinning knife flew to Tom's body again and again, and after half an hour, Tom didn't have any good meat on his body, and was dying. The pirates of the Bucky group who watched the punishment gradually became excited from the original shocked expressions. When Tom had lost his breath due to excessive blood loss, everyone cheered for Captain Bucky's great move. Among them, the one who can feel Bucky's greatness the most is Chief of Staff Kabeji. His gloomy face showed bloodthirsty excitement. On a pirate ship, the captain is the master, and the captain's will is to a certain extent the will of all crew members. And Bucky the Clown, is to abuse the weak for fun, which caused many crew members on the ship to like to bully the weak, so to a certain extent, he created people like Tom who was executed by him. Among these crew members, Lei Yin was an exception, and he despised such behavior. Even if he became strong, he would not bully the innocent weak, so Lei Yin didn't feel much about Tom's death. Lei Yin never considered himself a member of the Bucky Pirates from the first second he was caught on board. I originally thought that after Tom died, his life would be better and he would suffer less bullying, but Tom's death still couldn't change the fact that Lei Yin was the weakest boatman at the bottom. After another 2 days, it was getting closer and closer to the destination Orange Town. On this day, Lei Yin was ordered to paint the railings of the ship. While he was working, the lion niche didn't know where it came from, and suddenly knocked Lei Yin and the paint bucket over, causing the red paint to spill. All in one. When Lei Yin stood up from the ground embarrassedly, he saw where Deputy Captain Mackay was laughing with his mouth covered, while the niche that knocked him down looked at Lei Yin with enthusiasm. Who was it that Mackay did not instruct? When Mackay saw Lei Yin looking at himself, his original smile immediately became serious. The paint splashed on Lei Yin's body was still dripping on the deck, and he looked at the man teasing himself with full eyes. Mackay was very upset when he saw Lei Yin's eyes. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the kid? When the lion niche heard the words, in accordance with the words of the master, he let out a roar, showing his razor-like claws to frighten him. Lei Yin was not at all afraid of the person or beast in front of him, and still looked at him angrily. What do you mean? Mackay is the deputy captain, except for Bucky on the ship, it can be said that he is the boss. A boatman at the bottom dared to talk to himself like this. Where do you tell me to put the face of the captain? Hey, what is your look and tone, do you know who this uncle is? Mackay spoke arrogantly, and Niche also cooperated with a roar. I care who you are? I asked you what did you mean just now? Lei Yin became more and more angry as he spoke, and looked at Mackay without backing up. Hearing Lei Yin's words like this, Mochi couldn't help being taken aback. This kid is so kind? He didn't know the morals. From the moment Lei Yin made up his mind to assassinate Tom, he had already put his life and death aside. Instead of living so stubbornly, he might as well fight these guys. The people are not afraid of death, so how can they be afraid of death? But the anger of the weak is still not scary. Mo Qian smiled, if that's the case, I'll let Nich kill you. The Nich heard this as if he was ordered, opened his blood basin, and was about to pounce. At this moment, a fist hit Lei Yin's face, and Lei Yin rolled more than 10 meters on the deck before hitting a cabin before stopping. Looking up, it turned out to be Bucky the clown. It turned out that Bucky passed by here and saw what happened to the two people. Bucky put his hands on his chest and said to Lei Yin, "Little devil, hasn't anyone taught you what distinguishes between superior and inferior? Makai is the deputy captain of our ship. How dare you talk to him like this?" In Bucky's eyes, there is no right or wrong, only the strong and the weak. Even if Makai's lion Nich kills Thunder, he will not help Lei Yin. "Come here, lock this guy to the bottom of the cabin for me. He is not allowed to come out or eat for 2 days. Bucky ordered. Yes. The two pirates did what they said. After Lei Yin was taken away, Makai said to Bucky, "Captain, this guy offended me, he should be ordered to be executed directly." But Bucky smiled casually, "Orange Town is coming soon, and we will soon have our own base. This uncle has been very happy these 2 days, let him go for the time being. I am a kind person." Hearing Bucky say this, Makai didn't say anything. At night, in the bottom cabin. It was dark all around. Lei Yin sat alone on the floor. Endless emptiness and loneliness and sadness followed one after another. Lei Yin held his legs with his hands and his eyes were dim. Is it like this for a lifetime here? Being bullied, and finally dying in despair? Why do you have to endure such a fate? When Lei Yin was in pain, what happened next rekindled his great hope. Attention, the host, the Naruto system is being started, the Naruto store is being loaded, personal information is being read, please wait. Hey? What is this thing? Lei Yin, who was still secretly hurting his attention, was all attracted by the words in his head, listening carefully. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 4, God level Naruto system. All these voices came from Lei Yin's mind. Displaying personal information. Lei Yin. Sex, male. Age, 16 years old. Ninja level, ninja school student. Blood succession limit or human column force, none. Ninjutsu, no. Inventory, ninja, weapons none. Psychic beast, none. Fairy mode, not turned on. Chakra amount, 00. Next, is a series of instructions on personal information by the system. Ninja level, your level is currently the lowest student level. There are lower ninja, middle ninja, and upper ninja levels. Each of these 3 levels is divided into 3 stages, elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Above ninja, high level, is the shadow level, and there are other levels above the shadow level. The ninja level will grow with the growth of the host's strength. Blood succession boundary and human pillar power are obtained by drawing cards through the currency of this world, namely Bailey. Turn on when the host level reaches Zongnan, intermediate. Ninjutsu, obtained by drawing cards through Bailey. As a special note, most ninjutsu is divided into 6 levels, S, A, B, C, D, and E. The higher the level, the more Baileys are needed. As long as you save enough Baileys, the ninjutsu cards you can draw at any time, and you can learn ninjutsu immediately after you get the card. Each time a ninjutsu card is drawn, one of 3 random cards will be drawn. The cost of each draw below. E-level ninjutsu requires 10,000 Baileys for each draw. Class D ninjutsu requires 10W Bailey for each draw. C-level ninjutsu requires 100W Bailey for each draw. B-level ninjutsu requires 1000W Bailey for each draw. A-level ninjutsu requires 100 million Baileys for each draw. S-level ninjutsu requires 1 billion Baileys per draw. The level of ninjutsu does not represent the magnitude of its destructive power, but the difficulty of learning, so the higher the level of ninjutsu, the higher the relative price of acquisition. The psychic beast, when it reaches a certain level, this level is determined by the system will start the psychic beast hunting mode. At that time, you can summon your own psychic beast. The fairy mode is automatically activated when the level reaches the upper level, intermediate level, and then you can enter the fairyland to practice. After reading these series of introductions, Lei Yin immediately understood, this is a system that can become stronger with money. However, it is precisely because of this system that Lei Yin has stepped onto the road to the pinnacle. And also because of this system, Lei Yin originally became excited about death. He carefully read the contents of his personal information in the system. Ninjutsu requires Bailey to extract, and the blood succession limit or human pillar power only needs to reach. The intermediate level of Zhongnan can be opened. Lei Yin was a fan of pirates and Naruto in his previous life, and he couldn't be more familiar with them. Speaking of this fairy mode, there are 3 places to practice: Miyamu Mountain, Dragon Earth Movement, and Wetbone Forest. After successful practice, you can use Xianzhi Chakra, and its state is several times or even dozens of times that of normal conditions. The power of ninjutsu, physique, etc. used will increase exponentially. Not only that, the fairy mode will also activate the body, the pain will be greatly reduced when injured, and the resilience will be enhanced. But these are all things to do. What kind of blood succession limit or human strength will you get? And which one of these 3 locations will the practice location of his fairy mode be? Lei Yin's mixed feelings and excitement are all about thinking about these things. Just as Lei Yin was immersed in joyful emotions, the system sounded again. The Naruto shop is opened, the following are the items sold and their prices. Thor sword, 60 million Baileys. Detonation symbol, 80,000 Baileys. Blank scroll, the ninja or corpse can be sealed in it, 10,000 Baileys. Ninja sword, 8,000 Bailey. Ninja protects the forehead, 500 Baileys. Cross shuriken, 10 Baileys. Kunao, 10 Baileys. Naruto store updates items from time to time, and items can be purchased at any time. Looking at these items, Lei Yin's memory of Naruto came back. This Thunder God sword is said to be the sword used by the 2nd generation of Hokage Qian Shao in the Konoha village in Naruto. It is said that it has infinite thunder power and is powerful with the instantaneous technique Flying Thunder God. Later, this sword was stolen by Morinoida, and later, it was gifted to Ren in Green Amaranth. In the original Naruto book, it was cracked by Uchiha Sasuke's Chidori, and then Uzumaki Naruto used Spiral Pill to break it. But this does not mean that the power of the Thunder God sword is small, but the green sunflower is too good. If this sword is placed in the hands of the 2nd generation of Hokage, it can definitely emit extremely powerful power. Because of the green sunflower, the price of this sword in the store is only 60 million Baileys. And speaking of the detonation talisman, its power is comparable to a bomb, no less than the fire escape ninjutsu released by Shangren. It can also be used with kunao, shuriken, etc., and can also be used to set traps. Now, Lei Yin's mood is probably beyond words to describe: excited, confused, yearning. With this system, Lei Yin seems to have stood at the top of the world, overlooking the world's strongest combat power: 1 piece, 3 generals, 4 emperors, 5 old stars, Kaiwasi, 3 general stars, 3 disasters. Thinking about it, the system heard a prompt again. Since you turn on this system for the first time, you can get a chance to draw ninjutsu. Lei Yin's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands excitedly. Okay, then start drawing now. The next sentence almost caused Lei Yin to smash the system. System, it can be drawn, and 1 million Baileys need to be paid. Damn, cheating, right? Not to mention 1 million, even 100 Baileys can't come out. Lei Yin, the first time I contact the system, can't I draw it for free? In the real world, for the first time playing an online game, there are novice gift packs. This system is so cheating when it comes in? Unexpectedly, the system said very seriously, how much money do you have? Lei Yin, 10 Bailey. System, well, 10 Baileys here, let you draw once, who made me so kind? Lei Yin thought to himself, wasn't it 1 million? Even if it's a discount, it won't reach 10 Baileys, right? Also, this system is really joking, and it even says witty things. No matter how much, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. With Lei Yin's current situation, what he needs most is strong power. Besides, 10 Baileys can get a ninjutsu, which is also worth the money. Thinking about this, Lei Yin took out a crumpled 10 Pele banknote from his pocket. As soon as he took it out, Pele disappeared from his hand. Afterwards, 3 cards appeared on the ground in front of Lei Yin. On the back of the cards, the word forbearance was written, and they were all shining with dazzling golden light. This golden light shining brightly in the dark lower cabin. System, since you are drawing ninjutsu cards for the first time, the system gives a discount. These 3 cards may contain ninjutsu from E to S. Please choose. Hearing this, Lei Yin's excited heart almost jumped to his throat, and his hand slowly stretched out to one of the cards. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 5, A-Grade Ninjutsu. Lei Yin thought for a while and stretched his hand to the card in the middle. Exciting moments are coming. I saw that the card in the middle gradually turned over, with a line of small print on it. Thunder Dunchidori, Grade A. This technique is evolved on the basis of Ninjutsu Chidori, and the whole body will release lightning. System, congratulations, get A-level Ninjutsu Thunder Dunchidori. As soon as the voice fell, Lei Yin saw his personal information. In the Ninjutsu column, there was Chidori Ryu, and the Chakra amount column changed from 00 to 100,100. The Ninja level column has changed from the original Ninja School student to the Xia Ninja, lower level. Lei Yin could clearly feel the energy flow in himself. This is chakra flowing. Excited, Lei Yin asked the system, why is my chakra 100100? System, because you draw a card for the first time, the system will determine the amount of chakras based on the ninjutsu you learned for the first time. The amount of chakras required to release Chidori Ryu is 80. The system gives a value of 100. Lei Yin then asked, then if I draw the first ninjutsu, the cost of chakras is 9,800, will my first chakra limit be 10,000? System, yes, that's what it means. In an instant, Lei Yin's curiosity was mobilized, then can you tell me, what kind of ninjutsu are the remaining 2 cards? People have this kind of psychology. After choosing, see if the path you choose is right or wrong, whether you should be lucky or regret it. System, well, it's not impossible, but do you really want to watch it? Lei Yin, of course. System, don't cry after you watch it. Lei Yin, you're so long-winded, show me quickly. The golden light that had dimmed on the remaining 2 cards on the ground shone again. First, the card on the left turned over. Wind-Dun Spiral Shuriken, S-grade Naruto's protagonist Uzumaki Naruto learned the first S-grade ninjutsu. Lei Yin couldn't be more familiar with this technique. In the original work, Naruto used only 50% of his power to smash the 2 hearts of Jiaodu, causing Jiaodu to be paralyzed. If there are some regrets after watching the first ninjutsu, then the second one can make Lei Yin cry directly in the toilet. What about this one on the right? After Lei Yin finished speaking, the card on the right slowly turned over. Dirty Reincarnation, S-rank forbidden technique, directly summon the first generation of Naruto senjutsu to fight for you. After reading it, Lei Yin wants to jump in the river. Lei Yin, who is familiar with Naruto anime, knows who this Senjujuan is. This is the man who defeated Madara Uchiha. Moreover, the wooden escape of Senjujuan, the technique of wooden men, is as powerful as the complete Susuke. Can care. If you learn this technique, let alone his little Bucky, how many tricks can he do even if the 4 emperors come? If Lei Yin had moved his hand 3 centimeters to the right when he was drawing the card, he could now look down upon the world of One Piece. But having said so much is useless, he still draws the A-level Thunder Dunchidori. I really regret not watching it, and regret it even more. After reading these 2 techniques, Lei Yin couldn't help but said, "Damn, did you deliberately? System, it's all your bad luck, blame me." Lei Yin. Lei Yin often wondered whether the guy in the system deliberately allowed himself to draw this card when he first drawn the card, but something he knew later made him more established. The activity of drawing ninjutsu for the first time is free. He said the number of 1 million because the system deliberately teased him. This system is really full of nasty fun. By the way, try this newly acquired ninjutsu. Lei Dun Thousand Birds Flow. As he said, Lei Yin felt the chakra surging violently in his body, and then, his whole body was shining with thunder and lightning, and the dark cabin was illuminated again. If anyone sees the thunder at this time, it is like a thunder surrounded by thunder and lightning. Accompanied by excitement, Lei Yin withdrew his moves. In this way, I really have the capital power to contend with this world. Will become stronger. Sure enough, after trying this trick, the chakra amount column changed to 20,100, and the amount of chakra consumed by Thunder Dunqian Diaolu was 80. In this way, it was equivalent to Lei Yin's consuming most of his physical strength at once. Coupled with the daytime work, a strong sense of tiredness followed. It was already early in the morning and the sky was about to light up. Lei Yin lay on the floor and fell asleep. When Lei Yin woke up again, it was noon. He stood up from the floor and saw that his chakra volume had reached 100,100, and it was fully restored. Because he has gained this power, he intends to forcefully break out from here and no longer be restrained by others. As it was dark all around, he fumbled and walked towards the cabin door, then tried to gather a small amount of chakras on his fist, and hit the cabin door with a punch. The bottom door of the ship was not very strong, and the power of the thunder of chakra was completely different from the previous one, and the door was blasted open with one punch. Lei Yin gradually walked onto the deck, because he felt the sun's extraordinarily dazzling light when he just came out of the darkness, and put his hand on his brow. At this time, he found that the ship had reached an island and was docked on the shore. Lei Yin looked at the island, and from a distance he could see a sea of dead mountains and blood, as well as houses smoking or burning. On the island, there were also excited and bloodthirsty roars from the pirates. Lei Yin couldn't help but frowned. Could it be that this is 6 hours ago, when the sky had lit up, Bucky's ship had arrived in Orange Town. The residents of the town were shocked when they saw the pirates' banner. In the past 40 years, they have never been invaded by pirates and lived an easy and prosperous life. It can be said that the people do not know the soldiers. So many barbaric pirates came at once, and many residents couldn't help but become scared. For the residents, the flying pirate flag seems to be announcing their doomsday, and the head of a clown on the flag is like a demon wandering. The only 2 courageous people in the town were the mayor Boder and the manager of the feed store Hika. The 2 immediately encouraged the people to organize resistance, but some of the courageous chose to run or hide, and some decided drive away the invaders. And the base station was on the bow, with his hands on his chest, his right foot on the railing, and coldly said, "You weak and unsophisticated people, dare to confront this uncle." The 5 artillery pieces on the ship had already been pushed up to the bow by the pirates, rushing the dark and cold muzzles towards the townspeople. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com the pirate god level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 6, Massacre and Counterattack. Seeing only 20 or 30 people led by the mayor who dared to resist, they carried their swords and thought of Bucky's side killing. Bucky couldn't help but feel funny. "Don't you know what this group of idiots do not know what it means to hit stones with eggs?" he murmured. Then Bucky ordered, "Come on, shoot me." The pirates got orders, pushed the cannonball into the barrel, lighted the fuse, and the dark cannonball was launched. 5 artillery shells landed beside the people who rushed up, bursting out huge sparks one after another, and with a roar, these townspeople were bombed to pieces. Seeing the townspeople who were bombarded with flesh and blood, Bucky touched his red nose and smiled even more proudly on the boat. The pirates were also influenced by the victory in front of them, and they asked Bucky, "Captain, let's go down and fight them." Bucky smiled, "Don't worry, Master Wrong Ben will give them another blow." As he said, Bucky stretched out his foot, and 3 bullet holes appeared on the right side of the shoe, special Makey cannonball. After finishing speaking, a cannonball the size of a bean spurted out from one of the bullet holes in the shoe, and it landed in the residential area, and then a roar that was several times louder than just now came violently. I saw thick smoke billowing where the shells exploded, and many buildings on the island suffered varying degrees of damage. Bucky likes to use shells to attack people, and this Makey shell is a hugely destructive shell developed by Bucky. "Little ones, run down for me and occupy this town." Woohoo! Bucky gave an order, and the pirates rushed off the boat with muskets and swords as if they had been beaten up. The wailing and begging for mercy were endless. But still can't stop the ruthless sword and bullet. This is a unilateral massacre, a battle without suspense. Time goes back to now. Because yesterday's physical exertion was too much and I slept very late, so now Lei Yin just got up. He did not hear the sound of the fierce fighting in the morning. Lei Yin had just escaped from the cabin on the bottom floor and frowned when he saw this messy orange town. But Bucky's order was to lock Lei Yin in the cabin for 2 nights, naturally no one paid attention to him. The pirates on the boat went to the island to burn, kill and loot at this time, and Lei Yin, who had just come out, jumped off the boat and approached Orange Town. "Why did you come out?" Several pirates saw him. Hearing the unkind questioning of the pirates, Lei Yin indifferently raised his ears. "Just your broken wooden door, how could it stop me?" At this time, Bucky, who was counting the battle results, came over. "Smelly kid, actually let you run out secretly." "Mackay, Captain, this guy dared to disobey your orders. We might as well put him to death now." Yeah. The pirates also echoed. These pirates had already smashed their eyes in killing the town just now, so they wanted to kill the weak Lei Yin at the same time. What's more, this guy also offended the captain. Lei Yin smiled, "It's not me who slanders you, just you scumbags and bad eggs can't help me." What? After hearing Lei Yin's words, everyone was surprised at first, and then laughed in unison. This guy, isn't something wrong with his head, right? Haha, I really laughed at me. Hey, I heard that right, he actually said that we can't help him. This guy, is being bullied and mentally abnormal, right? Contemptuous laughter came one after another, and some pirates even started to laugh and covered their stomachs. Laugh, you won't even be able to cry after a while. Kabeji on the side was already unable to restrain himself. He rode a unicycle and said to Bucky with a gloomy look, "Captain, I will put this guy to death on my behalf." Bucky put his hands on his chest, also. Hearing this, Kabeji brandished a western sword and stabled towards Thunder. Lei Yin dodges, avoiding his stabbing, and then punches Kabeji in the ribs. Kabeji received this punch and flew directly out of the wheelbarrow for several meters, then fell to the ground with a scream. Of course, this punch was not an ordinary punch, but Lei Yin attached chakra to his fist to have such power. What? Looking at Kabeji who was wailing in pain on the ground, the pirates couldn't believe their eyes. Bucky couldn't believe it, and the puzzled clown's face became even more comical. What did you guy do to Kabeji? Lei Yin clenched his fists. Are you blind? Didn't you see them all just now? Asked knowingly. Bucky's face became more and more unsightly. You guy, you are so brave after eating a bear heart, how dare you to talk to my uncle? What's the matter with me just talking like this? I have tolerated you for a long time, big red nose. Lei Yin's eyes were sharp, staring at Bucky. Hey! The pirates were shocked. In less than 3 days, there were actually 2 people named Bucky Red Nose, and the last kid yelled so blatantly and turned you back. In the eyes of everyone, Lei Yin has been sentenced to death. Dare to call me a red nose, you angered me, I will blow you up without leaving any bones. Come on, big red nose. When Bucky heard the words, he rolled his eyes in anger. Okay, very good, I changed my mind. I will execute you personally before I can solve my hatred. As he said, Bucky took the 4 throwing knives around his waist in his right hand, and then fired towards Lei Yin, split cannon. Seeing Fei shot coming, holding the right hand of the 4 flying knives, Lei Yin finally launched his own ninjutsu. Lei Dun Thousand Birds Flow. When Bucky's split cannon flew over, Lei Yin's body had already been entangled by lightning. He raised his right hand in a defensive posture. And when Bucky hadn't touched Lei Yin's body, but had just touched the thunder and lightning he released, he was suddenly convulsed by electricity. Bucky's right hand is separated from his body. That is just the ability of the devil fruit. In fact, his body is connected. When everyone looked at Bucky again, even his red nose was scorched by electricity. Bucky's split fruit is not afraid of slashing, and even a blow can quickly escape with the power of the fruit. But this does not mean that he is not afraid of lightning or fire and other elemental attacks. Captain Bucky. Seeing that Bucky had been electrocuted to death, several confident pirates rushed towards Lei Yin with swords. All came to die. Lei Yin thought, unceremoniously leading the thunder and lightning to the pirates who rushed over. If you like the pirate god level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The pirate god level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 7, Copycat White Fang. The pirates who rushed over were all turned over by the electric man and passed out. With their flesh and blood, how can they compete with thunder and lightning? The remaining pirates were all dumbfounded, and even more, such as Makai and his lion niche, hid directly to the back of the crowd. Isn't Lei Yin the weakest and most useless on the ship? Where did he come from, such a powerful force? Where is this kid sacred? Just when everyone was puzzled, Lei Yin said, is there anyone who refuses to accept? I am here to accompany you. As soon as this was said, no one dared to move forward. Even the 2 strongest people on the ship, Bucky and Kabeki, were killed, and the rest of them didn't dare to touch this mold. They were originally bullies and fears of hardship. It was okay to bully and bully civilians, but looking at the thunder and lightning that rang on Lei Yin's body, this force was simply beyond their reach. Originally, they just ate a meal on the boat, so there is no need to kill the captain for such a tease. Not only did they dare not move forward, but they couldn't help but step back, giving up an empty space. Don't cast aside a sick child, maybe it's a tiger. Don't bully the youth to be poor. Why provoke a sleeping lion? Seeing that no one dared to resist, Lei Yin gradually walked towards the ship. He got into Bucky's boat, pulled up the sails, and sailed towards the sea alone. No one dared to speak. They watched Lei Yin and watched him drive the boat away. Lei Yin was originally caught on this ship, and a lot of things happened on the ship, so that he has no nostalgia for the Bucky pirates. Also, it was not that Lei Yin didn't want to kill the Bucky pirates, but that the chakra value on his body was running low. When chakra was attached to his fist and hit Kabeki for the first time, his chakra value cost 10 points, and the use of a trick Chidori flow cost 80 points, and now Lei Yin's chakra the value becomes 10,100. This means that if the pirates swarmed up just now, Lei Yin's life would be hard to protect. Lei Yin's guts saved his life, and he bluffed the group of pirates who were bullying and fearful of hardship. It has to be stronger. In this way, Lei Yin began his own adventure. He looked at the blue sea and couldn't help but feel excited. He made up his mind to be the strongest and freest person in this sea. The first thing he did on the boat was to take down the ridiculous clown pirate flag. Not to mention that he is not a member of the Bucky Pirates now, not even the pirates. Next, Lei Yin thought about his identity. Pirate? Navy? Pirate hunter? Revolutionary army? Adventurer? He made a choice in the first place. Pirate hunter. Because, if you want to become stronger at this stage, you must use a lot of funds to draw cards to obtain ninjutsu and increase your chakra value. With his existing strength, hunting pirates to earn bounty is undoubtedly the best way. When Lei Yin was thinking about this, the system came with a prompt. Friendly reminder, you can increase the upper limit of chakra through your own practice and create ninjutsu yourself. It was such a simple sentence that made Lei Yin suddenly realize. He patted his forehead and thought to himself, yes, since he has a chakra value, then he is a ninja in a certain sense. Since he has a chakra, then he can be like a ninja in Naruto. Practice like that. Lei Yin thought for a moment. Regarding chakra's explanation, the original Hokage's explanation is the body energy that is absorbed by the 130 trillion cells in the human body, as well as the spiritual energy that has undergone many practices and accumulated experience. Also, part of the practice of immortality is natural energy. Now, Lei Yin didn't even have half of Bailey on his body, and he couldn't draw ninjutsu at all. In this case, self-cultivation is undoubtedly the best way. It's like just attaching chakra to his fist and attacking Kabeji, that is the easiest way to attack. The first thing Lei Yin thought of was the S-rank ninjutsu of Sakumo Heiji, the leader of the dark troop in the village of Konoha, the silver sword flashing. Speaking of the name of Sakumo Heiji, almost everyone knows him. He is the father of Heiji Kakashi, known as Konoha White Fang. Even the legendary Sunin must respect him. And Sakumo Hageki's silver knife flashing, combined with his short knife white teeth, released the chakra like thunder and lightning, almost as fast as flying thunder god to attack the enemy. Konoha White Teeth also hence the name. Why did you think of this trick? Lei Yin wanted to use it to create his own ninjutsu. He found a wooden board, gathered chakra on the index finger of his right hand, and scratched it against the board. Then, the board only showed a trace that looked like a knife had passed. This move is just an imitation, and of course it cannot be the same as the S-class silver knife flash of Sakumo Heiji. Is it still not sharp enough? If it is combined with a sword, the effect of this trick should be better. Lei Yin scratched his head and muttered. Afterwards, he practiced this copycat version of the white teeth art over and over again in accordance with his method just now. After a few hours, Lei Yin was already sweating like rain. Because his energy was almost exhausted, the chakra value became 2100, which was about to bottom out. So, he immediately searched for food on the ship and walked to the refrigerated compartment of the cabin, where there were some remaining flesh, fruits, and vegetables of sea beasts. After cooking them, he had a good meal. When he was a low-level boatman before, this was something he couldn't even think of, and he couldn't even eat enough for himself every day. Now it's different. He is the owner of this ship and can do whatever he wants on the ship. This is all for my own strength. In this way, he ate, slept, and practiced on the boat. After 2 days, the boat gradually sailed to an island. This is an uninhabited island. Lei Yin got off the boat and saw that the vegetation on the island was lush, almost a small forest. There are many small islands like this in the world of One Piece, and adventurers usually take a rest on the island whenever they visit an island. And what Lei Yin thought was that the space on the boat was limited after all. The air here is fresh and it can be used as a good place for cultivation, and maybe you can encounter something on the island that you haven't seen. Not wanting to waste any time, Lei Yin continued his practice under a big tree. After 2 days of practice imitating silver knife flash, Lei Yin estimated that his skill in this technique had reached its current limit. After all, his chakras were very limited. Ever since, Lei Yin decided to practice a new ninjutsu. Spiral Pill. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 8, Luck. Helix Maru is a ninjutsu commonly used by Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of Naruto. It was developed by the 4th generation of Naruto, inspired by the tail beast Jade, and was developed by his son Naruto. It is the same principle as the tail beast Jade, which is to hit the chakra and condense it into a small sphere to attack the opponent. Once it hits the enemy, it can not only cause damage to the enemy, but also cause a temporary chakra disorder to the enemy. For Lei Yin, the biggest advantage of this ninjutsu is that you can learn it without jujin. Its essence is to condense the chakra on the hand, and make the chakra flow and compress in different directions to form a chakra ball of rotating density. Later, chakras with attributes can be injected into the past, such as the chakras with wind attributes, to form wind-done spiral shuriken, resulting in more powerful destructive power. However, this is a story. Later, Lei Yin relied on the method of Naruto taught by Jiraiya in the original Naruto book. Now gather chakras on your hand to form a sphere, and then make these chakras flow at high speed in different directions. The result is obvious. Not to mention the formation of spiral pills, Lei Yin found that even forming chakra is very difficult. He couldn't help asking the system, and the system gave him a reasonable explanation. First, your ability to control chakras is still very weak. Second, it takes 200 chakras to activate a most common spiral pill, and your current limit is only 100. Lei Yin suddenly understood that if you want to activate this ninjutsu, you first need to learn to control chakra well. As for the amount of chakra, it will definitely increase in the future. According to the memory of the original work, there are roughly 2 ways to control chakras. One is to gather chakras on the feet to climb trees, and the second is to gather chakras on the feet and walk on the water. However, there were seas everywhere. Lei Yin did not hesitate to choose the second cultivation method. After that, he chose a place close to the island, a sea surface just below his knees, gathered chakra on his feet, and stepped on it carefully. As a result, Lei Yin had just stepped on his feet, and he immediately stepped on the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, the sea was not deep and only wetted his calf pants. However, this was just the beginning. He still practiced over and over again. After about an hour, Lei Yin was able to walk swayingly on the sea. For ordinary people, this kind of cultivation speed is already very fast, and Lei Yin also knows that this is not an overnight effort, and after this kind of cultivation, his own chakra is also very small. So he went back to the boat again and took out the food in the cold room for a meal, and then took a nap to replenish his energy. When he wakes up, Lei Yin feels refreshed, and his whole body feels calm, and chakra is also full. So he walked to the shallow sea again. However, he was blocked by a big guy in the forest. This is a lion over 6 meters long, with 2 tails, and the 2 front teeth under the lips are more than 20 centimeters long, sharp as a knife. At this moment, it was staring at Lei Yin, making a look that it was about to pounce at any time. The look of this lion and Makai's lion niche are not sure how sharp, and the strength is estimated to be more than several times the niche. Later, Lei Yin learned that the name of this type of lion is called the 2-tailed saber-toothed lion. It is fierce and cruel by nature. As long as it sees a living creature, it will hunt and attack without hesitation. Let alone a living creature, if it is extremely hungry. If it is, it will eat together with the class. Looking at the appearance of a saber-toothed lion, it is estimated that he has not eaten for several days. Because when he saw Lei Yin, there was still drool dripping from the corner of his mouth and his eyes were red. In the face of such a vicious guy, he had terrible cannibalistic eyes. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scared to death when he saw it, and he didn't dare to move. Lei Yun scratched his head casually. Sure enough, it's still the world of One Piece. I haven't seen such a rare and exotic animal. Hearing Lei Yun's words made the saber-toothed lion feel that he was provoking himself. He had a bad temper, and this aroused his anger even more. Immediately, the saber-toothed lion roared, bringing a violent wind, and rushing towards Lei Yun with howling. Lei Yun was a dodges its attack, then released chakra, and his body flashed with dazzling lightning. Lei Dun thousand birds flow. With thunder and lightning shining all over, it rushed towards the saber-toothed lion. When the lion was hit by the thunder and lightning, the lion's whole body twitched. After a short while, black marks appeared on its body. Its huge body was wailed in pain. Suddenly fell to the ground. This was a complete one-sided victory, and the lion that fell to the ground had no more life. At this time, the lion's scorched corpse still smelled of meat, which was caused by the high-temperature attack produced by Lei Dun. Seeing this big guy who was killed by himself, Lei Yun couldn't help scratching his head. It just so happens that I don't have anything to eat on board, so you can make my dinner, but I don't know if it is delicious, but if you smell it, it should be good. At this time, it was late, and Lei Yun carried the lion to his boat, cooked the already half-cooked meat, and ate it beautifully. Well, the taste is really good. He was sitting alone at the dining table holding a knife and fork and chewing on the pieces of meat to entertain himself. In his previous life, besides his love of watching anime, Lei Yun was also very tasty and a senior foodie. As long as you can eat delicious things, you can make yourself very happy. Lei Yun went to sleep after he was full of wine and food, and his cups and dishes were messed up. The next day, when the sky just turned white, Lei Yun woke up. For some reason, he felt his physical strength greatly increased, and his whole body seemed to have 1,000 pounds of strength. At this time, the system sends a prompt: your chakra limit has reached 300, and the current chakra value is 300,300. Hey? Why is that? System explanation: the lion you ate yesterday is a greyhound. In the world of One Piece, the number of two-tailed saber-toothed lions is very rare. If you eat its meat, it will activate cells and enhance your own immunity. Improve physical strength. The form manifested in this Naruto system is a substantial increase in the amount of chakra. Not only that, plus the experience you have accumulated in these days of cultivation, chakra has also increased. It turned out to be like this. While lamenting his good luck, Lei Yun couldn't help but feel excited. In this way, the distance between himself and the strong man would be getting closer. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 9, Neptune. Seeing his own strength increase, Lei Yun couldn't help but look forward to the future. According to the system, when one's ninja level reaches the middle level, intermediate level, you can draw your blood succession limit. When you reach the upper level, intermediate level, you can go to the fairyland to practice and start the fairy mode. What will your blood inheritance boundary be? Junmaro's bones? The eyes of the Hyuga clan? Lan Wan's red eyes? The riding wheel of the Uchiha clan? And where is the practice location of his fairy model? Miyamu Mountain? Wetbone Forest? Or Longdedong? These are not known, but thinking about these things in the future will make Lei Yun's blood boil. However, for the moment, let alone what blood succession boundaries and immortal modes are, he hasn't even mastered Helix 1. As a result, Lei Yun was dragged back to reality from the illusion. Let's practice well first. Lei Yun walked to the shallow sea again, gathered chakra on his feet, stepped on it without hesitation. The results are: it succeeded. It is precisely because of the accumulated experience of cultivating chakra control over the past 2 days and the activation of the cells after eating the two-tailed saber-toothed lion, Lei Yin's feet stand proudly above the sea. Lei Yin walked cautiously on the sea, except for faint ripples, but found that it was no different from when he walked on the ground. Lei Yin ran away a few nautical miles away happily while he was dark and cool. When he returned to land steadily again, it showed that he could control chakra well. Being able to walk freely on the sea, in this world, is simply an unattainable dream for the vast majority of devil fruit-capable people. Lei Yin can do this, which is enough to show that he has the capital to dominate the world. Marine Headquarters, Marine Vatican, Holy Land Mary Joya, Great Root, New World. 3 generals, 4 emperors, 5 old stars, Kaiwahe. This world, I am coming. Start sailing. In this way, the ship walked on the sea for about 3 days, and Lei Yin saw that there were 3 islands in the distance. People sailing on the ship, whether it is a navy or a pirate, will take a short rest as long as they arrive at an island, in order to supplement the food and fresh water resources that are gradually scarce on their ships. Just take a break on this island. While thinking like this, suddenly, a whirlpool with a diameter of nearly 8 meters appeared in the sea area in front of Lei Yin, and then, a sea beast emerged from the whirlpool. A huge lizard head, with black and white patterns on its body, neat and sharp teeth in its mouth, and a row of fins on its back. It looks about 12 or 3 meters long. Relying on Lei Yin's memory of the pirate animation, this should be a kind of Neptune, but according to the size, it should be a juvenile of Neptune. If it's an adult body, I don't know how many times its size is larger, and it had already knocked Lei Yin's ship over. Shouldn't Neptune be in the windless zone? How would it appear here? Most of the nests of the Neptune species cannot be brought, and there are still other sea areas, but relatively few. As the saying goes, there are unexpected events in the sky and misfortunes and blessings in people. In less than a week, Lei Yin met all the good and bad things. First he ate the cell-activated lion meat on the unnamed island, and then he met the juvenile body of the Shanghai King class on the calm sea of the East China Sea. With such a chance, you can buy lottery tickets. Lei Yin was making such a mess in his heart, and this behemoth opened his blood and spurted out. Seeing this guy open his mouth, he retreated to the stern of the boat, and then the big guy bit off the half of the boat with the bow. Lei Yin's boat life was broken into 2 pieces. In fact, the fighting power of the Neptune class is not as strong as imagined. Its huge size is just that ordinary people can't handle it at all. It is like seeing a tiger. Ordinary people will be trembling with fear, and they are truly powerful. People just laughed it off. So when he first met this Sea King, Lei Yin didn't take it seriously, but he didn't expect this guy to open his mouth and bite. "You bastard, you actually made my boat like this." In anger, the thunder and lightning on Lei Yin's body began to rattle. Lei 10,000 birds flow. It was still covered with thunder and lightning, and hit this guy unceremoniously. As soon as he touched Lei Yin's body, it was suddenly twitched by electricity. In addition, it was surrounded by sea water, which soon turned it black. Under this powerful thunder and lightning attack, the scorched Sea King gradually sank into the sea. And Lei Yin's situation was not very good. The half of the hull exposed on the sea gradually sank. Seeing that he would also sink into the sea. But Lei Yin's feet stood firmly on the sea. Practice is not in vain. Lei Yin, without a boat, stood on the sea and ran towards the island. If anyone saw it, he would definitely say that he was a peerless expert. This is the legendary martial art King Gong floating on the water. After running a few nautical miles, I finally arrived at one of the 3 islands I saw on the boat. As soon as he got on the island, Lei Yin asked about where the pirates were rewarded nearby. Lei Yin is now a pirate hunter, and in his current situation, he needs a lot of money to improve his strength. However, Lei Yin's move was undoubtedly regarded as a neuropathy. How can anyone ask the guilty of the reward? People can't hide, it's not that there is something wrong with their brains, why don't they have nothing to do when they are full? No matter in that world, civilians are the majority. We will see plots of fierce fights with superpowers in anime, and they are just a few masters in the world. Otherwise, there will be no arrogant yelling guys who have been offered a reward of several million or a little bit of strength. Uncle. In this world, most pirates are synonymous with extreme evil, and pirate groups like Luffy, if given a clear definition, should be called adventurers. Therefore, when ordinary people talk about pirates, they are basically talking about the disbelief and dare not mention it. Lei Yin was looking for the pirates with great fanfare. In the eyes of ordinary people, what is it that is not crazy? Especially when I asked a young girl who didn't give Lei Yin a good face, she put her hands on her waist, "Where did you come from? You don't need to look at how many caddies you are, but you come up and ask the existence of a pirate." Although the girl's voice was clear and pleasant, her words were harsh and unpleasant. Hearing this, Lei Yin shook his head helplessly, and had nothing to care about with women. Lei Yin was still cheeky inquiring, and his hard work paid off. He found out that there were pirates nearby, and the bounty totaled 15 million. If you like the pirate god level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The pirate god level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 10, Evil Wolf Pirates. Later, Lei Yin learned that the name of the girl who had spoken against each other was Wei Erden. She was the daughter of the village head of another village on the island. She was 15 years old and she was a veritable beauty. Don't even look at the 15-year-old, the delicate face like a doll, the graceful figure is outlined vividly, and it makes men feel like the kind of blood. Later, she also had some stories with Lei Yin. This is a story. Lei Yin learned the message of the pirate who was offered a reward from an old woman. The old woman is about 70 years old. She looks kind and approachable. Lei Yin can't help but feel very kind. She is the only person who hasn't run Lei Yin since coming to the island. The old woman told Lei Yin that there were a total of 3 islands nearby, 2 of which were villages inhabited by civilians, and the other island was where the pirates occupies. The village where he is now is called Zhengzi Village, and the island village that is only 6 nautical miles away is Zhendong Village. A pirate group invaded here a year ago. People from the 2 island villages united to resist. Farmer and Miller led the resistance. Farmer is the village head of Zhendong Village and Wei Erden's father. And this Miller, nearly 40 years old, is a major retired from the Navy. He knows some physical skills and is known as the guardian of the 2 villages of Zhendong and Zhengzi Village. This pirate group is called the Wolf Pirate Group. The 2 leaders are a pair of brothers, and the younger brother Endrin is the deputy captain. He is offering a bounty of 5 million Baileys. It is more than 2.5 meters tall and has great power. And his captain brother Anderson is even more remarkable, offering a bounty of 10 million Baileys, who is a demon fruit capable person. A year ago, the Wolf Pirate Group invaded the village. Relying on the appeal of village chief Farmer and the strength of Miller, they led the villagers to fight. The battle was extremely fierce, and the Wolf Pirate Group almost there was a tie. Although the village has suffered a certain degree of destruction, neither of the 2 sides has done anything. At first, the 2 sides were in a stalemate, but later, as the Wolf Pirate Group became more and more powerful, Anderson did things are getting too much. At the beginning, the 2 sides reached a mutual non-aggression treaty, but as Anderson's team grew, they even demanded protection money from the 2 villages, or they would be killed. After all, the villagers are peaceful residents, and even if they resisted like a year ago, the village will suffer huge damage again. Moreover, if they fight again, with the current strength of Anderson, the villagers may be more ugly. Helplessly, the villagers had to pay Anderson a protection fee of 10,000 Baileys per person per month. If someone dared to refuse to pay the protection fee or resist, they would be executed mercilessly. For this, Miller, known as the Guardian, was helpless. But even so, the villagers said that it was because of Miller's existence that Anderson did not dare to be too arrogant. Even paying for protection is better than destroying the village. So everyone relies on Miller and respects him very much. After listening to the old woman, Lei Yin was a little puzzled. If Anderson and the others are so arrogant, will the Navy just ignore it? According to the world he's been in, Lei Yin speculates that it is still several years before Luffy goes to sea, so at that time 10 million should be a high bounty in the East China Sea. You must know the bounty of Bucky the Clown. At this time there are only 6 million. The old woman smiled suddenly. They colluded with the Navy. This is a well-known thing, but no one dared to say it. In this way, Lei Yin understood that this is similar to the situation of Aaron in Kokoyashi village in the original work. At that time, Aaron was arrogant and aggressive in more than 20 villages. He also claimed to be the strongest bounty in the East China Sea, with a bounty of up to 20 million baileys. Just such an arrogant figure, the Navy turned a deaf ear. Of course this is the story for the future. Although the old woman had said so much and had a lot of information, Lei Yin understood it very well. This also understands that when he asked the criminals to offer a reward when he went to the island, the villagers were all greedy. Even a master like Miller didn't treat these pirates. What happened to your kid? Don't go back and take a picture of yourself. After clarifying some things about the island, Lei Yin left after thanking the old woman. After a period of sea journey, coupled with fighting with sea kings, his stomach has already begun to call. But, even half of Bailey can't be taken out. What should I do? Ever since, a great plan was born in his heart. Let's eat the king's meal. In this way, I found a restaurant that looked good, went in and started ordering food. Boss, have a super large amount of egg fried rice. Several diners in the restaurant recognized him because Lei Yin asked them where there is a reward. One end of the egg fried rice came up, and Lei Yin ate it hungrily. So Lei Yin sat there and attracted the attention of many people. This kid is the guy who asked about the rewards just now. It's ridiculous, this guy really doesn't know the sky and the earth are thick. A beautiful young girl was looking at Lei Yin, especially when she saw his embarrassed eating face. She was full of disdain. The young girl was Weirden, who had just spoken badly. She looked at Lei Yin and said to her father farmer, who was sitting in front of her, "Dad, this guy asked me where the pirates came just now. I think he probably has problems with his head." Hearing what his daughter said, farmer couldn't help but look at Lei Yin, who was eating in front of the bar. Lei Yin is a little delicate, with a slightly white skin, and a little thin. At first glance, he looks like a scholar with no hands. How can he contend with the pirate who has been putting blood on the tip of a knife? For strangers who do not know, people usually judge the person by appearance. Seeing Lei Yin eating gluttonously in front of the bar attracted everyone's contemptuous eyes. Really, not only is there a problem with his head, but he hasn't been educated yet, and his food looks so ugly. Lei Yin turned a deaf ear to the ridicule that everyone pointed, and continued to eat his own. Suddenly, there was a huge knock on the door, and a huge body came in at the door of the restaurant. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but shift from Lei Yin's body. It is the deputy captain of the Wolf Pirates, Anderson's younger brother, Andrin. He was 2.5 meters tall, and he was still very fat. He stood up like a hill. He saw the fleshy face and the nose hairs in his nostrils showing more than half a foot long. He was carrying a decapitating knife behind him. Following the two small ones, they walked in with their heads high. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 11, Shock. Andrin, offering a bounty of 5 million baileys. As mentioned earlier, with the power of the Wolf Pirate Group, he is rampant and arrogant in the two villages of Zhendong and Zhengzi. And not only by virtue of the power of his pirate group, but also Andrin's personal combat effectiveness is also very unusual. The decapitation knife in his hand alone weighs no less than 150 catties. It can be said that in these three islands, there is no opponent except the Guardian Miller and his brother Anderson. Not only that, but Andrin was cruel and had a bad temper. As long as the villagers dared to disobey him, they would be cruelly executed. The two villages of Zhendong and Zhengzi were killed by his own hands, and there were no fewer than 10 people. In this regard, people dared not speak up and were very afraid of them. Regardless of the contempt and mockery of the villagers at Lei Yin who just came here, when Andren came in, people did not even dare to take a breath, and the people who were talking and laughing suddenly fell silent. Andren came in and smiled boldly. Haha, everyone pays attention. Should we pay the protection fee again this month? Everyone has the money ready. Everyone has 10,000 baileys, and no one is missing. Hearing what he said, the restaurant was still silent, and everyone bowed their heads to eat. Seeing these villagers who had surrendered to him, Andren nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Andren's Chuchia said to him, "Second brother, Wei Erden and the old immortal farmer are also here." I also said, "Vilden, this little lady is really getting hotter and hotter. She is only 15 years old. If she grows up to 20 years old, I really don't know what she will become." His mouth actually slobbered. When Andren heard this, he also looked at Wei Erden with a hint of yin, and then said to me, "Isn't the big brother going out? When he comes back, I don't know how many handsome chicks will come back. So don't care about these 1 or 2. I heard the words and smiled. Haha, what the second brother said. That is, Wei Erden is the daughter of the village chief, if an ordinary villager had been taken away by them. Anderson, the captain of the wolf pirate group, had long wanted to capture Wei Erden and become his own woman. But because Farmer is the head of the village, and he has high prestige in the 2 villages, out of consideration for the overall situation, in order to better collect protection fees. So he never started against Wei Erden. When the 3 of them passed by Wei Erden, I also whistled at her. Afterwards, Andren walked to the front of the bar and yelled to the boss, "Hey! If you have good wine and food, please serve Laozi." The boss was sincere and horrified when he heard the words, but only nodded, "Yes, yes." Lei Yin didn't care about Andren's arrival at all, and ate it hungrily, a plate full of egg fried rice, which had already seen the bottom. "Boss, give me another one." Lei Yin raised his plate and shouted at the boss, once again attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, Andren is beside him. Compared with the silent people, Lei Yin's approach seemed so out of place. Andren arrived, like a bear haunted. Everyone was extremely careful, for fear of offending this terrible Tai Sui there. This guy, to what extent does he have to live and die? Everyone thought in unison. Sure enough, unsurprisingly, Andren heard Lei Yin's words and was very angry. "You guy who came out of Tama? Dare to yell in Lao Tzu's place." Throughout the years, all those who dared to disobey him died tragically. The villagers also talked about him with disrespect, which made him very arrogant. He felt uncomfortable even when the villagers spoke loudly in front of him. "It's you who yelled and yelled? The restaurant is not yours, so you should just shut up." Lei Yin said coldly without even looking at him. "Hey! Damn, this guy is the green onion that popped up from the ground? Are you awkward?" In the eyes of everyone, Lei Yin had already stepped into the ghost gate with half his foot. Everyone looked at him with shocked eyes. However, the thing that shocked them even more is yet to come. The one beside him was anxious. "Hey! Damn kid, do you know who you are talking to?" But Andren showed a hideous smile, pulled out the beheading knife from his waist, and slashed at Lei Yin's head without mercy. Suddenly, a deep mouth of blood appeared on the neck, and blood was splashing. In the next moment, many diners in the restaurant were frightened and screamed. However, it was not Lei Yin's neck that was bleeding. A second before Andren raised the knife, but saw a white energy ripple across the void. White blade. This is Lei Yin's imitation of Konoha white teeth, gathering chakra on the index and middle fingers of his right hand, releasing a sharp blow. After the previous treading exercises on the uninhabited island, Lei Yin already has a certain degree of control over chakra, and this trick of copying white teeth is naturally different from the previous power. Lei Yin gave it a name, White Blade. This process is very long to speak, but it only takes a moment. The white light flashed directly through Andren's throat, and blood spurted out immediately. His bear-like body fell heavily on the floor of the dining room, convulsing a few times before he could not breathe. From the beginning to the end, Lei Yin didn't look at Andren. When the two saw the deputy captain being dealt with so simply and neatly, they were scared and fled. At this time, all four were shocked, and everyone's jaws fell to the ground. This is... That kid, what did you just do? Isn't this guy an ordinary kid? Some people's views on Lei Yin have changed a lot, and Wei Erden looked at Lei Yin with a surprised look. But there are also many people who criticize Lei Yin's behavior. This kid actually killed Andren. Now we are about to face disaster. Evil Wolf Anderson will definitely not let us go when he comes back. What should we do? Everyone, you and me, there was a lot of discussion, and some were courageous and prepared to leave the village. There are still some people who appreciate Lei Yin's approach. People had long wanted to kill Andren, but they didn't have that strength. Farmer, the mayor of Zhendong village, is one of those who admire Lei Yin. Farmer slowly walked up to Lei Yin and said, I think you are very skilled, can you help the old man a favor? At this time, Lei Yin ate the second plate of egg fried rice like a okay person, and said vaguely, what's the matter? The old man, please help kill Anderson and save the people in the village. If you like the pirate god level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The pirate god level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 12, Seal Scroll. Lei Yin paused after hearing Farmer's words, well, let me think about it. A man sat next to him in a hurry, hey, boy, you killed Andren, but we are unfortunate. If you don't agree, we can only tie you up and send it to Anderson to ask the crime. Yes, yes. Everyone also agreed. Hearing this, Lei Yin stood up, staring at them directly, his tone did not back down, if you think you can tie me up, just come and try. Hearing this, everyone bowed their heads, afraid to speak out. Everyone present has seen his terrifying power, and can instantly kill 5 million reward criminals. Those who are not satisfied can try it. Seeing the embarrassing atmosphere, Farmer quickly stepped forward to relieve the siege. Your Excellency, don't be angry. The villagers are also very anxious. After all, this is a matter of life and death for us, so I hope you don't take it to your heart. Yes, but you have to promise me 2 conditions. Farmer, you said. Lend me 20,000 Bailey. Lei Yin said lightly. Hearing this, Wei Erden next to him was anxious, Dad, I think this guy is here to cheat money, you can't give it to him. In that case, forget it. As he said, Lei Yin was about to leave, but Farmer reached out and stopped him, no problem, if your Excellency can really defeat Anderson, let alone a mere 20,000, it will be fine for us to pay monthly offerings. Well, if that's the case, I promised it. 20,000 Baileys, I want it now. Lei Yin didn't conceal it, and said directly. Hearing him say this, Wei Erden couldn't help but give him a blank look. Hearing that, everyone immediately collected 20,000 for Lei Yin and handed it to him. After getting the money, Lei Yin opened the Hokage store in his mind, and spent 20,000 Bailey to buy 2 blank scrolls, unroll the scrolls, and seal Andren's body inside, which is very easy to carry. Lei Yin is now a pirate hunter. For him, this corpse is not just a corpse, but 5 million Baileys. And there is such a convenient item in Hokage, you can take it to the navy to redeem bounty at any time, and you don't have to worry about the corpse that will rot and become unrecognizable. The reason why Lei Yin asked 20,000 Bailey to buy 2 reels was because the other reel was for Anderson. However, people didn't know this. Andren's body disappeared on the scroll like this, like a trick, and everyone was dumbfounded. Wei Erden has not been deeply involved in the world, and her pretty face is even more astonished, thinking in her heart, is this man a monster? In the world of One Piece, because there are devil fruits and many weird abilities, Farmer also knew that this kid should have some special abilities for Lei Yan's approach. Didn't you have 2 requirements? What about the remaining one? Help me pay for the meal, Lei Yan said. After paying for Lei Yan, Farmer said, Your Excellency came from afar, there must be no place to stay. If you don't dislike it, then go to live in my house. Lei Yan scratched his head, that would be a bother. Hearing him say this, the villagers were a little relieved, and if the village chief watched them, they were not afraid of Lei Yan sneaking away. Unexpectedly, her daughter Wei Erden was very dissatisfied. Dad, how can you let this guy live in our house? I'm still an unmarried girl. Farmer smiled and said, We have several houses in our house. Just vacate one for your husband. Dad, you are ignoring you, good or bad. With that, Wei Erden left in a huff. Seeing Wei Erden leaving, Farmer still smiled, My daughter is more willful, I hope you don't mind. Lei Yan, it's okay, I don't care. Farmer and his daughter came to Zhengzi village to do some things here. Their home is in Zhendong village. Although Zhendong and Zhengzi villages are separated by a sea, they are only 6 nautical miles away. By boat, it takes less than 20 minutes. Almost there. Because of anger, Wei Erden took the lead to return to Zhendong village, while Farmer and Lei Yan arrived later. At home, Farmer arranged a house for Lei Yan. And Lei Yan came from the sea, after fighting with the Sea Kings, and killing Andrin, was a little embarrassed, so Farmer asked him to take a bath in his home bathroom. Thank you then. Although Farmer wanted to use Lei Yan to defeat Anderson, in general, he was good to Lei Yan, so Lei Yan was not polite with him. After entering the bathroom, taking off his clothes, Lei Yan soaked in the bathtub. Washing the lead is light, and the tub is difficult to bathe in the sea. Is a true dragon a thing in the pool? Of course the hero travels by land and water. Even taking a bath, Lei Yan didn't forget the encouragement. At this moment, he stood up and the bathroom door suddenly opened. With a piercing scream of wow, a young girl ran out, hiding her face, shouting loudly when she ran, Damn! Stinky rascal! Pervert! Who is it if it's not Wei Erden? Wei Erden came back first, so he didn't know that there was a man in the bathroom at home. Lei Yan stood up naked, she saw everything. The black line on Lei Yan's head, I was seen by you, right? Are you reacting so much? But I also blame myself, I forgot to lock the door when I entered the bathroom. In the next few days, Wei Erden never gave Lei Yan a good face. Her impression of Lei Yan was, this guy is not only ignorant of the heights of the sky, but also a being-like exhibitionist. Didn't it just defeat Andrin? Then Anderson is not only how many times stronger than his brother, you probably won't know how to die by then. The villagers in Zhendong village also knew about Lei Yan's killing of Andrin, and everyone was talking about it. Are you saying that the weak-looking kid killed Andrin? How can that be? Hey, this is not the point. Even if he kills Andrin, will his brother let us go? Anderson will definitely kill the village. Kill Andrin, even our guardian Miller can do it. Does that guy know what it means to settle accounts after autumn? After all, he is an outsider, and he won't care about our life and death at all. What a disaster this kid has brought to our village. He is a disaster star. There was a lot of rumors in the village, and some were timid and afraid of being brutally retaliated against Anderson, so they still chose to run away. Regarding the village's remarks, Farmer chose to trust Lei Yan unconditionally. Don't worry, everyone, I have seen the strength of this kid, absolutely beyond your imagination. In this regard, the guardian Miller said, Village Chief, where did you invite a liar from? If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 13, Thunder vs Lieutenant Commander. For Miller, even though he is called the guardian of the two villages, there are still some people who can't understand him. Farmer, the village chief, is one of them. As mentioned earlier, Miller is a retired Navy commander who knows physical skills and has some combat effectiveness. When he was young, he fought with pirates and had some stab wounds on his face. He always calls these stab wounds his medals. Although Miller's power was not yet able to free the villagers from Anderson's rule, the vast majority of villagers believed that it was precisely because of Miller's existence that the village survived and avoided being slaughtered by Anderson. The custom in the two villages of Zhendong and Zhengzi is that if the man himself has a strong power, people will be eager to let their daughter marry this man. Because of this, and Miller is more lustful, although he hasn't married at the age of nearly 40, he doesn't know how many women there are. In addition, he always likes to tell the villagers how was Laozi back then. Farmer disliked him very much. In Farmer's eyes, Miller is actually a guy who can only speak big words but can't do things. Otherwise, Anderson would have been defeated or driven away. Otherwise, the villagers would not have gone humiliatingly like this every month. The evil wolf pirate group has been enshrined. In fact, Farmer didn't believe Miller would consider the villagers at all. Miller would only use his little strength to fish for fame and women. Therefore, in secret, Farmer also went to the outer islands to find 3 warriors to deal with Anderson. 3 warriors, one is known for strength, one is known for speed, and the other claims to have hit the island where he lives and never met an opponent. In order not to implicate the village, Farmer gave them a lot of money in advance, and when Anderson came to collect the protection fee, he asked them to provoke a conflict with Anderson to avoid Anderson suspected of being instigated and then slaughtered the village. However, one of the 3 warriors had just seen Anderson's terrifying strength and fled in fright. The remaining 2 men were simply killed by Anderson in less than 3 minutes. Since then, no one has dared to challenge Anderson anymore. In fact, in people's hearts, they have surrendered to Anderson's almost invincible strength. Therefore, it caused an uproar among the villagers when he heard the thunder from outside kill Andrin. Even the 3-year-old child in the village knows that his brother Anderson does not know how many times stronger than his younger brother, so killing Andrin will not eliminate the disaster, but it will bring disaster. This is what it is said, if Yawu is not a counterattack. Therefore, the villagers all asked Miller to defeat Lei Yin and dedicate it to Anderson to prevent him from killing the village. Miller was very happy. He wanted to see how many caddies this kid who defeated Andrin actually had. On this day, Lei Yin was going to the back mountain of Zhendong village to practice, but Miller led a group of people to stop him on the way. Seeing so many people, Lei Yin said, "You, what do you do? Boy, I heard that you are very good, but you have defeated Andrin who patronizes himself to be handsome. Do you know how much trouble it caused us?" said the leader Miller. "Yes, that is, do you know how much disaster you have brought us?" The villagers behind him. Lei Yin said casually, "I told the village chief that if you don't defeat Anderson, you will never leave here." Upon hearing this, the villagers were startled at first, and then all laughed out loud in unison. "This guy said he was going to defeat Anderson. It's really laughing at me. Don't think that if you defeat Andrin, you can defeat Anderson. The strength of their 2 brothers is not the same. What a kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky. Everyone, you and I are full of contemptuous words." Lei Yin didn't want to pay attention to them, and continued to move forward, but Miller ran over and stopped him. "Lei Yin, what are you going to do?" Miller sneered coldly, "Did you hear all of you? We all don't believe you at all. You want to beat Anderson on the basis of you, a stinky kid. It's a foolish dream." Lei Yin also sneered back at him with a sneer, "The mouth grows on others, so how can I say it is their business? Besides, I promised the village chief, not you, so you believe it or not, and I don't have half a dime." Relationship. Smelly boy, it seems I can only kill you and dedicate it to Anderson. Miller made an offensive gesture viciously. Seeing that the visitor is unkind, Lei Yin will of course not be polite to him. If you think you have this ability, just try it. Too arrogant, show him some color. Be sure to catch this guy. Clean him up. The villagers are all supporting Miller. Take it to death, kid. With that, Miller raised his foot and kicked to the side of Lei Yin. Lei Yin attached chakra to his left arm to defend him from the kick. Don't look at it as an ordinary kick, the opponent is a lieutenant commander who has been on the battlefield after all, and it is said that Miller will also 6 style, so this hit is not an ordinary person's. In fact, this kick was just a tentative attack on Lei Yin. He wanted to see the strength of this guy, but he was so lightly defended. Next, Miller used his own trick. 6 types finger gun. Miller stretched out the index finger of his right hand and thrust straight towards Lei Yin's heart. Dang sounded like metal slamming together, and Miller's index finger was on Lei Yin's left chest. However, his fingers could not advance half a millimeter. It turned out that Lei Yin instantly gathered chakra at the position of the heart and made an invisible armor to withstand the blow. And seeing this guy directly attacked his vital point, Lei Yin was naturally not welcome. Lei Dun Thousand. Stop it! Just as Lei Yin was about to counter Miller, an old man ran not far away. It was Farmer, the village chief. He ran to the two of them. What are you doing? Miller looked like a thief shouting to catch a thief. Village chief, this guy thinks he has defeated Andrin, and he looks very awkward. I will educate him for you. Who do you want to educate? Tell me again if you have it. Lei Yin was very angry when he heard the words, and sadly wandered chakra all over his body, preparing to beat Miller severely. Miller sneered, I don't know how high the earth is, I'm talking about. Shut up all. Farmer interrupted the two people's quarrel with a loud shout. Seeing Farmer's anxiety, Miller stopped talking. Don't look at ordinary times, Miller is arrogant like a 6, but for the prestigious village chief, he still dare not do anything. If you like the pirate god level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com, the pirate god level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 14, Little Loli. In this way, Farmer prevented Lei Yin and Miller from fighting. People gradually dispersed, and Lei Yin didn't bother to care about these people and continued to practice in the back mountains. In the back mountain, Lei Yin held chakra in his hands, and could already form a complete sphere. Next, he controlled the chakra ball in his hand to rotate in different directions, forming a cyclone in different directions. On the surface, it looks like the ancient well has no waves. In fact, it contains a certain amount of energy. These days, Anderson went on the expedition and did not come back. Although the village is calm on the surface, one by one is anxious like ants on a hot pot. Every household has begun to take up arms and prepare to organize resistance against Anderson. For Farmer, the comfort of everyone is basically deaf. And Lei Yin is practicing every day, and he lives in Farmer's house. One day, while eating, Farmer said to Lei Yin, Mr. Lei Yin, please defeat Anderson and help us eliminate the wolf pirate group. I have put all the treasures on you. Lei Yin was still a little touched by Farmer's unconditional trust. He said, don't worry, since I promised you, I will try my best. And Wei Erden on the side seemed to have gradually adapted to Lei Yin's existence. To him, the hostility was not as severe as before. Even so, she still didn't believe that Lei Yin could beat Anderson. Mr. Lei Yin. Farmer said in a low voice. How? Farmer paused, and then said, if you can defeat Anderson, I will let Verton marry you. A mouthful of rice in Lei Yin's mouth came out. He hurriedly waved his hand, no, no, even if I defeat Andrin the day, I won't ask you for another grain of rice. Wei Erden was angry when she heard this. Hey, what do you mean? It seems to make me want to marry you. I will never marry you, an idiot. Never. Hearing Lei Yin said that, Wei Erden became anxious. not because she likes Lei Yin, but because she has full confidence in her beauty, but in fact she is indeed beautiful. To be picky, it's not an exaggeration to use the word yawu. She is the object of many men in the two villages who love and secretly fall in love. If that man hears what farmer said just now, he will immediately agree, and he will not sleep for 3 days. The boy Lei Yin refused, and refused so simply. For her, this is denying her beauty and her charm. How can you keep her from getting angry? Weirden's self-esteem took a hit, and then she said to farmer, "Dad, why do you trust him like this? In my opinion, this guy is not Anderson's opponent at all, and Anderson will definitely kill him." Farmer Lei Yin laughed at Weirden's words. For Lei Yin, in stark contrast to Wei Erden, is the daughter of the deputy village chief named Jenny. Jenny was 15 years old at the time, and she was a slim and loving little loli. In Lei Yin's eyes, she was an innocent girl. Jenny and Lei Yin met once when Jenny was flying a kite. The kite accidentally hung on a tree branch, and it happened that Lei Yin went to Hushan to practice and passed by. Jenny saw him and said, "Brother, you can help me. Get the kite down." Lei Yin didn't say a word, and gathered chakra on the middle and index fingers of his right hand. White blade. White light suddenly appeared, cut off the branch, and the kite fell from the tree. Jenny was very excited when she picked up the kite from the ground. She picked it up and hopped over to Lei Yin's side. "Big brother, you are amazing, what's your name?" "Lei Yin." "Oh, then can you fly a kite with me?" "This one." In this regard, Lei Yin had a hard time. He had just returned from cultivating in Hushan, already sweating, ready to return to farmer's house. "But I didn't expect to kill a little loli halfway." Seeing Lei Yin didn't respond, Jenny and him didn't see a difference, pulling his arm and swaying from side to side. "Brother, you're so good, play with me for a while." Lei Yin was entangled by her, so he had to say, "Okay, well." After going back and forth, Jenny would always come to Lei Yin to play, and Jenny's innocent and sweet appearance is always unable to make Lei Yin refuse. Wei Erden is not blind either. Naturally, she sees it every day. Every time she sees Lei Yin and Jenny together, she always feels very upset for some reason. One day, Wei Erden couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately went to Lei Yin and said, "Lei Yin, Dad came to you to fight against Anderson, not to let you come here to pick up girls." Lei Yin said, "This is my own business, right? Besides, now Anderson hasn't come back, could you let me go to sea to find Anderson? Are you not afraid that I will sneak away?" "You." Wei Erden's pretty face flushed with anger, but she couldn't argue with Lei Yin's words. As for Lei Yin's fight against Anderson, Jenny also heard about it. With two big clear eyes open, she asked innocently, "Brother Lei Yin, I heard that you are going to defeat Anderson yourself." "Yet. Then you must defeat that bad guy and don't die." As for Jenny's innocence, Lei Yin was completely speechless, with a black line on his end. "I know. I know." And then, Jenny's words almost made Lei Yin vomit blood. I saw that the two slender fingers of Jenny's left and right hands touched lightly, and she said with some twist, "Brother Lei Yin. Okay. My father said, if you can beat Anderson, let me marry you." "What?" In response to this, 10,000 alpacas passed by Lei Yin's heart. He thought to himself, this village chief and farmer's tone are exactly the same. The customs of this village are really speechless. Lei Yin spent a month in Zhendong village, and the day that should have finally arrived. Anderson is back. As soon as he came back, he heard the news that his brother had been killed, and immediately led the brigade to Zhendong village without stopping. The village militia guarding at the harbor saw a brigade of horses approaching here not far from the sea. The sentry hurriedly stepped down from the observation deck to report to the villagers. Then, the villagers all took up their weapons, and the village chief farmer and the guardian, led by Miller, stood ready. Seeing farmer, Miller couldn't help but feel a little strange. "Village chief, where is that kid?" Farmer was a little embarrassed. He went out early in the morning, and I didn't see him at all. What? The villagers were shocked when they heard what Farmer said. Lei Yin, isn't he already running away? If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 15, Devil Strikes. Hey, the village chief, you keep saying that the kid will protect the village. Why can't you even see a shadow at a critical moment? Yes, that guy probably ran away long ago. He is a liar at all. At this time, Farmer was a little bit unsure of everyone's doubts. He believed Lei Yin so much and wanted to marry his daughter to him. How could this guy abandon himself in the heat? If that's the case, just blame yourself for blindly seeing the wrong person. Farmer said to Wei Erden, Xiao Wei, you go to the back mountain and look for Lei Yin. If you find it, quickly tell him the situation here. Wei Erden nodded and ran towards the back mountain. At this time, Anderson's team has landed on the island. Although Anderson is not as tall as his younger brother, he is also 1.9 meters tall, which is already tall for ordinary people. Coupled with the sturdy muscles and the ability of devil fruit, the villagers feel that today is probably too bad. Not only that, but Anderson brings more than twice as many people as the villagers, which means that even if Anderson doesn't do anything, the villagers have no chance of winning. Standing opposite each other, Anderson said viciously, Farmer, you killed my brother when I was away. I can't assume that nothing happened. Farmer was silent. At this time, some villagers could not hold back. Anderson, it is not us who killed your brother, but a foreigner named Lei Yin. Yeah, it's not our business at all. Anderson's face was gloomy. Where is the kid you mentioned now? Everyone looked at each other. That kid may have escaped. Unexpectedly, Anderson laughed loudly. Are you guys taking Lao Tzu to fuck? The deputy village chief also stood up and said, it's not like that, there really is such a kid, he killed Andrin. Humph, how do you make Lao Tzu believe your nonsense? You killed someone and shunned someone who had never heard of it before, but the person ran away. If I told you like this, would you believe it? What Anderson said left the villagers unable to argue. Although what people said was all true, it did sound like a lie. At this point, there is no other way. Looking at Anderson's appearance, if you don't ask for an explanation for your brother, you will never give up. Farmer said, Anderson, how can you let us go? Anderson heard what he said and laughed out loud again, haha. Sure enough, it's the village chief, and the consciousness is better than ordinary people. Okay, I can forget about killing Andrin, but you must promise me 2 conditions. When they heard Anderson said this, the villagers couldn't help but their eyes lit up. It seemed that there was still room for maneuver in this matter. Famer was helpless. Let's talk about it. Anderson raised his index finger. First, the protection fee to be paid is 50,000 Baileys per person per month. 50,000. This is 5 times the original, and the villagers couldn't help but show embarrassment. Farmer was still calm. What about the second? Anderson showed an evil gaze and said, Second, you must let your daughter Wei Erden and the deputy village chief's daughter Jenny go with me. What? Hearing this, Farmer was furious. The daughter of the deputy village chief and I are only 15 years old. How can we let you take it away? There are also 50,000 Baileys per person per month. Even if we don't eat or drink, every month, my family can't save so much money. Anderson smiled, then I don't care, Wei Erden, this hot chick, I always think about it all the time, and that Jenny is also a beauty. You actually killed my brother, you have to use this way, come repay it. At this time, Farmer understood a little that Anderson's real purpose here was not to avenge his brother, but to seek greater benefits from the villagers. In other words, for Andrin's death, Anderson, his brother, did not feel a trace of sadness, but instead used this to extract the villagers. Such a wolf-hearted guy, if he really dedicated his daughter to him, wouldn't it have pushed his daughter into the fire pit? Farmer is different from Anderson. He would rather be brutally killed by Anderson than let his daughter suffer the slightest harm. Thinking about it, Farmer pulled out the saber on his waist, and pointed his sword straight at Anderson. Damn devil, don't even think about this kind of thing. Even if I fall into the that can never be restored, I won't let my daughter get half a point. Hurt. Although Farmer has no combat effectiveness, he is brave and fearless, strong and upright, loves his daughter, and likes to trust others unconditionally, which is why he has high prestige among the villagers. Old guy, you are quite kind. In that case, I have to kill you all and the little girl from Weirden. Anderson still smiled evilly. What? I originally thought that if I fought this guy to death, maybe my daughter's life could be preserved, but I didn't expect this guy to be reluctant to Verdun. No way, it's all Weirden, so beautiful. Just as Anderson was about to give an order, 3 ships came out of the port. Is that guy Lei Yin coming? No, it's not. It was the villagers of Zhengzi village who came to reinforce after receiving the news. The 2 villages of Zhendong and Zhengzi have always been united, and they also understand the truth about the death of lips and teeth. If Zhendong village is slaughtered, the next Zhengzi village will inevitably be destroyed. The arrival of people from Zhengzi village made the number of pirates and villagers equal. However, there is no use for eggs. Everyone who understands knows that even if the number of people stays the same, it will only increase casualties. As soon as the villagers of Zhengzi village arrived, they surrounded the wolf pirate group. In response, Anderson smiled contemptuously. Has the number of people going to death increase? In this way, the pirates and the villagers fought together, and in an instant, the sound of the sword collision suddenly sounded. Regardless of the fact that the villagers don't dare to provoke the wolf pirate group, they are just for survival. Since they don't even have a way to survive now, it is better to fight them hard. Anderson also rushed into the crowd. Unexpectedly, Miller stopped him. Your opponent is me. Seeing Miller, Anderson sneered coldly, Guardian. See how long you can protect these people. In this way, Anderson and Miller are fighting each other. At this moment, Wei Erden ran back from Hyoshan. She saw the fighting crowds on both sides, and she couldn't help but startled. Has it started? Then she shouted to the crowd. P.S. Did Wei Erden bring Lei Yin back? Readers, if the book is good, please vote for Xiao Feng. Oh. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 16, Betray. Dad. I searched in Hyoshan for a long time but didn't find it. That Lei Yin has already escaped. Wei Erden yelled softly from the distance of the battlefield. In this regard, the villagers in the fierce fighting did not have much reaction. For this result, everyone expected it a long time ago. The village chief, Farmer, was a little broken, remorseful, annoyed, and angry. He trusted the kid so much that he actually ran away. At the beginning, he promised everyone that this kid would defend the village. I blamed myself for seeing the wrong person blindly, but now Farmer really wants to kill Lei Yin. However, thinking about this is useless. Farmer shouted to Wei Erden in the distance, Xiao Wei. Run! The farther you run, the better. Don't come back! Wei Erden cried upon hearing this. Then father, how about you? Farmer said with a straight face, leave me alone. Dad's natural responsibility is to protect his daughter and run. Tears have wetted Wei Erden's eyes. She listened to Farmer and ran away. These words, Anderson also heard. How could he let go of the little stunner that he missed day and night? At this time Anderson was fighting with Miller, but he still said to the pirates who were fighting beside him, go, we must get Verdun back for me, or I will put you to death. The pirate got the order and ran in the direction of Weirden. Miller still pestered Anderson. 6 types finger gun. Miller gave a soft sigh, the strength gathered on the index finger suddenly came out, and Anderson flashed lightly, and then flashed his attack. 6 styles Arashi feet. With the cyclone chopping on his feet, Miller attacked him again, and the guy easily dodges again. Anderson, the speed is too fast. It's been a year, and your strength still hasn't grown a little. Anderson smiled contemptuously at Miller. Immediately afterwards, Anderson's 2 hands turned into 2 jackal claws. The claws were as sharp as razors, and they slashed toward Miller's chest. Miller couldn't dodge, and his chest was cut into a net-shaped blood stains. Jackal's claws? That's right, the jackal. Anderson, the captain of the wolf pirate group, bounty of 10 million Baileys, canine fruit, jackal form, ability animal. In fact, a year ago, when the wolf pirates group had just invaded the village, Anderson fought Miller. At that time, the two were able to tie the game. Even if it was strong, Anderson was slightly stronger than Miller. During this year, Miller gained trust in the village by virtue of his ability to sell fame, and he was already hollowed out by alcohol. And Anderson, in order to expand his power, constantly fighting with the people of other islands, the combat effectiveness naturally continued to increase. Originally, Anderson was a devil fruit-capable person, and his strength was slightly stronger than Miller, and Miller's physical fitness was far lower than before, but Anderson's combat effectiveness was growing, and the difference in strength can be imagined. 6 types iron block. Seeing Anderson's jackal's claws clenched into fists, Miller launched the 6 defensive moves iron block to resist the blow. As a result, Anderson spit out blood from Miller with a punch and rolled his eyes. "You iron nugget, you are really weak, Miller," the half-beast Anderson said with a mockery of Miller, who was already lying on the ground. Next, Anderson's face changed. "You guy, you actually blocked me from chasing Wei Erden, I want you to die in pain." As he said, his jackal's claws stretched towards Miller. The claws were like a razor, cutting the flesh of Miller's body. Miller suddenly wailed in pain. The paw reached Miller a second time, and he let out a more painful scream. By the third time, Miller couldn't stand it anymore, and, "Sir Anderson, please let me go." Hearing Miller's pleading, Anderson showed a more proud and excited expression. "Ahaha, what guardian, you are nothing more than that." And the nearby villagers who were still fighting hard heard Miller say such words, some couldn't believe their ears. He is the patron saint of the village, how could he say such a thing and call Anderson called sir? This could not help but surprise the villagers. It's hard to paint people and tigers, but you don't know your heart. What surprised them even more is yet to come. "Master Anderson, as long as you let me go, I am willing to do anything for you," Miller said. Hearing that, Anderson was even more ecstatic. "Really? The uncle wants you to point the finger at these untouchables, can you do it?" Miller thought for a moment. This, no problem. Farmer was holding a sword and fighting hard. He just heard the conversation between Miller and Anderson. He understood. After he hacked a pirate to death, he yelled at this side, "Miller, do you know yourself? What else?" Although Farmer hated Miller, he didn't believe that he would betray everyone. However, things are not exactly what Famed thought. Hearing Farmer yelling to himself, Miller shot back, "You shut up. I'm not dead, I have tolerated you for a long time, and I look so arrogant all day that I feel uncomfortable watching it. I am the savior of the world, you know, I am the one who guards the village. You guarded a fart." Farmer was angrily. "Look at what you are now, and dare to speak up here." The villagers who fought hard nearby couldn't help but criticize, "Miller, I didn't think you were such a person. We really missed it. Miller, you are a beast." Hearing these words from the villagers, Miller's face became gloomy. "Since you said I am a beast, I will show you the beast." With that said, Miller rushed towards the crowd and greeted the villagers with 6 forms, and 3 villagers were knocked down instantly. Miller had surrendered to absolute power, became a slave to the devil, and turned to kill the villagers. Until today, people did not see Miller's real face. The 3 words guardian were used to call him, and they hit the villagers in the face. Miller's defection made the morale of the people even lower. They only felt that the general situation was over and the end had come. While he was excited, Anderson still did not give up on the hunt for Wei Erden. He did not believe that a 15-year-old girl with no power to bind a chicken would escape from his palm. In his opinion, both Wei Erden and the village are already in his own pocket. Unsurprisingly, within a short while, the 2 pirates had already captured Verden back. Seeing Wei Erden, Anderson's blood swelled. "Little baby, you can't escape from my palm." Wei Erden was already ashamed. What would be better if the sheep entered the tiger's mouth? Farmer saw the situation here. "Asshole, let go of my daughter." Just as the 2 pirates were about to catch Verden on the ship, 2 hidden weapons flew over and stabbed the 2 pirates to the ground. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 17, Raise Nan. The 2 hidden weapons are 2 black kunao. When I looked not far away, a young man was standing there. It is Lei Yin. Seeing Lei Yin, Wei Erden couldn't help but flashed her beautiful eyes, and the dying heart ignited a glimmer of hope, but at the same time it was full of doubts. Can he beat Anderson? But Farmer was crying when he saw Lei Yin. "This kid has finally come. We all thought you ran away." Lei Yin didn't know that Anderson would come today. It turned out that after he reached the back mountain, he stepped on the water and walked to the sea to practice new ninjutsu. This is why Wei Erden did not find himself in the back mountain. At this time, Lei Yin shouted, "Pirates, listen carefully. If you don't want to die, quickly get back to your side, don't continue to pester the villagers, that Andrin was killed by me. If you want to, if you call, I am here to wait." How can anyone listen to a kid? The pirates continued to fight the villagers. Seeing that no one paid any attention, Lei Yin took out a handful of kunao and launched it towards the pirates, all of which accurately stabbed the pirates. The wolf pirate group only then began to face the little devil and stopped fighting. It was Lei Yin's shock that caused the crowd to divide into 2 groups, and the people who had already drawn their swords faced each other again. Fortunately, the fighting time was not long, and Anderson didn't take much action except for fighting Miller, so the casualties of the villagers were not very large. It can be said that the appearance of Lei Yin is timely. But what is the use of his eggs when he comes? In people's eyes, Lei Yin is just a kid who knows some magic tricks, and he is not enough to compete with Anderson. Lei Yin scratched his head embarrassedly. "Mr. Farmer, I'm late." Farmer nodded at him with a smile. He still trusted Lei Yin. Wei Erden looked at Lei Yin intently at this time, but remembered what his father said, "If you can beat Anderson, marry yourself to Lei Yin." Just after thinking about this, Wei Erden immediately shook his head. "When is it now? I was still thinking about this. I won't marry this idiot, never. Besides, can he beat Anderson? What a joke." Wei Erden was thinking, and Anderson spoke, "Hey, are you the kid who killed my brother?" Lei Yin put his hands on his chest. "That's right." Hearing this, Anderson's face turned gloomy. "You kid will do all the good things of Lao Tzu. When I catch you, you will be executed harshly." Lei Yin smiled suddenly. "Then see if you have this ability." Arrogant. Later, Anderson said to Miller beside him, "You will meet this kid." Miller stood tremblingly, as if he had no face to see the villagers. The villagers stared at Miller fiercely, wishing to eat his flesh and sleep. In the eyes of people, traitors are more hateful than enemies. Miller stood up. Lei Yin couldn't help but smiled. "Mr. Major, why did you join the wolf pirate group?" In response to Lei Yin's provocation, Miller immediately became angry. "Boy, don't be arrogant, don't let Master Anderson do it, watch me tear you to pieces." It seems that he really regarded himself as a member of the wolf pirate group. With that, Miller attacked. For this attack, Lei Yin didn't even flash, and he forced a punch against him. This punch did not cause him any harm at all. Lei Yin was stunned without even blinking his brows, drew a white light in the void. White blade. This sharp chakra made a deep mouth on Miller's chest, and Miller suddenly fell to the ground, losing his combat effectiveness. "What a useless waste," Anderson said coldly. At this moment, little Lori Jenny didn't know where she ran out, and she drank to Lei Yin, "Brother Lei Yin. You must defeat Anderson. If you defeat Anderson, my father will, Dad will let me." "Okay, I get it." Lei Yin quickly interrupted her by speaking out. He knew what Jenny was going to say next. If she said it, Lei Yin's embarrassment would have been committed. People still don't believe that Lei Yin will defeat the terrifyingly powerful Anderson. In any case, the battle has reached its climax, the most intense stage, and people are focusing on the two of them. Anderson's hands turned into Jackal's claws, showing sharp nails, and slashing towards Thunder. And Lei Yin still didn't hide, using his right arm to block. The razor-like claws did not pierce his arm by half a millimeter. It turned out that he had gathered chakra on his right arm to form a layer of armor. Then, Lei Yin stretched out his left hand, and a blue energy ball was formed on his left hand. There is no doubt that this is a chakra ball. Although it looks like there is no wave in the ancient well, it is actually flowing at high speed. Lei Yin smiled faintly, and the energy contained in it hit Anderson. Spiral pill. Feeling bad, Anderson quickly jumped out several meters, but when he saw spiral pill hit it out, it exploded a big pit nearly 3 meters in diameter on the ground. Although Anderson avoided, he still injured his right arm by the afterwave of this energy. But, damn! Anderson clutched his right arm, and said harshly. Whether it was a pirate or a villager, he couldn't help but let out a surprise. The villagers are even more so, since he entered the village until now, they began to face Lei Yin. Especially Wei Erden, her hands involuntarily clenched each other, gently biting her lower lip, her eyes fixed on Lei Yin, not knowing what she was thinking. Anderson saw that the imp in front of him was unusual in strength. The originally semi-beastly body was all beastly transformed, and what appeared before people was a standing jackal. People have never seen Anderson show this look. For ordinary people, the devil fruit of the animal system has a unique advantage, which greatly enhances physical fitness, resilience, and vitality. There is no doubt that this fully animalized state is the strongest state of canine fruit, jackal form. In the eyes of people's surprise, Anderson's jackal mouth opened and closed. Boy, very few people can make Lao Tzu look like this. It seems that I underestimated you before. Next, let's show the results of practice. Lei Yin thought secretly. These days, apart from eating and sleeping, Lei Yin spent almost all of his time in practice. In fact, he had successfully practiced spiral pill as early as a week ago. These days he practiced a more powerful ninjutsu than spiral pill. At this time, Lei Yin stretched out his right hand, and gathered a chakra ball that was larger than before. On the ball, the chakra was spinning at a higher speed. If you like the pirate god level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The pirate god level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 18, Carp inspected. Lei Yin naturally did not agree to the proposal of urging the marriage, but in order not to make Jenny sad, he only evasively said to let himself think about it. Lei Yin has aspirations in the world, how can he be indulged in the gentle country here? Now that the heroes said so, naturally everyone didn't urge them. In this way, Lei Yin and Farmer returned home, and when they first entered the yard, they heard sad sobbing. Farmer took Lei Yin to look at Weirden's room secretly, and saw Weirden lying on the bed, crying like tears. While crying, she was still talking to herself. Although the voice is not very loud, Lei Yin and farmer outside the door heard it. Really? Now you have become a hero in the village. Are you satisfied? Are you proud? Mary Jenny, well, I wish you 100 years, you are such a proud and perverted idiot. I won't marry you, even if you ask me, I won't. Absolutely not. Woo. A 15-year-old girl was crying more sadly than a 3-year-old. It turns out that Wei Erden thought that under the urging of people, the marriage of Lei Yin and Jenny had been booked. By now, even a fool knew Wei Erden's mind. In response, Lei Yin just shook his head helplessly. Just about to turn around, farmer walked forward. Mr. Lei Yin, seeing this, you should know what Wei Erden thinks, right? This girl, she already likes you. Besides, I am very optimistic about you, and I hope you will become my family. Farmer's meaning has been said very clearly, that is, he hopes that Lei Yin will marry Wei Erden and become his son-in-law. Lei Yin scratched his head like a wood. This, Mr. Farmer, let me think about it. Farmer smiled at Lei Yin. Okay, I am waiting for your decision. For a while, Lei Yin felt that he was about to collapse, with Wei Erden on one side and Jenny on the other. Whichever one he chose would hurt the other. And Lei Yin's real idea is, I don't want to choose that either. Still the same sentence, he is determined to become the most powerful and free man in this world. How could he settle down here? He also understands that if he stays here, he will naturally be respected, and whether it is Wei Erden or Jenny, especially Wei Erden, is one of the best beauties in a million. If you are here, you can be enshrined as a god, enjoying a great reputation in the world, and you will be accompanied by a sweet and tender country for life. For how many men, this is an unattainable dream. But this is not Lei Yin's dream. What is the ambition of the bird? Are Jin scales in the pool? It will turn the dragon into a storm. That night, unwilling to think about so many things about men and women, Lei Yin turned on the personal information of the system, which is very different from before. Lei Yin. Sex, male. Age, 16 years old. Ninja level, lower ninja, high level. Blood succession limit or human column force, none. Ninjutsu, Thunder Dunchidoryu, Grade A, White Blade, Grade D, determined by the self-created technique system, Helix Maru, Grade A, Daiyu Helix Maru, Grade A. Inventory, Ninja, Weapon Ceiling Scroll ×2, Kunao ×10. Psychic Beast, none. Fairy Mode, not turned on. Chakra Amount, 12001200. When he was surprised that his strength had grown so fast, he also secretly admired the convenience of the system, because the system's inventory can freely store ninjas and weapons, and there is no need to hold it in his hand, just like a space ring. And it's stored in the system and can be taken for use. One's own level has reached the Xiaoren, high level, which means that he is only one step away from the level of Zhongren. Moreover, when you reach the Zhongnan, intermediate level, you can start the system of drawing bloodline limits or human pillar power. Thinking of this, Lei Yin seemed to be a little impatient, wanting to see what kind of blood inheritance boundary would be. To make himself so dark that things were more than this, he killed the two brothers Andrin and Anderson of the Wolf Pirate Group one after another, and sealed their bodies in the scroll, that is to say, he now holds there are 15 million Baileys. If you want to draw ninjutsu for 15 million, it is a B-level ninjutsu, plus 5 C-level ninjutsu. At that time, your chakra and combat power can increase a lot. But the key problem now is that if the corpse is not exchanged for Bailey, it will still be two useless corpses. Therefore, Lei Yin had to go to the navy to exchange the bounty. Although Lei Yin is very popular in the village now, his sense of presence and identity are high, but his true ideal is to ride on the vast sea, rather than to survive in this comfortable nest. So the next day, he went to say goodbye to Farmer and others. Naturally, Farmer and the others were reluctant to let him go, but could not stop his determination, and seeing Lei Yin so decisive, people stopped staying. Farmer gave Lei Yan a chart of the East China Sea and a great route. He also gave him a record pointer and taught him how to use the record pointer. In addition, because Lei Yan had previously bidden his ship by the juvenile body of the Sea King, everyone gave him another ship. When I was leaving, the port on the island was full of people, all of them came to send Lei Yan, and there were 2 girls, crying like tears. Needless to say, these 2 girls are Jenny and Verdun. And when Lei Yan set sail, Wei Erden could no longer control her emotions, and shouted in the direction of the ship, "Lei Yan, you idiot! I won't let you go." "What? I know a thing or two about your mind, but I can only say I'm sorry, Wei Erden." Lei Yan muttered to himself. He didn't even understand what Wei Erden's phrase "I won't let you go" meant. When he understands, it's all a thing. Finally, driving on the sea breeze from Zixi was blowing on his face, and Lei Yan couldn't help feeling surging. Suddenly, Lei Yan saw a bird flying near the sea, and he immediately blew a whistle. The bird heard the whistle and immediately flew towards him. This is a seagull. It is relatively large, with a navy hat on its head and a backpack on its neck. It turned out that this is the seagull selling newspapers. The number 80 is written on the seagull's backpack, which means that each newspaper costs 80 baileys. I remember it wasn't 50 baileys? Has the price increased? Lei Yan, who is familiar with animation, said. The seagull nodded cutely. Well, 80 is 80, here you are, give me a copy. The seagull got the money, took a newspaper from his backpack, flapped its wings and flew away. Lei Yan opened the newspaper and the headline read, Lieutenant Admiral Karp, who is coming to the East China Sea to inspect various branches of the Navy. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 19, Joseph and Johnny. Karp is coming to the East China Sea? Lei Yan changed his mind, too. The East China Sea was originally called the weakest sea among the 4 seas, and the naval power in the 4 sea areas was originally weak. The elite are basically on the Great Sea Route and the New World. Send a strong figure to frighten those lawless pirates. Who is Karp? A veteran of the Navy headquarters, a lieutenant admiral with the strength of a general, the father of the revolutionary leader Mont Delong, known as the naval hero, a legend in the Navy, and has repeatedly used the pirate king Gordy Roger is in desperation and is also called Iron Fist Karp in the world. His strength is unfathomable. But these don't seem to have much to do with him. Lei Yan thought about putting the newspaper aside, and continued to consider his own strength. The reason why Lei Yan was able to upgrade his level from a student to a higher level in a short period of time, in addition to the factors he has been practicing, he also continued to experience battles to accumulate experience points, which not only increased his combat experience and himself strength, but also increased the chakra value. However, although Lei Yan has a certain amount of power now, the speed is still far behind. This is his biggest shortcoming now. The enemies that have fought before, whether it is Kabaji, Bucky, Two-Tailed Saber, Anderson, Andrin, etc., although they are more than several times stronger than ordinary people, none of them are superior in speed. This means that Lei Yan can be very fast. The reason to beat them quickly. At present, if you want to become stronger, you must increase your speed, at least to reach the level of 6 types shaving. If you follow your own system, you must obtain the simulation technique. In Naruto, any fast-moving technique that can achieve teleportation becomes an instantaneous technique. They include space-time ninjutsu, physique, and escape. The specific ones are representative. Shinwei, its ability is to transfer itself and surrounding objects back and forth between different space and real space, forming high-speed movement. This is the unique pupil technique of Uchiha Daido and Hagaki Kakashi in the original Naruto book, and it needs to be learned with Shulunyan. Tianli Hand, as long as you lock the target with writing wheel I, you can move to the designated position. There are also 4 generations of Raikage Thunder Guard body, and Metka's 8-door Dungia can also achieve high-speed movement. However, the best instantaneous technique is undoubtedly the Flying Thunder God technique. It is precisely because of this technique that the 4th generation of Mim Hokage Wave Feng Shui has become superb. It will be unprecedented in speed cultivation. He is also called Yellow Flash. What kind of instantaneous technique will you get? Lei Yin couldn't help but look forward to the future. When? While Lei Yin was thinking deeply, the sound of 2 hitting the hull made him wake up like a dream. He hurried to the railing of the boat and saw 2 people lying on 2 broken wooden boards respectively, looking at Lei Yin in embarrassment. One of them was pierced with C on their face, wearing a forehead, and one with red hair. On the other, they were pierced with a thief and wearing sunglasses. A scimitar was pinned to their waists. This is Joseph and Johnny? The 2 younger brothers of Sauron in the original book are very weak, but very loyal pirate hunters. At this look, the 2 were either in a shipwreck or were attacked by other pirates. With their strength, it is fortunate not to die. The red-haired Joseph looked at Lei Yin, who was standing on the deck, crying, "Brother, save us! We have been wandering at sea for 2 days." On the boat, the 2 men squeezed their clothes wet by the sea. Lei Yin asked them, "What's wrong with you? Have you been in a shipwreck?" "Don't mention it." Johnny shook his blue shirt with a bitter expression on his face. 2 days ago, we were attacked by Admiral Click, and the ship was sunk. Fortunately, we are dead. Escaped his clutches. Oh, it turned out to be that guy. Lei Yin said lightly with his hands on his head. Admiral Click, the pirate of the East Sea. If it hadn't been mentioned by Johnny, Lei Yin had forgotten that there was such a figure in One Piece. Joseph looked at him. "Hey, this little brother, what is that guy, let alone that easy, okay?" Click, a reward of 13 million pele, he is the #1 big pirate in the East China Sea. It has more than 3,000 subordinates, more than 30 battleships, and the leader of the largest pirate regiment in the East China Sea. It's as light as you said. It's not clear at all. Upon hearing this, Lei Yin fell into deep thought. He remembered that when Liu Fei went to sea, this clique was the largest pirate group in the East China Sea, and the bounty at that time was 17 million baileys. Unexpectedly, this guy is very famous so early. And in terms of time, there are still many years left before Liu Fei goes to sea. Seeing Lei Yin not speaking, the 2 thought he was scared. Johnny smiled and said, "Look, now you know that Click is great? Just hearing his name scared you into it. Looks like this." As soon as the voice fell, I saw 3 battleships approaching mightily, which caused Joseph and Johnny to be stunned. It was a coincidence that the banner of the Click pirates was flying on the battleship. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of well rope. Joseph and Johnny had just suffered a huge loss from the Click pirates 2 days ago. At this time they met his fleet again, and the 2 couldn't help holding each other shivering. However, it seems that Click himself is not in the fleet, because his own battleship Drydenald Saberu is not in one of the 3 ships. However, the Click pirates are notorious in the East China Sea. They are savage, domineering and cruel. Whenever they see a ship at sea, they will sink it without hesitation. At this time, a cadre of the Click pirates regiment stood on the deck of the middle battleship, looking at Lei Yin's ship, and commanded the gun to be loaded. The cold muzzle rushed to them mercilessly. Lei Yin had already caught these in his eyes. Before the Click pirates pushed the gun, Lei Yin had already gathered chakra on his feet, jumped off the boat, stepped on the sea as if stepped on flat ground, sprinted forward at his fastest speed, and gathered at the same time. With the blue chakra ball, Day spiral pill. He first rushed to the front of the middle battleship, and the energy ball in his hand suddenly hit the ship. In a short time, the Dayu spiral pill burst like a decay, and a burst of air blasted out, and the hull was blown to pieces. When people did not react, the remaining 2 battleships were suddenly blown to pieces by Lei Yan in the same way. All this made Johnny and Joseph dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this kid? If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 20, Brother Lei Yan. Originally, Lei Yan walked flat on the sea, which was enough to surprise Joseph and Johnny. And Lei Yan's Dehu spiral pill was like a synonym for destruction, and the iron chips and sawdust that blasted Click's battleship flying across, made the 2 of them even more shocked. A few days ago, the 2 had just been attacked by the Click fleet and almost died. Lei Yan's shot was regarded as a revenge for them. He breathed out a sigh of relief. Coupled with the high strength shown by Lei Yan, the hearts of the 2 were born at the same time. Made a decision. When Lei Yan returned to the boat triumphantly from the sea, the 2 men bowed to the ground. Johnny took the lead and said, "Big brother, Ajiji, we are convinced by your strength." Joseph continued, "So, please let us call you elder brother respectfully. I don't know your name, Gao." "Big brother?" Lei Yan's head, a black line, My name is Lei Yan." Later, Joseph grabbed Lei Yan's left trouser leg, "Brother Lei Yan. You are not only powerful, but you also help us avenge blood and hatred. I have been a pirate hunter for so many years, and I have never met someone like you." Johnny grabbed the leg of Lei Yan's right trousers and cried exaggeratedly, "Brother, please accept us as little brothers." "Hey, you 2 are so noisy, let go, I can't walk anymore." Lei Yan was entangled by them, so he had to agree. At this moment, Joseph and Johnny stood in front of Lei Yan. The characters C and Thief and the 2 scimitars at the waist appeared very symmetrical. "My name is Joseph." "My name is Johnny." The 2 said in unison, "We are pirate hunters in the East China Sea, please take care of me." The black lines on Lei Yan's head are more, "Oh, good, good. These 2 guys and a fuck original, love really is considered the big brother ah." Lei Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. The boat set off again, and the 3 chatted on the boat. Joseph said, "Brother, just know your name is Lei Yan, who are you?" The 2 of them saw that the superhuman strength that Lei Yan showed was not ordinary people at all, so they asked curiously. Lei Yan put his hands behind his head, "I'm a pirate hunter now, oh, yes, do you know where the nearest naval base is?" Although Lei Yan has the chart and record pointer given by the village chief of farmer, the record pointer must be filled with records on one island before he can know the direction to enter the next island. He was eager to redeem bounty to improve his strength, so he did not go to rest while passing some uninhabited islands, and the 2 in front of him were ready-made bounty hunters. Lei Yan thought, they are naturally familiar with naval bases. Joseph said, "It should be Schultz Town." Schultz Town. When Lei Yan heard the words, he remembered it for a while. In the original book, it is the first naval base that Liu Fei entered when he first went out to sea, and the highest commander stationed in the town was Colonel Axman Monka of the 153 branch of the Navy. Of course, based on time now, the colonel in shelters is definitely not Monka. Joseph said again, "Brother, shall we go now?" Lei Yan nodded. Johnny thought for a while and asked, "Brother, do you have any bounty criminals you caught wanting to redeem the bounty?" "Yes." Johnny heard this with a face full of doubts, "But, we didn't see you catching any pirates? Are you locked in the cabin?" Lei Yan was too lazy to explain, "When you get to the place, you will know." When the 2 heard him say this, they didn't ask any more. A day later, the 3 arrived at the destination, the town of Schultz. Originally, Lei Yan thought that Schultz town was mainly stationed by the Navy, so it would not be too big. Only when he arrived, he realized that it was smaller than he thought. After getting off the boat, Lei Yan didn't mean to stay a bit, and walked directly to the naval base, and Joseph and Johnny naturally followed him. Arriving at the gate of the naval base, there were only 4 soldiers guarding them. When the 3 were about to enter, the four navies raised their muskets and aimed them at them. "Who are you?" Joseph said, "Brother Navy, we are pirate hunters. We caught pirates here to redeem the bounty. Please do your convenience and let us in." One of the first-class soldiers of the navy with a higher rank said, "Then what about the pirates you caught? Don't say that the three of them are living beings in their hands. They don't even have corpses. How can you make people believe?" Joseph and Johnny looked at each other for a moment, then focused on Lei Yin. Lei Yin said lightly, "I will show it to you when I enter." When the two sides were in a stalemate, an officer came out from inside. When the officer saw this scene, he couldn't help asking, "What's the matter?" When the four saw the officer, they all saluted the army, and the first-class soldiers said, "Chief Monkakeo, Sergeant, here are three unidentified people claiming to be pirate hunters, and they want to exchange bounty." This officer turned out to be Monka, but at this time he was just a little-known sergeant. Lei Yin also looked at him. At this time, Menka's jaw had not been crushed by hundreds claw. Unexpectedly, Monka said, "Let them in." This answer surprised Lei Yin. In his impression, Monka was not such a good talker, but he didn't expect to let them in so smoothly. In fact, Menka is not a fool. Seeing that they have no rewards for the pirates, they can't get anyone out when they go through the formalities, so he can put the three to death in the name of defrauding the navy. In his bones, Monka is a brutal and cruel person. Although he and the three have no grudges, he can satisfy his bloodthirsty excitement when he kills and sees blood. Finally met the colonel of the 153 branch of the navy. He was a gentle middle-aged man with glasses. The exchange of bounty is naturally subject to the colonel's signature and approval. When the navy asked him for someone and Monka wanted to see them look good, Lei Yin didn't rush, and two scrolls appeared on the left and right hands at the same time, all of a sudden spread out on the ground. With a light tap, two corpses appeared on the scroll. When people were amazed, a naval sergeant, flipped a stack of reward orders in his hand and watched carefully against the corpse. The one on the left is Wolf Pirate Group Deputy Captain Andrin, offering a reward of 5 million Baileys. And the one on the right is Captain Anderson of the Wolf Pirates Group, offering a bounty, 10 million Pele. Even when this sergeant recited the names of the two corpses and the bounty, he was surprised. He involuntarily looked at Lei Yin, who killed the two bounty criminals. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 21, New Leap. Originally, when Lei Yin conjured the two corpses like a trick, everyone was shocked, but this young guy actually killed the pirate group with a bounty of tens of millions, even more so. Some people can't believe it. The East China Sea is the weakest of the four seas, so the bounty of pirates is also very low. There are more than 10 million reward criminals on the Great Sea route, including the New World, and there are so many bad streets, but in the East China Sea, you can count them with your fingers. And because the East China Sea is the weakest, the navy here is also the weakest compared to other places. Moreover, the navy here has not experienced any major wars, and has very little knowledge. It is even more difficult to even think about the scale of the war. So when I saw that the boy in front of him even had a pot of pirates worth 15 million in bounty, he was stunned. As for the storage of corpses in the scrolls, the slightly more knowledgeable Colonel Glasses felt that the young man in front of him was probably a demon fruit-capable person. The specific fruit ability, may it be called storage fruit, right? But what happened later directly subverted the Colonel's outlook on life. This is something later. After a while, Sven's Colonel pushed his glasses and ordered, "Go and call the coroner to examine the bodies of the two pirates." Yes. In fact, not only the Colonel, but even Joseph and Johnny, who came with Lei Yin, wanted to know the true and false corpse. They have lived for more than 20 years, and the series of events that have happened today can be regarded as a real experience for them. The coroner completed the post-mortem and reported to the Colonel, Report, sir, after examination, the bodies are indeed Anderson and Andrin. In the eyes of people with infinite amazement and admiration, Lei Yin took away the 15 million bounty with a calm expression. Not to mention Joseph and Johnny's adoration of Lei Yin, this Ajijiji is really not for nothing. Next, it's exciting time. After leaving the naval base, Lei Yin called Joseph and Johnny aside, then found a clearing and turned on the system. Are you sure to draw ninjutsu? The system asked. Lei Yin, okay. Please select the level and the amount drawn. Lei Yin first took out 3 million Baileys and chose the sea level and ×3 options. 9 flashing golden nin cards appeared in front of him, and he clicked 3 randomly. Even if it is Lei Yin, although there is no wave on the surface, but the heart is excitedly waiting for the result. In a short while, 3 lines of small print appeared before me. Fire Escape, the art of fireball, Grade C. Fire Escape Ninjutsu, a common technique in Naruto, gathers chakras in the throat and squirts out in one breath, creating a ball of fire, which is more lethal. Water Escape Water Turbulence Technique, Level C. Basic Water Escape Ninjutsu, with a waterfall-like water gun spouting from the mouth. Lei Dun Earth Walk, Grade C. Both hands release thunder and lightning to spread through the water on the ground, and it is more powerful with the use of water done. The luck was pretty good. While Lei Yin sighed, he secretly analyzed the 3 ninjutsu he had just obtained. The art of the fireball is a ninjutsu commonly used by the Uchiha family, the basic ninjutsu in the fire escape. The art of water chaos is also very practical. As for this Thunder Dun Earth Walk, it is a bit tasteless for Lei Yin, because he already has Thunder Dun Thousand Birds Flow, and even Thousand Birds Flow may be more powerful than Earth Walk be stronger. However, Lei Yin's mood is happy anyway, but the things that make him more happy are yet to come. He still has more than 10 million Baileys in his hands. Draw B-level ninjutsu. Lei Yin said lightly. 3 cards with the character forbearance that were bigger than just now appeared in front of them again with golden light. Lei Yin chose the leftmost card, and the card slowly turned over. Flying Thunder God / Grade B. The space-time ninjutsu developed by the 2nd generation of Naruto Senjuka, which is a variation of the Flying Thunder God technique. At this time, Thunder Yin, who was still somewhat calm, began to feel surging. This Flying Thunder God art was created by the 2nd generation of Hokage, and the 4th generation of Hokage wave Feng Shui was carried forward. The speed and power of this Flying Thunder God / drawn by Lei Yin is definitely not as good as the 4th generation Flying Thunder God, and it is not as good as the higher level A-level Flying Thunder God 2nd stage, but it is at least comparable. The speed of 6 types shave in one piece has improved. In other words, Lei Yin's speed suddenly reached a height. Just as Lei Yin's heart was surging and he was about to try his skills, the system again heard a reminder. Due to the acquisition of 4 new ninjutsu, your personal information has been updated. Lei Yin. Sex, male. Age, 16 years old. Ninja level, Zongnan, elementary. Blood succession limit or human column force, none. Ninjutsu, Thunder Dun Chidori, A level, White Blade, D level, determined by the self-made art system, Helix Maru, A grade, Daiyu Helix Maru, A grade, Fire Dun the art of fireball, Grade C, Water Dun water turbulence technique, Grade C, Thunder Dun earthwalk, Grade C, Flying Thunder God / Grade B. Inventory, Ninja, Weapon Sealing Scroll ×2, Kunao ×10. Psychic Beast, none. Fairy Mode, not turned on. Chakra Amount, 35003500. After reading Personal Information System, Lei Yin sighed, this is undoubtedly a new leap. Your ninja level has been promoted from Shijin to Zongjin, beginner, which means that you are only one step away from obtaining the bloodline limit. You can draw at the intermediate level. There is also Seal Scroll. Although the bodies of Anderson and Andrin have been stored, after taking them out, the scroll can still be used, so it is still stored in the inventory. The last item, which is more dim and refreshing, is that his chakra value has reached 3,500. In fact, in Hokage, there is no such thing as a chakra value. It is specifically written here that the system visualizes it so that the host, that is, Lei Yin, pays attention to controlling the amount of chakra during the battle to prevent exhaustion of physical strength and fall into crisis. The ninjutsu that Lei Yin knows now requires about 100 chakra value for each release. For example, 1000 Birds Flow costs 80, while the newly learned the art of Fireball requires 105 to release. This means that Lei Yin can now release as many as 30 times of the art of Fireball in one battle. If you have to give a definition, this Fireball art should not be much different from Ace's Fire Fist, which means that the current Lei Yin can release about 30 times in one battle. Fire Fist, one can imagine how powerful it is. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 22, Free Lunch. To be more detailed, as mentioned earlier, the chakra value to release a spiral pill is about 200, and to release a data screw pill, it takes nearly 400. The current upper limit of chakra is 3,500. The power that Lei Yin demonstrated with the 3 data spiral pills above is that it directly destroyed the 3 warships of Click. If these warships are equivalent to small naval warships, that is to say, Lei Yin now has a single person. Destroy the strength of 8 or 9 small warships. At this rate of development, it won't take long to reach the limit of Central Ninja, Intermediate, Blood Draw, and now there is Flying Thunder God Slash with a speed comparable to 6 types shaving. How can you let Lei Yin cool off without getting excited? A total of 15 million Baileys, 1 B-level ninjutsu and 3 C-level ninjutsu were drawn, and now Lei Yin has 2 million Baileys left. This 2 million, he did not draw ninjutsu, but left it as pocket money in case of emergency. Afterwards, he spent another 8,000 Baileys to buy a shinobi sword at the Naruto store. This knife is not a good knife just by looking at the price. The ninja sword that Rayan bought is the kind of samurai sword without a hilt. It looks like the Kuzenai sword in Naruto Uchiha's assistant. Of course, this ninja sword is naturally incomparable with Sasuke's Kuzenai sword, and it is equivalent to an ordinary katana or western sword. In the future, I will definitely get better weapons, 50 good knives, 21 knives, or even 12 knives. Lei Yin thought about going to the clothing store again, and spent 50,000 Bailey to buy a grey robe with a sword bag. He inserted the ninja sword in the sword bag, and the sword bag was fixed behind him. The sea breeze was blowing in grey. The robe was hunting, and it looked like a swordsman who ruled the world, and it looked very interesting. The reason why Lei Yin brings a sword, the sword in Japanese anime does not have a clear boundary, is because he can thunder Dunchidoryu, he can attach the thunder chakra to the sword and play the thunder and lightning strike power. Also, imitating the self-made trick white blade, if it is matched with a sword, the power will be stronger. Lei Yin was in a very good mood today. He exchanged the bounty, and learned ninjutsu, and his strength has grown a lot. There are more than 1 million Baileys on him, so Joseph and Johnny must have a good meal. I found a more luxurious restaurant, and a few people sat down. Lei Yin said to the duo, "If you want to eat today, please order." Hearing this, the two opened their eyes and smiled, and they were unceremonious when they took the menu. The meat of sea beasts, the delicious sea fish, the fruits and vegetables they had never seen. They didn't notice, a dozen or so people sitting not far away looked at them. As soon as the dishes were served, the three gluttonously ate and chatted happily. Joseph did not stop talking as he ate. "Brother, you really are not an ordinary person. What you have done in the past 2 days is really eye-opening for both of us." "Yes, yet, when you did not know how to get the pirate's body out, brother," the colonel wearing glasses was so surprised that he could not speak anymore. Johnny also agreed. "Haha, 15 million bounty, we two can't even think about it." Lei Yin just smiled in response to the two people's approval. Then, the two people's approval caused things. Yes, especially when I saw Big Brother kill Click's 3 warships with my own eyes, I couldn't believe it at that time. Yet, what I saw that time was really fun. As he was talking, a person walked over to the table next to them, looked at them ill-intentionally, and said coldly, "You, what did you just say?" Joseph was full of doubts when he heard the words, "What do you say?" Johnny said, "It's up to you if we talk, so quickly get back to your seat." "Hey!" Before Johnny could finish talking, the man punched Johnny in the face and knocked Johnny directly to the floor, hitting him several times. "Hey, you bastard!" As he said, Joseph pulled out the scimitar from his waist. A dozen people at the table beside them all walked over and surrounded Lei Yin and them. These people are the ones who watched Lei Yin and them just now. They saw that the 3 of them were wearing knives, and they heard from the conversation just now that the 3 were pirate hunters, so they kept paying attention to them. It was the same person who hit Johnny just now, and he continued, "I ask you, what did you just say?" Joseph saw that Johnny was knocked to the ground, and these people were big and thick, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused, but he still plucked up the courage and pointed at them with the blade. At this time, Lei Yin still didn't make a move, and said lightly, "What we said is that we destroyed 3 warships of the Click pirates." The leader on the opposite side said, "Sure enough, it is them. Grab them and hand them to the leader." It turned out that these people were members of the Click pirates. They got the news that their 3 battleships were destroyed, so they came to look for the people who destroyed the battleships. It is claimed to be the largest pirate group in the East China Sea. The ship was destroyed by others. If you let outsiders know, where would you put your face? So Click did not hesitate to send a large number of people out to find the murderer and find his face, and the dozen or so people that Lei Yin met were only a small part of the dispatch. It was a coincidence that they overheard it while eating, so they wanted to catch the 3 of them back and give Click an explanation. The command that everyone could hear rushed towards Lei Yin and Joseph. Seeing the momentum, Lei Yin gave an inconspicuous arc at the corner of his mouth, smiled faintly, and then drew his sword out of its sheath, white blade. I saw that the shinobi knife suddenly cut half a circle, and almost all of the people who rushed up were cut out of a blood mark with a deep visible bone on the stomach or chest. The people who were cut fell to the ground and all died. Lei Yin still smiled, "Sure enough, white blade will be more powerful with the sword." Only with this sword, only 2 people were cut from the opponent. After seeing such strength, would they dare to fight? Scared and fled. The people in the restaurant, whether they were waiters or diners, were almost scared away. Joseph said to Lei Yin, "Brother, they belong to the Click pirates. Hurry up and catch up with the remaining 2 and kill Click, otherwise, Click will be attracted." "Stop chasing, I deliberately saved their life for the sword just now," Lei Yin said. "Hey!" Johnny didn't know why. Lei Yin said, "I'm afraid that Click won't come." "Okay. Okay. I'm still the big brother." "Then, what about the money?" Johnny asked weakly. Lei Yin smiled, "Looking at the current situation, I shouldn't have to give it. The reason is simple. The boss is scared off. Who will pay for the meal?" In this way, the 3 ate a beautiful meal. There are still free lunches in the world. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 23, Click Strikes. East China Sea, a certain sea area. On a large warship, seagull flags fluttered in the wind. An old man with a slightly whitish beard, wearing a dog head mask eating senbei, asked a Navy sailor, "How long can I reach the destination now?" The navigator saluted a standard Navy salute, "Report to Lieutenant General Karp, you can arrive in about 35 hours. Karp smiled kindly, "Okay, I see, I'll go to sleep first." Schultztown. When Lei Yin made such a big movement, it was not Click that attracted the navy of Schultztown first. After the Navy investigated, it was found that the pirates were killed, and they knew that Lei Yan and the three were pirate hunters. Killing the pirates was justified, so they didn't say anything. But what the Navy didn't know was that for them, the Bane was buried. "Brother, are we really going to wait for Click here?" Joseph couldn't help asking Lei Yan. Lei Yan said lightly, "Of course." "Okay, all right." Although Joseph and Johnny recognized the strength of Lei Yan, after all, the opponent this time is Click, who is the leader of the largest pirate group in the East China Sea. He is a heinous villain. There are nearly 3,000 people under his team. The ship is 30. Many ships. Even if Click didn't make a move by himself, he could still drink a pot just by relying on crowd tactics. Lei Yan seemed to see the thoughts of the two people, or you can run away. Click estimates that he will be here in 2 days. Unexpectedly, Joseph changed his previous appearance and said righteously, "Where is the eldest brother? Since you are going to stay here, how can we abandon the eldest brother?" Johnny stood symmetrically with him again, and both of them pressed their fists to their chins, one left and the other right. "Since we followed Big Brother, then I am willing to live and die with my eldest brother." Joseph. Johnny. "I would like to ask brother for advice." Lei Yan watched their ritual performance, a black line in his head. I know. The reason Lei Yan has to wait for Click's arrival here is not because he has nothing to do when he is full, but because he finds that the stronger the enemy killed in frontal combat, the more experience points he gains. Ninja, the level also increases faster. This is similar to a game system, with less experience in killing minions, and more experience in killing bosses. If you can defeat Click this time, you might turn on that directly. Lei Yan thought, muttering to himself. During the waiting time, the three of them returned to the boat, and Lei Yan didn't want to waste any time, and continued to practice himself. First, Lei Yan stood on the sea, with chakra gathered in his hands, making a form of Dahu spiral pill, and then he compressed and stared at it even more. At this moment, the chakra ball in his hand seems to be getting bigger. In the beginning, it won't go smoothly, so Lei Yan practiced over and over again. A day later, he finally waited for the person he wanted to see. Click finally came. From a distance, the Navy sentry saw dozens of warships approaching here, and the leading main ship was Click's Delhi Donald Sabaru. The huge momentum scared the Navy sentry to report to their superiors in a hurry, and the colonel in Schultz town was also very anxious when receiving the report. The aforementioned man with glasses, the gentleman of the 153 branch colonel, is called Short, and the reason why he can become a colonel is entirely due to his qualifications, and he has not experienced any war. Click did this, making his little heart suddenly unable to bear it. Click is amazing in the East China Sea, but no one thought that he would be so arrogant that he would come directly to the Navy station. And the three Lei Yan, especially Lei Yan who is familiar with anime, determined that he would come. Click is an extreme advocator of force, arrogant and overbearing. How could he tolerate such a thing? Lei Yan's guess is almost the same as Click's thoughts. You destroyed Lao Tzu's 3 battleships and killed so many people. Without giving a lesson, how can you mess around in the East China Sea? However, Lei Yan and the others didn't see it for the first time since Click was engaged in such a big battle. What's the matter? There are 2 ports in the town of Schultz. Lei Yan's ships stop at the East Port, and Click enters from the North Port. The North Port. Click put his hands on his chest and stepped on the railing of the main ship and ordered, "Little ones, even if you dig 3 feet in the ground, I have to find the 3 pirate hunters." "Yes." "Woohoo!" The pirates, armed with swords, muskets, and other weapons, jumped off the boat and rushed towards the town of Schultz. The reason why Click has such a big momentum is not because he is so innocent and wants to avenge the dead brothers. This incident really hit him in the face. Furthermore, he didn't know that the 3 pirate hunters were still in Schultz town, so he said that he was attacking at this time, entirely to strengthen his own momentum. A branch colonel said that the branch he was in charge of was only 1,000 people dead, but he now has 3,000 people. If he defeats the 153 naval branch, he can also become famous and make the clique pirates stronger. Then, even if one's own casualties are relatively large, more people can be won over. When clique made such a big disturbance, the navy would naturally not sit idly by. Although Colonel Short was scared, he ordered an attack. After all, the 153 branch is just an ordinary branch of the navy, and the amount and range of artillery fired by it are very limited. Before they can organize an effective attack, the pirates are flooding in all directions like a tide. And some of the pirates got clique's instruction to find 3 pirate hunters. In this way, the innocent people in the town can be regarded as suffering. After all, they are encountering cold-blooded and vicious pirates. These pirates can be said to cut at people and grab things when they see them. The pirate is really a pirate, and his character who likes to burn, kill, and loot cannot be changed in his bones. He said he came to find people, but with so many people here, why don't you be embarrassed to say that you are a pirate? The residential area has now become a living purgatory on Earth, but the navy is really short of manpower. Clique has more than 3,000 people, and the navy side has only a mere 700 in total, and a small number of navies guarding residential areas have long been slaughtered, and the remaining few hundreds are all going to protect the naval base. At this time, shouts of killing, wailing, clashing swords, and sparse shells rang throughout the town of Schultz. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 24, Burning Fruits. The sparse artillery fire and shouts of killing in the town had already alarmed Lei Yin and others. The town of Schultz, the East Port. Lei Yin stopped his cultivation and asked, "Where did this voice come from?" "Joseph, brother, it came from the northern port. It should be Clique. Go, let's pass now." "Yes, sir." At this time, Clique had led his army to the gate of the naval base. Colonel Short was so frightened that he hid inside and dared not come out. And Cao Changmenka was born bloodthirsty and warlike, and he was quite kind. At this time, he led a small group of troops to resist, fighting with Clique at the gate of the base. However, there is a kind of return, after all, it is outnumbered. What's more, Munka is just a Cao chief, and the military power that can be commanded and mobilized is very limited. In addition to being a little stronger, Munka himself does not have superhuman power. Soon the door of the 153 branch was also captured. Clique swaggered into the base, and the pirates were too proud of themselves and quickly surrounded the base. In this way, the original battle was turned into a street battle in the base. At this time, most of the officers in the Navy branch had been damaged, and Monka was still one of the few officers who survived the attack. In stark contrast is Colonel Shot. He has been in the Navy for more than 20 years. Has he ever encountered such an embarrassing situation? At this time, he had no fighting spirit, just thinking about running away, only to find that the base was surrounded by Clique and there was no way to escape from the sky. Clique was already standing in front of the office building inside the 153 branch at this time. He put his hands on his chest and shouted into it very arrogantly, "You are what a broken navy, and the fighting power is not as good as ants. But you can't blame you. Who made your opponent be our Clique pirates? Ahaha. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the 153 branch. The elite of the Navy are concentrated on the Great Route or the New World, not to mention the Navy headquarters. Even the combat effectiveness of the G3 and G5 branches is not known how many times stronger than them. Moreover, the East China Sea is known as the weakest sea. If the pirates are not strong, the Navy is naturally not strong. What's more, the opponent is Clique, and the number of enemies is scary, almost 5 times as many. Clique's original intention was to find those 3 people, and then execute them in his own way to frighten Donghai and let others know that I am not that easy to mess with. But I didn't expect that the navy we encountered could not help fighting, but it also broke Click. Defeating a naval branch head-on was enough to restore face, and also achieve the purpose of deterring the East China Sea and making him famous. Call up more people. Who made my Click's people be killed in your Shelt's town? No one can be found, so the navy can only be operated on first. Shot could only admit that he was unlucky for such a thing. The pirates had already attacked the office building. Hearing Click's provocative words, as if he heard the voice of a devil, Colonel Short had already been scared to death. If it were not for the sake of face, he would have been under the table long ago. Seeing the colonel who had been frightened, a major shook his head helplessly. The major led the last reserve team to make the final blockade. The reserve team followed the major out of the office building. The major stood in front of his head. The navy behind him all pointed muskets at the pirates. "What's your purpose in waiting here? Why attack the navy?" Click said with a strange smile, "I just came to find 3 people." "Find 3 people?" "Yes, these 3 people destroyed my warship and then killed my people in your town." "Then why are you attacking our navy?" Hearing this, the major couldn't help being a little angry. Click just smiled maliciously, "This is Lao Tzu's interest, kill you. Lao Tzu is worthy of the name of the biggest pirate group, and the reputation will be even stronger." "What a joke! Shoot him and kill him!" The major commanded his soldiers loudly. When the soldiers heard the command, they pulled the trigger in their hands, and the bullets hit Click like raindrops. And Click sneered, stunned that he didn't even hide. The wristband on his hand turned into a shield to cover his face, and the bullet touched his body and made a ding-dang-dang-dong collision. Apart from wiping out some sparks, it could not hurt him at all. Since it turned out that Click was wearing steel armor and almost armed himself to his teeth. He snorted coldly and looked at the navy with extremely contempt, "Ats who live and die." The next moment, the armor on his arm turned into 2 machine guns, and he fired frantically at the navy. The navy was beaten to pieces immediately, and fell into a pool of blood with a scream. Of course, the major couldn't avoid it. The right arm and left leg were pierced by bullets. He supported the ground with his left arm, stood tremblingly, and stared at Click viciously. Click took the gun and aimed at him, unexpectedly, "You are quite stubborn. In this case, I will give you a happy one." After speaking, the flames are soaring. Fire! Just as Click was about to shoot, a fire suddenly appeared at the door of the base, screaming. But it was the voice of the pirate who made the screams. Click couldn't help but look back, and saw 3 people slowly walking towards this side. The major clutched his injured right arm and looked at them with some surprise. The 3 are Lei Yin, Joseph and Johnny. Lei Yin was wearing a grey robe with a shinobi sword on his back, standing not far from Click, opposite to him. Click retracted the machine gun, ignored the major, and focused all his eyes on them. "Who are you?" Lei Yin smiled faintly, "Aren't you looking for us?" Click changed color when he heard this, "It's you who destroyed my 3 warships and killed 7 of me in this town." "Yes," Joseph said. At this time, the pirates of the Click regiment gathered, and one of the pirates also recognized them, "Chief Click, he is the kid who killed 7 of us." The pirate who identified Lei Yin was the one that Lei Yin deliberately let go at the restaurant that day. At this time, the battles were almost fought everywhere, and the navy was beaten to a rage. Some military officers such as Monka couldn't help but smashed the remnants and gathered in the square in front of the office building, and the pirates also moved closer to Click. They all watched the 3 people who came. "What happened to the fire at the door just now?" Click couldn't help asking the pirate beside him. The pirate who was asked pointed at Lei Yin in a panic, "This kid, I don't know what demon technique was used just now," and flames spurted out of his mouth. "Fire? Flame?" Click was shocked when he heard the words. "Is this guy capable of burning fruits?" If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 25, Flying Thunder God / Click heard the pirate's words and slapped his head fiercely. What kind of demon method of Tama, is this a demon fruit capable person? The pirate clutched his head in fear and said, "Hug, sorry, the leader." It turned out that when the navy and the pirates were fighting, Lei Yin happened to arrive, and he set fire to kill a large number of pirates. This scene was seen by some pirates and the navy including Monka. At that time, the navy was about to be wiped out by Click, and it was Lei Yin's action that made many navies survive. The navy saw the strength of Lei Yin, and the remaining soldiers gathered in the square at the same time, waiting for Lei Yin to make another move. The pirates also gathered to Click's side to see how the leader handled the matter. But what's the matter with Flame? It turned out that Lei Yin released the newly learned sea-level ninjutsu, the art of fireball. At this time, on the square, the pirates and the navy involuntarily stood in two groups, as if waiting for the decisive battle between Click and Lei Yin. At this time, the major couldn't help asking the lieutenant, who had just returned from embarrassment, what happened to the fire. The lieutenant pointed to Lei Yin. "That kid did it. A demon fruit capable person of the flame type. This, the subordinates don't know. This is the East China Sea, and there will be no strong people in 100 years, so little is known about devil fruit." Click rushed to Lei Yin and said, "There is really a way to heaven, you don't go, there is no way to hell, you broken and killed my people, don't want to retreat. How about using a slaughter knife to kill a chicken?" At this time, a lean man in a red snake gown waved two tea crutchers with his left and right hands and said to Click, "Leader, let me take care of this kid." Click smiled coldly, "All right, let them taste the hammer." Upon seeing this, Joseph and Johnny also said to Lei Yin, "Brother, don't bother you to do it, let's deal with this guy." "Hey, you guys!" Before Lei Yin could finish speaking, the two of them rushed up. Lei Yin, who is familiar with animation, knows that this person holding two T-shaped hammers is Ghost Akin, the captain of the Click pirate fleet, despite his length and thinness, but his personal combat effectiveness is very strong. Sanji was defeated in the original work. In fact, what Lei Yin wanted to say was, "Don't go, you will definitely get beaten." But before finishing talking, the three of them were already fighting together. As expected, Joseph and Johnny divided by two, they were upset by others. Akin proudly stepped on Johnny's body, and pointed at Joseph's head with a T-hammer, "I don't take any on myself, at this level, dare to come to a duel with me." Seeing the tragic situation of the two, Lei Yin half hidden his face and couldn't bear to look at them. In less than 2 minutes, it was still 2-on-1, these two guys were beaten into this virtue, and these two little brothers were really a headache. At this moment, Akin lifted the hammer to Joseph's head, and he was about to die. All of a sudden, blood spattered. Flying Thunder God / White Blade. I saw that where the three of them were, a white light flashed across, directly cutting through Ajin's outstretched arm, and the T-shaped hammer fell to the ground without hitting Joseph. What? Everyone didn't even see when Lei Yin had already flown in front of Ajin. This is the combination of Lei Yin's newly learned B-level ninjutsu Flying Thunder God / and the imitation of his own ninjutsu White Blade, to give a very fast blow. With this blow, Lei Yin didn't draw his sword. If he draws his sword, Ajin's arm is already broken. The speed is still not as fast as I thought. Lei Yin muttered to himself. Although Lei Yin was still dissatisfied with this, it was already disappearing as quickly as everyone looked at it. "Then kid, how did you do it? Is this 6 types shaving? 6 style shaved? I just heard about it, I haven't seen it." Lei Yin's move caused another round of discussion. Not to mention Flying Thunder God, in the East China Sea, there are few people who can shave. Although Ajin had a long and deep wound on his right arm, his momentum remained undiminished. He waved a T-hammer with his left hand and attacked Lei Yin. You are really a stubborn person. With that said, Lei Yin attached chakra to his leg and flew a kick on Ajin. Ajin flew a few meters with a hammer and fell to the ground and fainted. No one dared to step forward, but Click saw Lei Yin's strength and felt a little drumming in his heart. Can breathe fire, teleport, and kill the most powerful captain on his ship in 2 hits. The next one, I'm afraid it's myself. Click opened the armor on his right arm, and stretched out a small caliber cannon at Lei Yin. Boy, although I don't know what your background is, it doesn't look simple. Lei Yin smiled suddenly, thanks for the praise. But, no matter how good you are, can you stop the artillery? As he said, the muzzle of Click's right arm flashed 3 times in a row, and 3 shells hit Lei Yin. Lei Yin took out 3 kunao from his inventory, with chakra attached to it, and suddenly threw it in the direction of the cannonball. Kumo hit the cannonball with precision, and the cannonball was bombed in midair without injuring anyone at all. Even the shells can't hurt him. Is this guy invincible? Seeing Lei Yin easily stopped the cannonball attack, the pirates showed a look of fear. When the Navy saw this scene, it was relieved a lot, because now the Navy and Lei Yin are teammates in the same camp. If Lei Yin can win, it will represent the Navy's victory. The Major exclaimed excitedly, come on, boy, although you don't know who you are, you must defeat Click. Come on, kid. Down with them. The Navy supported Lei Yin. It is really uncommon for a regular army to support a person. But forget it, Lei Yin thought, even if the Navy does it, it won't be useful except to increase the number of casualties. At this moment, Click really felt scared. He couldn't hide the look of jealousy on his face. Let alone the strength he showed before, now even the burst of shells can't hurt him. How can you still take him? What is this kid's ability? I'm afraid he can't understand even if he breaks his head. Upon seeing this, Click turned around and said to the pirates under him, little ones, you go and get rid of that guy for me. What? The pirates showed a dilemma, but, the leader. Click said angrily, are you going to disobey my orders? The pirates looked dumbfounded one by one, thinking to themselves, aren't you going to deal with this kid? How did you become us? If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 26, Carp is here. The pirates did not dare to disobey Click's order, so they had to bite the bullet and rushed over. Facing the hundreds of people who rushed forward, Lei Yin only smiled faintly, and then suddenly the seal was formed between his hands flying up and down. Water escaped the art of water turbulence. I saw that the index and middle fingers of Lei Yin's right hand were placed beside his mouth, spitting out a huge water wave like a waterfall, and the pirates who attacked were washed away by the water wave. Dozens of pirates were not only washed down, but one by one turned into a rookie. At this time, not only the Navy and the pirates, but even a group of Joseph and Johnny who were watching the battle, their jaw dropped to the ground. This guy, what the is going on? We are fighting monsters. This guy is not something we can defeat at all. The screams were endless among the pirates. Spit fire, spray water, teleport, face-blocking shells. Nima, even if it is a devil fruit-capable person, it is impossible to have so many abilities, right? The matter is far from over. The ability that Lei Yin demonstrated next has refreshed everyone's 3 views over and over again. At this time, a large warship stopped at the port north of the town of Schultz. Hey, why are there so many pirate ships here? A lieutenant colonel on the warship was puzzled. Lieutenant General Carp, look, there seems to be something wrong in town. It seems that I have just experienced a war, and there are fires everywhere. Carp took off his dog's head mask when he heard the words, and looked at the town solemnly from the warship. There must be something wrong, let's go down and see. Yes. Lieutenant General. Click saw a piece of pirates that had been washed down, and it took a long time to react, and then he continued to launch an attack. The pirates have no fighting spirit for a long time, and can't wait to flee this place of right and wrong right away, leaving a monster-like kid, helpless. The command of the leader has to follow. The corner of Lei Yin's mouth evokes an inconspicuous arc. It's better to give you something so difficult to see you. When everyone was unsure of the reason, Lei Yin's hands flew up, and the seal was re-established, and then his hands and 5 fingers were stretched out to the ground. Lei Dun go! Following this, thunder and lightning scattered along the ground facing the pirates. The pirates didn't have time to escape. Each of them was scorched by electricity, especially those who were hit by water turbulence, or those who stepped in the water, were unlucky and passed out directly by the electricity. Lei Dun Earth Walk, sea level ninjutsu spread in the earth, and water dunjutsu will be stronger. At this point, the only person left to fight the pirates was Click. But Click could no longer restrain the fear in his heart, and in a moment, he changed his face. Putting on the spiked sword mountain cloak, diamond gloves, and taking out his strongest weapon war gun, his body was almost armed to the teeth. Click holds a big gun, boy, let's see how you attack me now. His sword mountain cloak spikes almost covered the whole body, and the hardness was even harder than his original steel armor. It could be said to be impenetrable, water and fire. He thought that even if Lei Yin was strong, he would never want to hurt himself wearing sword mountain cloak. Seeing the spikes all over, Lei Yin pushed and laughed, "Uncle, you finally came out with a magic costume, but it looks no different from durian." Hearing this, Click became even more angry, brandishing a big gun, "Boy, watch me split you into 2 parts." At this time, Lei Yin also felt that he had had enough fun, and finally pulled out the shinobi behind him. At this moment, everyone was staring at this kid who surprised them over and over again. The next moment, the shinobi sword was entwined with thunder and lightning. Lei Dun Thousand Bird Blade. What? Click rushed up in a panic. Sword mountain cloak was directly chopped by the attached thunderbolt. His chest was directly cut open. Click fell to the ground and convulsed a few times, and there was no more breath. Looking at Click who fell on the ground, Lei Yin withdrew the power of thunder and retracted the ninja sword into the sheath. This move Thunder Dunchidori Blade was originally created by Sasuke Uchiha in Naruto, and Rei Yin evolved it according to the Thunder Dunchidori Ryu technique, and it was grade B. In fact, at the beginning, Lei Yin was fully capable of smashing Click with a single move, and completely wiped out Click pirates with his own power. The reason for using so many tricks is to experiment with the newly learned ninjutsu, and secondly to abuse the soldiers, which can increase the experience value. In other words, from the beginning, Lei Yin did not fight seriously. What Lei Yin didn't know was that Carp had arrived 3 minutes ago and witnessed Lei Yin's heroic beheading of Click with the Thousand Bird Blade. Win, win. We have won. This kid is really strong. It's like a dream. The remaining navies of the 153 branch could not restrain their emotions and cheered. Seeing this, Carp, who had just arrived, couldn't help but ask, "Where did this kid come from?" "Lieutenant Colonel, I don't know, but it looks like someone from our navy." After the victory, the navy began to clean the battlefield to appease the townspeople. Seeing that the navy of the navy headquarters was coming, the remaining pirates were arrested obediently and taken to prison. It was when Lei Yin saw the headline in the newspaper a week ago that Carp was ordered by the Marshall Warring States to inspect the East China Sea, but he did not expect to encounter such a thing when he came to Schultz Town. So Carp immediately sent someone to investigate the ins and outs of the matter, and most importantly, to find out the identity of the kid who killed Click. On the one hand, Carp sent people to investigate. On the other hand, he personally questioned the naval officers of the 153 branch. 153 branch office building. After hearing the words of the officers, Carp stood up angrily and smashed the desk in front of him with his fist. "Come on, find out that Colonel short for me and drive him out of the naval base, dismissed on the spot, never hired." "Yes. Colonel Short is really no one. From the fight to the present, he has been scared and never showed up. The commander-in-chief of a base is stupefied and left his army alone. How can Carp not be angry? Don't look at Carp's usual cynical expression, he is still very serious about things. How could it be possible to push the former One Piece King Gordirager into desperation several times? How can he be a lieutenant admiral? Not only that, at the moment when the desk was smashed by the punch just now, all the 153 branch officers present were silent, and they really deserved the name of Iron Fist. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 27, Lieutenant Colonel. Short was dismissed. The Major, who had played no key role, was promoted to Colonel 153 by Carp. Menka was promoted from Cao Chong to Lieutenant because he was tenaciously blocking the pirates. As for Lei Ian, the navy of Carp listening to 153 described it as being able to breathe fire, spit water, release lightning, teleport, and also some swordsmanship. This is a bullshit. Carp listened to their serious nonsense, thinking he had a hearing problem. However, if all 153 branches said this, he was very suspicious. These navies can't all be crazy, right? Even the dark fruit of the strongest natural element can only absorb one kind of fruit ability, and has at most 2 abilities. This guy has shown no less than 3 natural attributes. Don't say such people are in the East China Sea, but there are no people in the world, right? What is it not bullshit? But since all the branches have the same caliber from top to bottom, this greatly aroused Carp's curiosity. He also wanted to try it out. After all, seeing is believing. And he was not there at the time of the incident. Unexpectedly, 2 days later, Lei Yin came back by himself. The reason is simple, he came back to ask for money. When he first killed Click, Shelt's town was already a mess, and Lei Yin was not ashamed to ask the navy to redeem the bounty. Now that the navy has rested and recovered, Lei Yin is here. Carp was sitting at his desk, eating snacks and drinking tea, and when he saw Lei Yin he had a trademark amiable smile. Boy, I was about to send someone to find you, but I didn't expect you to come. Find me? The forehead lines on Carp's forehead gathered together and smiled more brilliantly. Boy, your deeds have been spread in the navy. I don't dare to think that everything happens. Okay. Before Lei Yin could react to what Carp was saying, Carp winked at a lieutenant colonel standing next to him. Upon seeing this, the lieutenant colonel kicked Lei Yin without saying anything. Fortunately, Lei Yin reacted quickly, and he dodged the kick all of a sudden. The lieutenant colonel flew into the air, kicked it against the wall and kicked it out a big hole. Lei Yin flashed aside and was angry at the time. Hey, old man, what do you mean? Carp took a bite of senbei. This is Lieutenant Colonel Pruz, my deputy captain of the guard, come and check with him. Lei Yin's deeds were circulated in the 153 Navy, and the attacks he showed at least 3 attributes were unbelievable, so Carp sent his hand to test it. There was no expression on the face of this Lieutenant Colonel Pruz, like a facial paralysis, giving people a very cold feeling. Lei Yin looked at the big hole that was kicked out just now, and jumped out of the hole. Pruz thought he was going to escape and immediately chased him out. Standing on the naval training playground, Lei Yin stopped running and stood on the spot. The space inside is too small to be displayed. Let's come here. Pruz still had no expression on his face, and he didn't speak, and he rushed towards Thunder. Carp stood behind the hole just kicked out, watching the battle with interest. Pruz took the lead in using the 6 types finger spear, and went straight to Lei Yin. Lei Yin did not dodge, but still used chakra to gather his body, finger spear, and slammed it back. Took a few steps. Worthy of being a lieutenant colonel in the Navy headquarters, this pointing gun is completely different from what Miller used before. When Lei Yin stopped, he showed an inconspicuous smile. From this blow, it can be seen that this guy is not a waiter, and fighting a master is also one of his interests in life. At this time, officers and soldiers from the 153 branch of the Navy stood on the periphery of the training field, all coming to watch the battle. Lei Yin flew up and down with both hands, quickly forming a seal. Art fire escape fireball. Accompanied by a high heat, a group of scarlet flames burst out of Lei Yin's mouth, hitting Pruz, but Pruz suddenly disappeared in place and disappeared, 6 styles shaved. The Navy around the training ground also babbled. The kid that day came here again. It's the same trick to spit fire. Seeing this scene, Karp somewhat believed the words of the 153 Navy. At this time, he also had some drumming in his heart. Is this the natural ability to burn fruits? No, that's not right. Burning fruit has been eaten by Ace. How could there be 2 same abilities in the world? As Karp thought to himself, Pruz had already come to Lei Yin. 6 styles Arashi feet. Pruz lifted his foot and quickly kicked out a blue aura like a slash, while thunder sound disappeared in place at the same speed, and the blue aura cut a deep on the ground. Trace. Flying Thunder God Slash. When Lei Yin appeared again, he had been behind the lieutenant colonel, and the lieutenant colonel turned around. Lei Yin's hand had already gathered a blue chakra ball. Spiral Pill. Pruz didn't have time to react. Spiral Maru hit the body mercilessly. Pruz suffered this blow at such a close range, spinning and flying more than 20 meters away, and fell to the ground. Pruz stood up tremblingly, and when he fell again, declared Lei Yin's victory. At this moment, even Karp couldn't help but look at Lei Yin. Even the naval commander who has experienced many battles is not his opponent. This kid has this unfathomable strength. Lei Yin walked over slowly, looked up at Karp on the 3rd floor, and said loudly, "Master, I have defeated this guy. Can I talk about my affairs now?" Karp brought up his dog's head mask and laughed boldly, "Haha, the old man can see that you are not an ordinary kid. Well, let's talk about what you have." Lei Yin, "I killed Click. Give me the bounty now." Karp is a lieutenant general in this department, and this matter is just one sentence to him. Karp thought for a moment, and then said, "Okay, but you have to promise the old man a condition." "Condition?" Karp said earnestly, "I sincerely invite you to join the Navy. I don't know what your wishes are like." "What?" Hearing this, Lei Yin's jaw almost fell to the ground. Although Karp usually has a funny personality, he didn't seem to be joking when he said this. Joining the Navy, Lei Yin has almost never had such an idea since he came to this world. Pirate hunters, pirates, revolutionary army, adventurer, he thought about all these, but he did not think about joining the Navy. Upon hearing this, Lei Yin said with a straight face, "What if I refuse?" "Okay. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 28, Cap vs Rayan. Hearing Lei Yin's words, Karp pushed his dog head hat and put his hands on his chest. "Haha, if you refuse, then you don't want the 13 million bounty." "What?" Karp has always been more chaotic, and Lei Yin believes that he can still do such things. Lei Yin couldn't help but get a little angry. "Hey, old man, can you justify a little bit? Is there anyone like you who forced people into the gang?" Karp still laughed heartily. "It's okay not to join the Navy, but you have to defeat another talent." Without thinking about it, Lei Yin asked directly, "Who?" Karp jumped directly from the hole on the 3rd floor. "Me. How about it? Boy, do you dare to fight?" "What?" Even if Lei Yin can defeat the head of the school official and sling 10 million level reward criminals, who is Karp? That was the old opponent of Gordirager of One Piece, and his combat power was comparable to that of the 3 generals and the 4 emperors. This is the first time Lei Yin has come to this world and feels that there is no chance of winning a duel. Ever since, Lei Yin agreed to this challenge. It is a hero who knows that he cannot do it. Carp smiled, ha ha ha, kid, you really have the courage, but I have to remind you. Just now our agreement was that if you lose, you won't even be able to get half of Bailey. Stop talking nonsense, come on. Lei Yin said. He pulled out the shinobi behind his back and held the hilt in his mouth. In your mouth? He didn't say a word, and between his hands flying up and down, the seal was suddenly formed. Art fire escape fireball. A fiery ball of fire sprayed directly at Carp. Carp didn't even hide. He just raised his fist and slammed the fireball. In a short time, the fireball disappeared. Of course Lei Yin would not expect this move to be able to defeat it. He held the ninja sword in his mouth in his hand, and while rushing forward, the ninja sword was entwined with thunder and lightning. Thunder Sword Thousand Bird Blade. It turned out that Lei Yin had planned in his heart for a long time, and first used the fireball art as a cover. When Carp was caught off guard, he quickly used thunder and lightning. Not wanting to give Carp some reaction time, Chidori blade slashed towards Carp. Carp just quickly raised his foot, kicked it on Lei Yin's right hand, and directly kicked the ninja sword in his hand, breaking the thunder. Sound moves. Iron Fist of Love. The next moment, Carp used his iron fist to counterattack, and slammed his fist towards Lei Yin. Lei Yin used a B-level flying thunder god slash to get out of the iron fist, and Carp's iron fist hit the ground directly. Throwing the ground into a deep pit several meters, the 153 navies looking around couldn't help but take a breath. No. Deserving of a lieutenant general. Tekken Carp really lives up to the name. I have never seen a fight like this. This kid is really strong. He has repeatedly defeated powerful enemies, and he can beat the lieutenant general to this level. While watching the navies talk about chickens and ducks, Lei Yin had already appeared in front of Carp. When he appeared, there was a blue chakra ball in his hand. This chakra ball was better than when he defeated Pruz. The one is bigger. Day spiral pill. Even Carp felt this powerful cyclone energy in the face. He didn't dare to be sloppy and swung his iron fist to meet him. Iron Fist of Love. Iron Fist and Daiyu Helix Maru collided together, and a powerful shock wave was generated centering on the two of them, blowing up the hats of the onlookers. While the navy was stunned, Lei Yin was shaken back 6 or 7 steps away. Sure enough, this power is still inferior to Carp. Lei Yin shook his head secretly when he was shaken. Judging from the strength of his fist and the intensity of his attack, the old man really didn't let go of any water, and he really regarded himself as the target of a duel. If you go all out, I will rise to fight. As he was thinking, he flew with both hands, and when Jian was completed, he made a ninjutsu trick, water escape, the technique of water chaos. A cascading water column suddenly launched towards Carp. Carp still raised his fist, beat the water column into splashes, and drifted away. No matter what you do, I can just blow it to pieces. Lei Yin had long expected that if he could defeat Carp in this way, unless he had the fighting power of the 4 emperors level, or even higher. Under Carp's iron fist bombardment, the ground was already covered with water. At this time, Lei Yin is mobilizing the chakra of thunder and preparing to release a powerful lightning attack to Carp. Lei Dun Thousand. Hey! Before Lei Yin could release the Chidori flow, Carp used 6 types shave to quickly appear in front of him, knocking Lei Yin to the ground with a punch, and Lei Yin was caught off guard. This time he was severely hit. Smash to punch. Carp's iron fist is well known all over the world, but as everyone knows, he is still a master of 6 types, and he has mastered the shave practice in 6 types, which determines the speed. Flying Thunder God Slash is much faster. After all, the man who can push the One Piece King Gordirager into desperation must not be an ordinary man. Lei Yin was smashed, but he stood up from the ground in pain. This guy, do you want to fight? Really tenacious. The navy discussed, and saw Lei Yin stretched out his right hand, and once again assembled the blue chakra ball cyclone. At this time, Karp's fist was blackened, armed color iron fist. The domineering fist entwined with the armed color slammed into Lei Yin's head, directly slamming Lei Yin to the ground, smashing a deep pit. This time, Lei Yin didn't stand up, he, defeated. Karp lifted Lei Yin from the ground, with a kind smile on his face again. You can actually make the old man use iron fists no more than 5 times in another battle. You kid is not easy, ha ha ha. Lei Yin looked a little embarrassed, but still forced a smile. If you lose, you lose. I'm willing to bet and lose. Old man, I promise you to join the navy. Ha ha ha, that's good. If you can come, I would like to warmly welcome you on behalf of the navy. Why would Karp want Lei Yin to join the navy? As everyone knows, he has always wanted his 2 grandsons, Ace and Luffy, to become powerful naval fighters, but it is not satisfactory. The guy Ace has gone out of Karp's sight and went out to sea as a pirate. Needless to say, Luffy's single-celled creature, even though he was still in Windmill Village, the kid said, I am the man who wants to be One Piece, making Karp speechless. At this time, Lei Yin's by Ace was a few years older. Seeing him, Karp thought of his 2 grandsons, and seeing that he had seen his strength again, so he deliberately included him under his command. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 29, The First Bloodline. But, old man, there is one thing you haven't promised me. Lei Yin said. Karp took off the dog's head mask. What's the matter? My 13 million, you haven't given it to me yet. Lei Yin said seriously. Karp's head grew bigger, his teeth became sharp, and he yelled at Lei Yin, Hey, you are now a naval soldier, how do you pay back the money? Lei Yin was confident, Master, you have to remember that when I defeated Click, I was a pirate hunter, not a navy, so the navy should give me the money. What Lei Yin said made sense, and Karp was speechless. Okay, okay. I can't help you. Then, I will first thank you, old man. Although Lei Yin was defeated, he was greatly favored by Karp, making people feel that he did not feel defeated at all. Just ask, on this sea, how many people are Tekken Karp's opponents? Must become stronger. Lei Yin secretly made up his mind. Now that Lei Yin became a navy, there was no reason for Joseph and Johnny who followed him to follow him again. A day later, Lei Yin gave his boat to 2 people. The 2 were very grateful. They stood on the boat from left to right. They still looked very symmetrical. They both had machetes at their waists, and they both pressed their chins with their fists. Joseph, brother, how long has it been? I have been taken care of. Johnny, brother, we 2 have never admired anyone. You are the first. Joseph, next time we meet, we hope to become as strong as Big Brother. Lei Yin smiled at them, well, if I meet again next time, maybe I will already be the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. You 2, must become stronger. Johnny, it will be. The 2 of them burst into tears, covering their faces and crying, Brother, you have to take care, we are leaving. Looking at the 2 in pain, Lei Yin smiled, well, there will be a period of time later. If I know you are in danger, I will definitely help. After bidding farewell to the 2, Lei Yin received a reward of 13 million from the 153 branch. He turned on the Hokage system again, and the system sent a message that excited him. Your ninja level is as high as the middle ninja, intermediate level, you can draw the first bloodline limit, the first time the cost is 10 million Baileys. Confirm drawing now? Lei Yin did not hesitate to click OK. 10 cards with the orange nin on the back appeared in front of them. Lei Yin chose the 5th card from the right. The card slowly turned over. An exciting moment is coming. When the card was turned to the front, a line of small words appeared in front of you. Writing round eyes, a pupil technique, the blood inheritance of the Uchiha family, the descendants of Indra, the eldest son of the 6 immortals, can continue to evolve. After reading it, the card turned into an orange light and injected into Lei Yin's body. Then the system continues to prompt, since the blood succession boundary will increase the host's strength rapidly, the cost of drawing the blood succession boundary is 10 million Baileys for the first time, 100 million Baileys for the second time, 1 billion Baileys for the third time, and so on. The more you need to pay, the more you need to pay, which also shows that the host can have more than one blood inheritance boundary at the same time. In that case, do you have a writing wheel? Everything is like a dream. Next, let's experiment. Right round eyes, open. I found a mirror and looked at it, and saw Tukuyu suddenly turning in his eyes. Shuanguyu's writing wheel? Even Lei Yin felt a little shock inside. Looking at the Tukuyu eyes turning in the mirror, he seemed to have seen a bright future for him. Amaterasu, moon reading, divine power, and even Susanoo. But now that he had just obtained the Shulanyan, he may not have adapted yet. He felt that the chakra in his body was losing rapidly, so he temporarily recovered his ability and his eyes returned to normal. The matter is not over yet. After obtaining the writing wheel, he still has 3 million Baileys on his body. Adding the 1.8 million left over before, he now has more than 4.8 million Baileys. Then, he turned on the ninjutsu system and chose to draw 2 C-level ninjutsu. The results are as follows. Lion Bullet, Grade C, a physical skill that first kicks the enemy into the air and then gives the enemy a heavy blow. Wind Done, Great Breakthrough, Level C, breath out the wind from the mouth to blow away the enemy, without much damage by itself. After obtaining Shaolunyan and these 2 C-level ninjutsu, Lei Yin's personal information was updated again. Lei Yin. Sex, male. Age, 16 years old. Ninja level, Zhongnan, intermediate. Blood succession boundary or human pillar power, writing round eye, now Shuangu Jade. Ninjutsu, Reidun Chidoryu, Grade A, Thunder Sword Chidori Blade, B level, White Blade, D level, determined by the self-made art system, Helix Maru, A grade, Daiyu Helix Maru, Grade A, Fire Escape the art of Fireball, Grade C, Water Escape the art of Water Turbulence, Grade C, Thunder Dune Earthwalk, Grade C, Flying Thunder God Slash, Grade B, Lion Bullet, Grade C, Feng Dun Great Breakthrough, Grade C. Inventory, Ninja, Weapon Sealing Scroll ×2, Kunao ×10. Psychic Beast, none. Fairy Mode, not turned on. Chakra Amount, 67507200. After reading his resume, Lei Yin nodded in satisfaction. Having agreed to join the navy, Lei Yin waited for Karp's arrangement. In fact, there is nothing wrong with joining the navy, especially if you join Karp's subordinates. Lei Yin can directly enter the navy headquarters, Malin Fanduo, to see the scenery of the new world. Among other things, considering Lei Yin's ability to crush the headquarters of the lieutenant colonel, even the 153 navies who witnessed the battle felt that when Lei Yin joined the navy, even if he was not a major, he was at least a lieutenant officer. As a result, Karp gave him a military rank that no one thought. The third class. 153 branch colonel's office. Lei Yin was very puzzled. Old man, are you joking? No matter how I am, I shouldn't be given this rank, right? Karp still smiled heartily. Little devil, you are still too young. If you go directly to the navy headquarters with me now, I will give you a higher rank. It will definitely cause people to dissatisfy. Moreover, you are now determined to be upright. Sheng, the old man wants to sharpen you. Lei Yin thought for a moment. Wait, you mean I am not only a third-class soldier, but also the navy headquarters? Karp smiled. Yes, I plan to put you in Rogtown for a period of training, and I will definitely send you back to the navy headquarters in the future. Don't look at Kapu's usual carelessness and amusement, but he is actually extremely delicate. Lei Yin's own strength is not weak, and he will definitely grow up in the future. If he rashly brings it back, even if Carp doesn't say anything, can others not ask this guy from an unknown source? In case of defecting or other things in the future, it will have extremely bad effects on the Navy. And let him stay in Rog Town for a period of time. First, let Lei Yin adapt to the life of the Navy. Second, when he brought Lei Yin to the Navy headquarters, he had been in the Navy, and the roots would be convinced by everyone. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 30, Rogue Town. Now that Carp had said so, Lei Yin agreed. In order to avoid letting people know the relationship between Lei Yin and Carp, Carp went back to the Navy headquarters after completing the procedures for Lei Yin. Even though Carp only gave him the rank of third-class soldier, Carp still attaches great importance to Lei Yin. After all, he still wants to summon more power for the Navy. After Carp left, Lei Yin also drove a small boat to Rogue Town to report. The town of Rog is near the entrance of the Great Sea Route, where the previous generation of Pirate King Gordirager was born and executed here. So it is called the town of beginning and end. When he came to Luch Town, Lei Yin felt that it was much more prosperous than the previous Shelt's Town, Zhendong Village, and Zhengzi Village. The streets were cleaned up, and there were various shops and restaurants along the road. The women who walked by the road were all dressed up and stylishly. According to the time, the colonel in Rog Town shouldn't be smog. Lei Yin muttered thoughtfully as he walked. As I was thinking about it, 3 Navy men were walking on the street not far away. A little girl hopped around with ice cream and accidentally bumped into the Navy in the middle, and the ice cream was all over him. From the uniform point of view, the Navy in the middle is a sergeant, while the left and right sides are 2 second-class soldiers. The little girl's father ran over and quickly apologized, "Mr. Hai-jun, I'm so sorry, my daughter was not careful." "Asshole! It's numb, do you have eyes?" The sergeant, who was full of brains and fatness, immediately became angry. "Yes, yeah, you are offending the Navy," said the private on the left. The little girl was so frightened that she cried. And her father looked a little horrified. "Mr. Navy, my girl is really careless." "Fat sergeant, less long-winded, you have soiled my pants, what do you say?" Little girl's father, "Then what do you say?" "Compensation for 10,000 Bailey." Hearing this, the little girl's father looked awkward. "Mr. Hai-jun, this is too unreasonable." "Hemp, you dare to disobey me." As he said, the fat sergeant staggered the man with a fist, and the little girl cried harder. The fat sergeant still didn't stop, and kicked the little girl. "Hey!" The young man, who didn't know where he appeared from, kicked the fat sergeant out of the distance. "The boy is Lei Yin." This moment, directly scared the 2 second-class soldiers around him. The private on the right reacted first. "Hey, boy, are you looking for death? Do you know who you are fighting? Who do you love?" After speaking, Lei Yin punched the second-class soldier. The second-class soldier on the left immediately assisted the fat sergeant. The fat sergeant stood up from the ground, his face turned very ugly. "Hemp, what day is it? There are so many unsophisticated people running out. That kid, I must have killed you." With that said, the fat sergeant pulled out the saber around his waist and rushed towards Lei Yin. "The lion plays." Lei Yin quickly stepped into the air and kicked the fat sergeant into the air with one kick, then knocked his knees on his stomach and smashed it down. The fat sergeant spit out foam and fainted. Lei Yin's action was not because of how great he was, but because he couldn't understand the arrogant appearance of that fat sergeant. Also, he himself likes little girls who are a few years old. This fat sergeant was named Baker, a local snake in Rog Town. It is said that he has a deep backstage in Rog Town. With his own power, he runs rampantly in Rog Town, bullying men and women, and is even more horizontal than crabs. In other words, Lei Yan had offended a Tai Sui in the army before he became an official navy. When Baker woke up, Lei Yan had gone through a series of formalities to join the army, became a third-class soldier, and was assigned to the 6th team as an ordinary combatant. Coincidentally, it was Sergeant Baker who served as the captain of the 6th team. It's not that enemies don't get together. Regarding the fact that Lei Yan knocked him out with just one blow, Baker knew that this guy himself had some strength, so he didn't dare to fight him head-on. So, at night, he ordered the soldiers of his team to clean up Thunder. While Lei Yan was asleep, Baker sent a few people to Lei Yan's bed. Baker cast a look at them, and they pressed Lei Yan on the bed. When Lei Yan suddenly woke up from his dream, he saw the hideous faces of a few people. Baker stepped forward and looked at Lei Yan with a smile. "Boy, when I first came, I dared to beat Lao Tzu into that way, I can't assume that nothing happened." Then, several navies holding him looked at him with a smile. Lei Yan looked calmly. "What do you want?" Baker smiled more gloomily. "In order to welcome you, tonight, we will treat you well." A second-class soldier said, "I'll relax your muscles and bones." With that, a few people directly dragged Lei Yan up, and within a short time, Lei Yan disappeared. What about people? Just as people were surprised, Lei Yan had appeared behind Baker. "What are you looking for? I am here, idiots." Baker turned around, his voice a little hesitant. He's here, hurry up, get him." "Are these people Lei Yan's opponents?" I saw that Lei Yan rushed from left to right in the rushing navy, and within tens of seconds, he beat them to pieces, and fell to the ground wailing and crying. Baker was already silly on the spot. Lei Yan resorted to another move, lion bullets, directly vomiting blood from Baker's mouth and nose, and fell to the ground. Lei Yan pulled out a sword, sat directly on him, and put the sword on his fat neck. Baker was so scared that his fat face visibly twitched twice. "Brother Lei Yan, I was wrong, Lei Yan smiled at him. "Mr. Army CAO, who was trying to loosen my muscles and bones just now." It may be that Lei Yan suffered an internal injury just now, and Baker still has blood in his mouth and nose. "Brother Lei Yan, oh no, uncle, the little one has eyes but does not know Taishan, you." Lei Yan said with a smile, "I don't know if I can make a few strokes of this sword on your fat body, can I draw out the oil?" Baker's face was even more horrified. "Master, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please let me go." "Oh, I'm going to be an uncle now, I'm really terrified." Baker still kept begging for mercy and wailing. Lei Yan stretched out his slap and slapped Baker's fat face twice. Suddenly his expression changed. "Tell you, fat pig, be honest with me in the future, or I will use this sword to scratch your body. You can't get enough fat." Baker panicked. "I see, Uncle Lei Yan, I see. P.S. Thank you Yezinyun for the 10 recommended tickets. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 31, STFO. After Lei Yan's tossing, Baker didn't dare to mess with him. They are both the 6th team, and Baker is also the captain of the 6th team. Although the two lived under the same roof, Baker greeted Lei with a smile every time he saw Lei Yan, yelling "Big Brother" one by one, for fear of offending the sacred kid. It made Lei Yan not like a third-class soldier at all, but like a military master. For example, the second and third-class soldiers of the Navy stationed in the place usually only train for shooting and target shooting, or the most basic sword assassination. Lei Yan can do daily training with the Navy in the first few days. After a while, he felt bored. For him, such training is a waste of life. So after a few days, he simply stopped training and started his own practice. If so, Sergeant Baker didn't even dare to let go. Suddenly, when Lei Yan was practicing spiral pill alone, the system heard a prompt. According to the system's judgment, you have reached the level of entering a different time and space to hunt psychic beasts. Are you sure to enter now? Oh, this is really a surprise. Lei Yin didn't even think about it, and clicked OK directly. In the next moment, Lei Yin came to another world. Looking around, there are mountains and mountains, clouds and mist, and it looks like a fairyland. Not long after walking, Lei Yin came to the foot of the highest peak, where there stood a stone stele with 3 big golden characters Sheng Fo Ling written on it. Saint Buddha Mountain? This could not help causing Lei Yin to fall into deep thought. The 3 celestial lands in Hokage were Miyama Mountain, Longdi Cave, and Wetbone Forest. This Sheng Fo Ling has never been heard of. Just thinking about it, an unfriendly guy suddenly walked out from behind the stele. It is more than 3 meters long and is a white tiger with black stripes, but it looks a bit like a cat. Later, Lei Yin knew that its name was Maohu Demon. Seeing Lei Yin, this cat-tiger monster was not very polite, and directly showed its claws sharper than a razor, pounced on it, and threw Lei Yin directly to the ground. Lei Yin fell on the ground calmly and smiled calmly. What? Come up and bite if you don't agree with you. You, the tabby cat, really has a bad temper. Hearing this, the cat and tiger beast roared, opened his blood basin and bit at Lei Yin's head. In a short time, Lei Yin made a flying thunder god slash and disappeared in place, and the cat and tiger beast bite into the air. When the cat and tiger beast spotted him, Lei Yin had already appeared behind him. Lei Yin looked at it and laughed and said, "Hey, little cat, if I can easily be killed by you, I guess I am not qualified. Enter this Sheng Fo mountain." Hearing this, the cat, tiger and beast roared and changed into 4, enclosing Lei Yin in the core in 4 directions, east, west, north, and south. This is the shadow clone? Or is it clone technique? As expected of Naruto's ninja beast, it could do such a trick. Regardless of the fact that Lei Yin's eyes suddenly changed their original form. Writing round eyes, open. In the next moment, there were 2 Guyu spinning back and forth in Lei Yin's eyes. Without any explanation, the 4 cats, tigers, and beasts rushed towards Lei Yin. Art fire escape fireball. Between Lei Yin's hands flipping up and down, he was already impressed, aiming at one of them and ejecting a hot flame. It turned out that the cat-tiger beast's clone was only an E-grade clone technique. Lei Yin's writing wheel could see through his true body at a glance, so he launched an attack decisively, and the 3 clones of the cat-tiger beast under attack disappeared instantly. However, what Lei Yin didn't expect was the real body that was attacked by the How to fireball actually spouted water, instantly extinguishing Lei Yin's fireball. Not only that, but the water directly rushed Lei Yin out more than 10 meters. The water escape technique used by the cats and tigers is not a sea-level water turbulence at all, but a higher-level B-level water dragon bomb art. This could not help but aroused Lei Yin's great interest. Seeing that his technique was not working, Lei Yin gathered chakra on his right fist and smashed it towards the cat and tiger. Seeing that his fist was about to hit the cat-tiger beast, a hard wall appeared in front of him. Lei Yin's fist was on it, leaving only a fist mark. This is Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall? This guy can not only escape from water, but also escape from Earth. It's getting more and more interesting. Looking at the hard wall made by the cat, tiger, and beast in front of him, Lei Yin couldn't help but smile. The next moment, I saw him pull out the shinobi sword behind him, attaching thunder and lightning to it, and the whole body of the sword clicks. Thunder Sword Thousand Bird Blade. When Lei Yin struck away again, he raised his sword and fell directly, splitting the earth wall directly, and slashing to the body of the cat and tiger beast. The body of the cat and tiger beast splashed with blood. The next moment, the cat and tiger beast that was chopped off turned into a cute little tiger cat. It recovered as if it had never been chopped down before, and its size was no different from that of a young domestic cat. Hey! When Lei Yin was surprised, the little tiger cat ran towards him like Fei, jumped directly on his shoulder, and gently licked his cheek like a puppy. He thought that this little guy was going to launch an offense, but depending on the situation, it clearly came to show his favor. Just as Lei Yin was dumbfounded, another standing cat appeared. To be precise, it is a civet cat. Standing civet cat? Lei Yin looked at the civet cat in front of him. It stood like a person, dressed in robes, and was only about 1.2 meters tall. What is ridiculous is that behind it is carrying a sword that is only a little lower than his height, which seems to have no sense of disobedience. Seeing it looked like this, Lei Yin almost didn't laugh, but he still held back. Lei Yin and Li Mao stood face to face for a while, silent for a while, and Li Mao finally spoke. "You are not easy, you actually defeated the cat and tiger beast." This mouth surprised Lei Yin. "Who are you?" "Actually, it should be asked what kind of civet cat are you?" "I am the Rummy Cat Sword Fairy from Sheng Foling, you can also call me Rummy Cat San Xian, father let me wait for you here for a long time." "Tanuki Sword Fairy? Buddha?" Lei Yin listened to the clouds in the mist. "What are you talking about? What Buddha? What exactly is this Sheng Foling? Also, what's the matter with this kitten?" Tian Mao Jianxian did not directly answer him, but drew the sword behind him. "These questions, when you beat me, I will tell you." With that said, the civet cat has already charged up. Seeing that it was about to fight, little tiger cat jumped off Lei Yin's shoulder. When Lei Yin saw this, his hands flew up and down, a move of ninjutsu suddenly appeared. If you like the pirate god level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The pirate god level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 32, Psychic Beast. Art Fire Escape Fireball. After Lei Yin's seal was completed, a fiery flame burst out. Earth Done Earth Dragon Bullet. Okay? Almost at the same time as Lei Yin, after Lei Yin ejected flames, the ground in front of the civet cat turned into a huge earth dragon. The earth dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the flames directly. Riding on the head of the earth dragon, with the huge body of the earth dragon, overlooking Lei Yin, as if he could swallow Lei Yin at any time. This earth dragon bullet art is a B-level earth escape technique. I didn't expect this one in front of me to look very inconspicuous, and even a funny civet cat would do it. Facing the huge earth dragon in front of him, Lei Yin was not afraid to rejoice. The creatures here really bring me surprises repeatedly. Hearing the words, Tian Mao Jianxian did not reply to his words, but gently waved his fingers, and saw the big mouth of the earth dragon open again, and in a short time, the earth dragon's mouth sprayed out a storm-like mud bomb. Launched to thunder without mercy. One by one mud bombs slammed into the ground, piercing the ground without exaggeration. In an instant, a piece of it was broken into a sieve. Nick Cat Sword Fairy. What I didn't know was that Lei Yin had disappeared on the ground with Fei Lei Shenzhan just before the earth dragon spit out the mud bomb. Spiral Pill. When Lei Yin reappeared, a chakra ball had already been gathered in his hand. He held the chakra ball in his hand and slammed it on the head of the earth dragon. The vital part of the earth dragon was hit hard and suddenly fell apart. The earth dragon, which was still aggressive, vanished in a short time, and the civet cat fell to the ground again. Unexpectedly, I can defeat the cats, tigers, and beasts, and easily disintegrate my Tolong bomb, which is worthy of faculty. He was there at the beginning. Buddha, Buddha, who is this Buddha? At this time, Tanuki drew the sword behind him. Wait for me to try you again. Seeing the situation, Lei Yin also pulled out the shinobi sword behind him to greet him, while still wrapping the thunder and lightning on it. Dang dang! In the battle circle, there was a constant sound of clear and sweet sword clashing. When the little tiger cat watched from the sidelines, the swordsmanship of Tiger Cat Sword Fairy prevailed. After dozens of rounds, the civet cat suddenly slashed away, and directly split Lei Yin's shinobi into two sections. Okay? Suddenly, the fighting stopped and the atmosphere became awkward. Lei Yin threw the half-ninth sword on the ground, gathering energy in his hand, rushing towards the civet cat. Seeing the situation, the civet cat did not show weakness, his hands were sealed, and in a short time, a rock fist appeared from the civet cat's chest. Soil escaped the art of rock fist. Day spiral pill. The two forces collided with each other, and there was an outrageous loud boom. Even the little tiger cats who had been watching the battle were affected. Lei Yin, civet cat, and little tiger cat were shaken out more than 10 meters by the after wave. Li Mao Jianxian and Lei Yin tied. Lei Yin stood up, brushed the dust off his body, and the civet cat looked at him and nodded in satisfaction. It is indeed the same as Foy thought. Boy, you are qualified. Now, if you don't understand, you can ask me questions. As soon as the voice fell, little tiger cat jumped on Lei Yin's shoulder again. Lei Yin pointed to little tiger cat and asked, "What's the matter with this little guy?" The civet cat inserted the sword into the scabbard behind it. It is called the cat and tiger beast, and it is a legendary monster in ancient times. Usually, it lives in this form, little tiger cat form, and when it meets in special situations or during battles, it will become huge, just the way it looked when you first saw it. The little tiger cat licked Lei Yin's cheek lightly, and Lei Yin gently touched his head. The civet continued, "The nature of the cat and tiger beast is very loyal. It will recognize the first person to defeat itself as its master, and will never betray." Upon hearing this, Lei Yin looked at little tiger cat and smiled. In other words, now, this tiger cat is your psychic beast. When you need it, you can summon it. The method of summoning is Yin Zia Yin. Said the civet cat. Lei Yin demonstrated the way of printing. After listening, Lei Yin touched its head. "After that, I would like to ask you a lot of advice, Mahuju." The kitten and tiger beast meowed cutely and smiled at Lei Yin. "This is a world of different dimensions to you, and the time spent here is static to the outside. Isn't the Naruto world the most famous of the three immortals, and here is also a fairyland, but it's not well known. What I say next, you may be even more surprised." "Okay. Sacred Buddha Ridge is higher than the three immortals, and the immortals living here and the fruits of practice are also stronger than the three immortals." "Lei Yin, is that so?" "Well, it's like the Toad Fairy of Miamu Mountain, the White Snake Fairy of Longdedong, and the civet cats who live in Chenfo Mountain. Lei Yin asked, "The civet cat fairy clan? Then the father you mentioned is also a civet cat?" Li Mao Jianxian touched his chin. "That's right. Then he is your boss?" "Well, according to your words, yes. Lei Yin understands it, just like Naruto Uzumaki in Miamu Mountain, Sheng Fo Ling is where Lei Yin's training is. So, the next step is, Nick Cat Sword Fairy, I want to practice fairy mode, then take me to see your father quickly." Hearing this, the civet cat sword fairy smiled. "Boy, you have not yet reached the level of practicing fairy mode. When you come again next time, you can practice fairy mode. It turned out to be so. Lei Yin thought to himself that what the system stipulated was that when he reached the upper level, intermediate level, he could turn on the fairy mode. Obviously, it was not time yet. In any case, he now has a powerful psychic beast, which is a worthwhile trip. However, the next words of Tanuki Jianxian made his eyes shine. "Our civet cat fairy clan is good at the ninjutsu of Shui Dun and Earth Dun, I can teach it to you." "Really? Well, next, I'll show you the knot printing methods of several techniques, you can see clearly." Following that, Lei Yin opened the shaping wheel eye. Li Mao Jianxian successively demonstrated 2 dun to long bullet, 2 dun to liu wall, 2 dun soil spear, water dun water dragon bullet technique, water dun water front wall several ninjutsu. Lei Yin wrote down all of them. Later, the civet cat taught Lei Yin civil cat fairy clan some secret swordsmanship, and Lei Yin also used Chuangguyu's Shalunyan to write them down one by one. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 33, Yuan and number 039, S. Kusuna Sword, Refill. Following that, Tanuki Jianxian untied the sword behind him and put it into Lei Yin's hands. Lei Yin took Bao Jian's surprised look. This is one of the 11 Kusanara swords. Your shinobi sword is too broken and it will be cut off by me, so this Kusanara sword should be regarded as compensation. The civet cat said lightly. The Kusana sword in Naruto is a magic weapon created by the Kusana clan, which is more than tens of thousands of times stronger than the ordinary ninja sword. The Kusanara sword is not a simple sword, but a kind of 11. In Hokage, there are 3 that give a clear statement. One is from Yuan, which can be stretched and shortened at will with his secret technique. One is Uchiha Ataka's 10-fist sword, which is used with Susanoo no Go. There is also one of Uchiha's assistants. Combined with Thunder Dun Chidori Ninjutsu, the sword will become extremely sharp. Lei Yin looked at the newly acquired Kusanara sword in his hand in disbelief. It is a straight sword of the highest quality, and the body of the sword also exudes a faint blue color, which looks extremely gorgeous. This is the Kusanara sword of Dashimaru? If it is compensation, this gift is too heavy. Li Mao Jianxian seemed to see his thoughts. Don't be so surprised, if you can reach Sheng Fo Ling, it means that you have a relationship with us Lin Mao Xian clan, which means that you are a disciple of our Lin Mao Xian clan. Yes, so this is a small meeting ceremony for you. Lei Yin thought for a while, but did not decline. Well, if I meet again next time, I will definitely become stronger. The civet cat sword said, well, I also believe that it must be like this. After bidding farewell to the tiger cat and the civet cat, Lei Yin returned to the world of One Piece again with the Kusanara sword. When he returned to the world of One Piece, Lei Yin was still practicing in a clearing. Sure enough, it was what the civil cat sword fairy said. During the period of Sheng Fo Ling, the world here was still. Lei Yin opened the system again and checked his personal information. Lei Yin. Sex, male. Age, 16 years old. Ninja level, Zongnan, high level. Blood succession boundary or human pillar power, writing round eye, now Shuangu Jade. Ninjutsu, Reidun Chidoryu, Grade A, Thunder Sword Chidori Blade, B level, White Blade, D level, determined by the self-made art system, Helix Maru, A grade, Daiyu Helix Maru, Grade A, Fire Escape the art of Fireball, Grade C, Water Escape the art of Water Turbulence, Grade C, Thunder Dune Earthwalk, Grade C, Flying Thunder God Slash, Grade B, Lion Bullets, Grade C, Wind Dun Great Breakthrough, Grade C, 2 Dun 2 Dragon Bullet, Class B, 2 Dun 2 Liubi, Class C, 2 Dun Earth Spear. Class B, Water Dun the art of Water Dragon Ball, Grade B, Shui Dun Water Front Wall, Grade B. Inventory, Ninja, Weapon Sealing Scroll ×2, Kunao ×10, Kusanagi Sword, used by Ashimaru. Psychic Beast, Cat and Tiger. Fairy Mode, not turned on. Chakra Amount, 155,001,5500. Looking at his personal information, Lei Yin was a little surprised at his growth rate. In less than half a year, he has already possessed so many ninjutsu, and he has also learned Right Wheel Yan, and his level is about to advance. For Shangren, if you reach the upper, intermediate level, then you can practice fairy mode. Lei Yin completely frightened Sergeant Baker with his strength. Even if he didn't do daily training, Baker did not dare to say anything about Lei Yin. However, in the Navy's officer system, there is more than the rank of sergeant. One member of the 6th team was always absent, and was discovered by others within a few days. This 6th squadron belongs to the 2nd squadron. When the 2nd squadron Captain Lake found out, he asked Sergeant Baker, "What's the matter? Why is your squad missing one person?" Baker hesitated after hearing the words, he is. "Captain Lake, what is it? What is going on?" As soon as Baker's eyes rolled, he cried more uncomfortably than his father died, "Captain, you don't know anything. This guy has been bullying me by virtue of his own strength. He also said that if he dares to control him in the future, he will pierce him with his sword. Me, woo. Lake was angry when he heard the words, "What kid? He is so lawless, what is his name?" "Baker, he is a new third-class soldier named Lei Yin." "Just a third-class soldier, dare to be so arrogant." Baker's strategy of calling out to catch the thief was very successful. Although Lei Yin was absent from work and not attending training is wrong, it was Baker who bullied Lei Yin first, not as Baker said. As mentioned earlier, this Baker is a local snake in Roger Town, with a backstage behind him. And his backstage is this Captain Lake. In other words, this Captain Lake is his boss. Don't look at Baker, who usually bullies men and women and runs rampantly in the country. He is arrogant like a six, but he is a bully and fearful of hardship. He is very timid. The reason why he didn't tell the boss of Lei Yin's beating himself was because he was afraid of thunder. Yin knew to retaliate against herself, and really shaved fat on her body. After all, not everyone has the ability to disappear in front of your eyes and suddenly appear behind you, not to mention Baker is not sure if Lake can cure thunder. And the reason why Baker said it out of the vinegar when asked by Lake, is because this way, even if Lei Yin knows the Baker report, he can't blame Baker, because that's where the leader wants to ask you. It's not what I told. The little brother who bullied himself was slapped half of his face. Without a lesson, where do you let me, the captain boss, put his face on? What's more, it was only a third-class soldier. Lei Yin didn't know this, and he was still cultivating in an empty space with no one. Feng done a big breakthrough. Lei Yin's hands were sealed, and a gust of wind blew towards the sea, blowing a whirlpool from the calm sea. Yes, not bad. Lei Yin thought to himself, now that he knows the ninjutsu of wind escape, then there will be a chakra with the wind attribute in his body. Combining the chakra with the wind attribute with the spiral pill, then he can use that technique. While thinking about it, a group of uninvited guests found him. It was Captain Lake. Being able to beat a small team alone shows that this guy has some strength. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Lake brought more than 60 of his subordinates here, ready to clean up Lei Yin, let him know how many eyes Ma Wanjai has on his head. Seeing the captain arrive with a group of soldiers, Lei Yin asked calmly, "Captain Lake, what can I do if you come to see me?" A second lieutenant next to Lake stood up, "Lei Yin, you are so brave. You not only beat up your boss and colleagues, but you also have no military skills and absent from work without training. Are you convicted? P.S. This chapter is for everyone. Xiao Feng is doing sales. Those 2 days were really busy. Please forgive me. If you have time, Xiao Feng will code words. This book guarantees 600,000 words. It is estimated that 600,000 to 1 million words. Although it is slower, it will not teach a. Please rest assured. If the book's grades get better, Xiao Feng will write full-time and update a lot. And thank you QQ Book City for your rewards. Big names are too hard to type, forgive me. Finally, ask for a bow recommendation ticket, smiley face. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 34, Call. Lei Yin scratched his head helplessly. Well, it's really boring to shoot and assassinate every day. In that case, it won't get stronger at all. What? You dare to despise the Navy? I'm not despising the Navy. That method may be useful to you, but it really doesn't improve anything for me. The second lieutenant continued to argue, and Captain Lake stopped him. Lei Yin, I know you had 2 crimes, but you seriously violated military discipline. Are you convicted? Well. Lei Yin scratched his head, but felt helpless. He originally joined the Navy after losing the fight with Carp. Moreover, Lei Yin was originally a casual person, and didn't like being controlled by others at all. He joined the navy to enter the headquarters of Malin Vander and go to the New World to experience high-level combat power. If Lei Yin confessed his guilt, it would not be easy. The second lieutenant couldn't help but pointed at Lei Yin and shouted, "Captain, this guy doesn't have any regrets at all, so just teach him a lesson." Lake thought for a moment and nodded, expressing acquiescence. At the captain's instruction, 50 or 60 soldiers pulled out their sabers from their waists and rushed towards Lei Yin like a tide. Lei Yin smiled and thought to himself, "Just right, try the ninjutsu you just learned." His hands flew up and down, and the seal was suddenly sealed, Shui done the technique of water dragon bullets. As soon as the voice fell, the head of a water faucet protruded from Lei Yin's chest, and then rushed over at a speed that the soldiers could not react. Before everyone could react, it had already been washed away by the water dragon. It became a chicken. Seeing this effect, Lei Yin shook his head unsatisfactorily. If this trick is used on the sea, it should release a lot of huge water dragons. Although Lei Yin was not satisfied, all the soldiers who had been drenched had expressions of horror. What is this? Is he really just a third-class soldier? This guy is a devil fruit-capable person. There was an uproar among the defeated soldiers, and Captain Lake's face had become ugly. "I wanted to teach the kid a lesson, but I didn't expect to meet Lord Yan." Captain Lake sees the situation, takes the soldiers away like birds and animals. As mentioned earlier, the fat Sergeant Baker was a local snake, not only because of his boss, Captain Lake, but Captain Lake has a cousin named Ryan, who is a lieutenant colonel in Rogue Town. In One Piece world, the general branch commander is also the colonel, who almost has absolute power in the local area, and even holds the power of life and death. The current colonel in Rogue Town is called Brown, who is also a senior, and he does not have any fighting strength. And this Lieutenant Colonel Lane is completely different. He was born in the North Sea. He joined the Navy at the age of 21. He was promoted to the local captain at the age of 23. In one mission, he captured 31 million Pele's bounty criminals, and was exceptionally promoted to a lieutenant colonel. The second in command of Gajan. But Brown was the opposite. He was an old Navy who had been in the Navy for more than 30 years, and he had hardly fought any battles. Only with ordinary qualifications and some interpersonal relationships he got the position of colonel. Lane said he was the second in command, but his experience, strength, and courage far surpassed Colonel Brown. Therefore, Rogue Town is actually in charge of Ryan. In this world, whoever has thick arms and hard fists is the boss. The younger brother and younger brother's younger brother have been cleaned up. Where do you put the face of my middle school boss? Lei Yin, it turned your back on you, kid. Without giving you some lessons, you really don't know who has the final say in Rogue Town. In fact, according to Lei Yin's various actions, he is always absent from work and beats his boss. The Navy can completely expel Lei Yin's military status. However, Ryan, Lake and others are too vengeful. If they are expelled and let go, we will find who takes revenge. Since Lei Yin got the Kuzana sword, his strength has been greatly improved, and he has practiced himself all day without participating in training. One day, Ryan, the real powerhouse of Rogue Town, brought some of his own squad, finally came to Lei Yin's trouble. This Ryan had knotted muscles and a bare head, which made people look fierce at first glance. Boy, it's not easy for you. Only a third-class soldier hit his two bosses in a row and beat so many people. Ryan touched his bald head. Lei Yin inserted the Kuzana sword back into his scabbard, and said lightly, "Then what do you want?" "To kill you." As he said, Ryan rushed up, and the soldiers automatically gave up a clearing. 6 styles Arashi feet. With the help of the momentum, Ryan kicked out a kick in the void, drawing a blue slash. It turned out to be a lieutenant colonel who knows 6 forms. Lei Yin thought that his eyes had changed shape. 3 Guyu right round eyes, open. After Lei Yin opened the writing wheel, he quickly jumped to the side and avoided the blow. Ryan sent a slashing slash to cut the big tree behind into 2 sections. At this time, Lei Yin understood that Ryan's strength was probably no less than that of the Navy headquarters or the colonel of the G branch. Seeing that the blow did not hurt him, Ryan stomped on the ground vigorously, 6-style moon step. Okay. I saw him stepping on the air, whistling towards Lei Yin, and at the same time waved his Kong Gu's powerful right fist, slamming it down, 6 types iron block fist. This iron fist is an extension of the iron fist in 6 forms. The moves used by Gabra of CP9 in the original pirate book. It seems that Ryan is a master of 6 forms, and shows the 6 forms to the fullest. But what then? The power Lei Yin possessed was something he couldn't even think of. In other words, Ryan is not Lei Yin's opponent at all. The reason is very simple. It can play against Carp for 20 rounds without losing the wind, and has defeated the lieutenant colonel head-on. These 2 are sufficient. Therefore, Lei Yin did not put this battle in his eyes. Seeing that Ryan's iron fist, who came with U-step, slammed into it, Lei Yin renewed his seal, Tudun Tuliabai. When Ryan's fist suddenly fell, a hard soil wall appeared on Lei Yin's feet, blocking Ryan's blow. Lei Yin ignored him, but made 3 seals with both hands again, Yin Zi Yin. Then he pressed on the ground, and a big fierce fellow appeared in front of him. When Ryan violently smashed the 2 Liubi, he also saw this big guy. Lei Yin summoned a cat and tiger monster with spiritism. If you like the pirate god level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The pirate god level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 35, Lieutenant General. How can you kill a chicken with a sledgehammer? Lei Yin thought so. If you do it yourself, you can get rid of him soon. Besides, he also wanted to see the strength of the cat-tiger beast in this world, and he could also improve its combat experience. When the Navy saw the cats, tigers, and beasts appearing out of thin air, they were half scared. Even Lieutenant Colonel Lane temporarily stopped the attack. What the is this kid? Summon those with fruit ability? While everyone was speculating indiscriminately, the cat roared and rushed towards Ryan. 6 types shave. Seeing that the situation is not good, Ryan quickly dodges with shave, and the cat rushes into the air. However, even though Ryan used shave, Lei Yin, who was watching the battle, had a clear view of his escape trajectory. Because what Lei Yin has opened now is Sangguyu's riding wheel. Sangguyu's riding wheel. Since Lei Yin returned from the Sheng Fo Ling practice, he and the Civet Cat Sword Fairy learned a lot of ninjutsu Shui Dun and Earth Dun. The strength has increased a lot, the chakra value has also increased a lot, and after practicing for the past few days, Lei Yin found that he was already able to open the 3-go jade. This is also because Ryan's shaving speed is not particularly fast, so Lei Yin's movements are all caught in his eyes. He's over there. Lei Yin pointed with his hand. Mohu Demon did not hesitate, and directly released the B-level water dragon bomb art in the direction that Lei Yin pointed, and the huge water dragon whizzed away, directly showing Lion's impact. When everyone looked at it, Ryan had already become a chicken. The cat and tiger beast saw the situation and rushed forward again, but what everyone did not expect was that Lei Yin flew with both hands and unlocked the spiritism. The cat and tiger beast disappeared in place and went back to Sheng Fo Mountain. Lei Yin slowly walked towards Ryan, who was covered in water. Ryan stood up embarrassed and shook the water on his body. Seeing Lei Yin's terrifying strength, all the navies were silent, who dared to step forward. Ryan looked at the boy in front of him with a look of jealousy. What on earth is your boy? You and you are not the same person. Lei Yin said lightly. In fact, this sentence is not wrong. Regardless of strength or origin, Lei Yin is not considered a person in the world of One Piece. Hearing that, Ryan's self-esteem has been greatly provoked, and said angrily, less proud of the kid, let me kill you by myself. Lei Yin smiled suddenly, you should save your energy. I have 10,000 ways to defeat you. If you want to try it, I'll be with you at any time, Mr. Colonel." When Lei Yin said this, it didn't seem to be a joke at all. Everyone had seen the strength that he showed just now. This magic like a monster is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Is it like a third-class soldier talking to a lieutenant colonel? Since Ryan joined the Navy, praise and honor have always accompanied him. Has he ever received such insults? What's more, the opponent is just a third-class soldier. Lieutenant Colonel Lane was a little frustrated. I want to drive you out of the Navy." Lei Yin still smiled faintly. "Whatever you want." In this way, Ryan was furious and took the soldiers away, while Lei Yin was still practicing in the open, as if nothing happened. And what Ryan said was not joking. As a local lieutenant colonel, the actual local ruler, he still has such power. Lei Yin, a third-class Navy soldier, has no military tactics. He despised his superiors and beat his colleagues. Yulo immediately expelled from the naval base and never hired. The above remarks are Ryan's submissions and are punishments for Lei Yin. It's a small thing, a small third-class soldier has turned you back, and even you can't rectify it. How can I be a lieutenant colonel? If you can't beat you will be driven out of the Navy and your future will be ruined. Ryan thought so. Think about it, too, there is a lieutenant colonel in the family, the actual local authority, such a thing is of course, no. Can't. It was a captain who rejected his decision. This captain is not an ordinary captain, but a captain of the Navy headquarters. Not only the head captain, but also the captain sent by Lieutenant General Karp himself. Now, everything is clear. When Karp left, he did not leave Lei Yin alone in Rog Town, but instead sent a captain to watch Lei Yin and don't let him do anything outrageous. And these, the local high-level military officers in Rog Town didn't know at all, they only knew that this captain was sent by the headquarters to inspect, which was equivalent to a monitoring army. Karp didn't expect that Lei Yin was about to fall out of Roger Town. However, the captain did not tell Karp these things, but silently watched what Lei Yin did. Because the captain thought that what Lei Yin did was correct. When Karp left, he told the captain that he must watch Lei Yin. This guy has unfathomable strength and unimaginable potential. Hearing such an order, the captain certainly did not dare to neglect. Therefore, Lei Yin knew everything he did here. Inside the office of the lieutenant colonel at the Rog Town Naval Base, Ryan sternly said to the captain, "Mr. Penn, this guy has no military tactics, and he beats his boss. Should such a person stay in the Navy?" That's right, this captain was T. Penn, who was later called Ship Slayer, who was then captain of Cap's Navy headquarters. He has a long horse face, looks a little scary, and has lost a tooth, but he is a straightforward and righteous person. The mantra is doing good things every day. In the original book, he is the colonel sent by the Navy headquarters to Nicole Robin. However, he became a colonel many years later. T. Penn knocked on the table with his index finger and said lightly, "Do you think I don't know? Okay." He beat Sergeant Baker because Baker bullied the civilians on the street. He saw an injustice and drew his sword to help. He beat Captain Lake because Lake is his elder brother. They wanted more people to bully fewer people, but they didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. Chiang, on the contrary, was beaten in the face. As for the reason why you were beaten, don't I need to say? Lieutenant Colonel Lane. Ryan was speechless. Who is Karp? A lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters with power comparable to a general, the old iron of the Marshall Warring States period. As the saying goes, the 7th-rank official under the Prime Minister's family. T. Penn is Karp's person, don't say Penn is the captain, even if a corporal says something. Lieutenant Colonel Lane must listen. And Ryan is not a fool, the Navy headquarters actually went to protect a third-class soldier, there must be something wrong. Ryan suddenly realized that, and weakly asked T. Penn, "Mr. Penn, who is this kid?" "He is the person whom the Lieutenant General Karp fancy. P.S. I beg for a wave of rewards, or you can drown me with recommendation tickets." happy. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 36, entered the Navy headquarters. Hearing that, Ryan gave a thunderous initiation. Who is Lieutenant General Carp? No wonder that kid is so arrogant, it's not without reason. What did you do? When Ryan was holding his head in annoyance, T-Pen stood up and patted him on the shoulder. This thing, that kid Lei Yin has done something wrong, please Hai Han. Hearing T-Pen's words, Ryan immediately rushed to the spot. No, it's the fault of his subordinates. The subordinates don't know Taishan, and the dogs don't know Jin Xianjiu. I immediately went to apologize to Mr. Lei Yin. Hearing that it was Carp's person, Ryan changed in a second. T-Pen smiled, no need to apologize. Lei Yin and I will leave Rog Town soon. Okay. T-Pen used a phone worm to tell Carp what happened here, and Carp just laughed. Pen knew that with Carp's character, not only would Lei Yin not be blamed, but he would be taken seriously. Because Carp himself is also a chaotic guy, otherwise there will be no sons of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and grandsons who call to be the One Piece all day long. In other words, Carp also likes powerful people. Furthermore, if you look at it carefully, the fault is not Lei Yin at all, and the first thing that caused Lei Yin to protect the little girl, he beat the Sergeant Baker painfully, and then there was a series of subsequent revenges. From a point of view, Lei Yin's nature is not that bad. To contend with a dishonest army for a little girl who has never known each other, Carp does not deny this approach. A day later, T-Pen found Lei Yin, explained his intentions, and then took out a phone bug from his body and dialed Carp's number. As soon as Lei Yin answered the call bug, the other end of the phone spoke, "Boy, I heard that you are very restless in Rog Town. Those guys owe a beating, they are bullying me, I can only teach them a lesson." Carp, haha, your kid is really messy, you don't seem to be a Navy at all. By the way, old man, Captain Pen came to me and told me something about you. Oh, that's it, I don't think you are suitable for staying there anymore, so, come to the Navy headquarters with T-Pen. What? Lei Yin's eyes widened when he heard the words, and he looked at T-Pen, and Pen nodded at him. Is this a bit faster? Lei Yin scratched his head. Carp, what? You don't want to? Not really. Although Lei Yin had a faint tone on his mouth, he was somewhat delighted in his heart. When you arrive at the Marine headquarters, Marin Fander, you can enter the New World at will. At that time, you can see the world's most powerful combat power, the 3 generals, the 4 emperors, and the 7 martial arts. Then when do you start? If you want, you can tomorrow. After some simple preparations, the next day, when the sky just turned white, Lei Yin and T-Pen took some naval soldiers and set off on a small warship. Even when the warship was on the way, Lei Yin did not forget to cultivate himself. Now Lei Yin has mastered the sea-level ninjutsu Feng Dun Great Breakthrough. A blue cyclone is now gathering on his hand, which is indeed Spiral Pill. At this moment, he was about to inject the chakra of the Wind Dun attribute into it, trying to use the S-level technique. Hey! Suddenly, a loud noise diverted Lei Yin's attention. No, it's not good, there are sea beasts. Captain Pen, a sea beast is hitting a warship. Approaching the direction of the bow, several soldiers shouted in a panic. Upon hearing this, T-Pen pulled out the saber around his waist and immediately rushed towards the bow. When he fixed his eyes, it was a large tiger shark with a body length of about 12 meters, hitting the warship. If this continues, the ship will be knocked over. The Navy soldiers watched the tiger shark recklessly in a panic, but each one was at a loss. Hurry up! See if you look like a Navy soldier! T-Pen shouted angrily, and the soldiers remained silent. In fact, this can't be blamed on these navies. There are no more than 30 people on the warships. They are all ordinary soldiers. They have the same combat effectiveness as ordinary people. Where are they, the opponents of the 12-meter shark? To say it was Captain Pen, he brandished his saber and slashed directly at the tiger shark. Right angle flash pen air cut. I saw him draw a sword aura in the void, the flashing sword aura in the shape of a right angle galloped straight towards the tiger head shark, cut it on its body, and directly cut the skin of the tiger head shark through a large opening. The tiger shark flipped and wailed on the surface of the sea in pain, and then slowly sank into the sea. The blood that had flowed out before had dyed the nearby sea blood red. The large tiger head shark was killed by a single blow, and T-Pen put his sword into the scabbard smartly. He stood on the bow of the ship, his navy cloak was blown up in the wind, which looked very interesting. Give a tiger shark to. We can't handle that kind of thing at all. No. As expected of Captain Pen. On the deck, the Navy soldiers continued to express their admiration and surprise. Lei Yin, who was standing not far away, saw all this, and saw Pen easily solve the shark, and he was ready to go back to practice. But after half a minute, the boat rioted again. This time, there was more movement than the last time. Oh no! It's another big tiger shark. More than one. The soldiers all took out their swords and muskets, and their hearts hit their throats. Looking around, the sea around the warship showed black fins. When the soldiers saw these fins, they seemed to see death calling them. There are only 2 small caliber artillery on this warship. If the cannon is fired, with this weak lethality, it will not be used at all except to anger the sharks and cause more violent counterattacks. Originally, this ship was only going to send Lei Yin to the Navy headquarters, not to perform any mission or find pirates to go to war. Who wanted to encounter such a thing? How come there are so many large tiger sharks? We seem to be surrounded by them. Indeed, the fins around the warship gradually rose up, and the terrifying shark faces appeared. All the Navy soldiers grasped the rifle in fear when they saw the faces. One shot. A slightly smaller tiger shark jumped from the right side of the warship to the deck, picked up a soldier and jumped to the sea on the left. Because the tiger head shark's teeth were very sharp, it directly bit the soldier's body. The upper body of the hapless soldier fell on the deck, still twitching. If you like the pirate god level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The pirate god level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 37, Use Violence to Control Violence. The shark ate the entire lower body of the soldier from the waist down. The upper body fell on the deck and twitched constantly. Other soldiers were so scared to move when they saw it. Some were soaked in cold sweat, and some were scared. Shaking constantly, threw the musket on the ground, and some directly saw the twitching upper body directly spit out. Not to mention that these navies are basically new recruits, even if they are veterans who have experienced a few battles. Seeing this scene, I am afraid they will feel a little trembling. Upon seeing this, T-Pen pulled out the saber from his waist again and raised it above his head. Everyone! Take out the courage of the World Navy! To die like a man! The slogan was shouted impassioned, and although it aroused a little morale, it was still difficult to get people out of the fear of death. After all, this time facing the entire group of sharks, the warships are surrounded tightly. Even if it is T-Pen, I am afraid that it is not enough to return to the sky, right? Right angle flash pen air cut. Pen once again issued a right angle sword chi with a yellow light, and eliminated 2 sharks. Sharks are not like human beings. They are naturally fond of blood and violence. Seeing 2 of their companions being hacked to death further angered them. Pen knew this very well, so he swung his sword more desperately to prevent the sharks from fighting back. Right angle Asuka T-Pen Big Bird. A sword aura that was stronger than pen and air cut, whizzed out with the sound of breaking through the air, and slashed directly towards the sharks on the right side of the sea. As a result, this seemingly powerful sword aura disappeared in the middle of the flight. In the air. It turned out that this move T-Pen Bird was Pen's big move. Now he is still many years away from becoming a colonel. This move is still in the process of cultivating, and he cannot achieve a complete state. Still not working. Pen shook his head helplessly when he saw this. It seems that I am really going to die here. T-Pen has changed from being impassioned just now to seeing death as home. It seems that he is the only person on this warship who is not afraid of sharks. No, there is one more person. A young man came forward and shouted to everyone, "You all hide in the cabin, let me deal with it here." The speaker is Lei Yin. Some soldiers were immediately angry when they heard, "When is it, you are still making this kind of joke?" That's it, a third-class soldier is still here to speak out. Even Captain Pen can't handle it, let alone you. Hey! 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 The soldiers on the ship talked with chickens and ducks, and the sharks hit the ship's hull harder. Suddenly, another shark, like the previous one, pounced on the deck, opened its mouth wide, and bit at one of the Navy soldiers. The soldier screamed in despair. In an instant, blood was splashed and his body changed. Made 2 cuts. Is it the same as last time? No, it seems wrong. This time, the body changed into 2 pieces, and it was a shark. Okay? When everyone was paying attention, they saw Lei Yin holding the Kusanara sword and the bodies of 2 sharks on the deck. Thank you. The rescued soldier was in shock, and quickly thanked Lei Yin. Lei Yin didn't look at him, looked at the sharks, and just said lightly, "Go back to the cabin." Oh, well. The rescued Navy soldier was very obedient and hurried to the direction of the cabin. Upon seeing this, T-Pen also ordered, "All soldiers, leave it to Lei Yin, let's hide in the cabin and don't become a burden to him." Lei Yin eliminated the sharks coming with a single blow, and T-Pen remembered that this guy has the ability to sling a lieutenant colonel. Maybe it can be done by handing it to him? But, after all, what you are facing is a group of ferocious sharks, not a group of loach. Can Lei Yin really handle it? Although T-Pen said it was handed over to him, he started to play drums in his heart. Although the soldiers hid in the cabin, they all watched the situation outside at the door. On the deck, Lei Yin killed a shark, and the smell of blood permeated the air even more. The shark smelled the smell of blood and became more violent. Sharks constantly pounced on the deck. People watching in the cabin included T-Pen inside, everyone is sweating. If Lei Yin dies, all people on the ship must die, and if Lei Yin can survive, all people on the ship will survive. In other words, the life and death of the soldiers is only in Lei Yin. Facing the crazy shark, Lei Yin just waved the Kusanagi sword in his hand, attaching thunder and lightning to it. Kusanagi sword, Chidori sword. The sword body with thunder and lightning uttered a sharp whistling sound in the air. As long as the shark was pounced, Lei Yin slashed up without mercy. As expected, it is the Kusanara sword. It is really sharp. As long as it cuts a shark, it can be cut into 2 pieces immediately. With ordinary shinobi swords, there must be no such effect. Come on, no matter how much you come, I can kill you all. In this way, Lei Yin set off a storm on the warship, and the sharks that rushed into it became 2 halves without exception. Gradually it may be that these sharks lost their fighting spirit. Seeing that they could not hurt Thunder at all, they stopped their attack. There was no wave on Lei Yin's face, but the soldiers in the cabin were stunned when they saw half of the shark's body on a deck. In this way, Lei Yin killed nearly half of the sharks on the ship, but his attack is far from over. The next moment, I saw Lei Yin stepping on the air, like stepping on a staircase, running towards the sea. Run to the sea? This is 6 forms moon step. When did this kid learn? No one taught him. At this time, T-Pen in the cabin couldn't help his eyes widening. No one really taught Lei Yin. It turned out that when he was playing against Lieutenant Colonel Lane in Rog Town, Lei Yin opened Sanguyu's riding wheel and copied all Lane's 6 styles moves. In Naruto, Heiki Kakashi can copy thousands of types of ninjutsu with a single writing wheel eye, and this is even less of a problem for Thunder, who has the boundary of writing wheel eye blood. In this way, Lei Yin used Moonstep to run straight to the opposite side of the shark group. And the sharks are all dumbfounded when they see this. It's too late for others to hide from us, and your kids still dare to cross in the sea? It's all here, and the sharks are not welcome. As a result, these tiger-head sharks came overwhelmingly towards Lei Yin. Standing on the surface of the sea like Lei Yin, he only smiled faintly when he saw the black and crushed piece of land on the opposite side, then his hands flew up and down, and the seal suddenly became imprinted. A ninjutsu trick was made. Water escaped the technique of water dragon bombs. After that, the surrounding sea rose to the sky, forming a huge water dragon in mid-air. The next moment, the water dragon whizzed towards the sharks. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 38, Auctions. Water escaped the technique of water dragon bombs. As soon as this move was made, the water waves were soaring, and a big exaggerated water dragon whizzed towards the sharks. The sharks saw the situation. Almost before they had time to react, they were broken up and most of them stunned. After all, the large tiger sharks are just a kind of creature. Although they are fierce and cruel, have you ever seen such a scene? The shark was insignificant in front of the water dragon summoned by Lei Yin. After Lei Yin's hard work, there are only less than 10 sharks left. At this time, Lei Yin's hand is gathering a blue cyclone, brewing the final blow to the shark. Days Spiral Pill. Lei Yin first teleported into the shark group with Flying Thunder God Slash, and then, the blue chakra cyclone suddenly fell. As soon as this blow hit the sea, it was like a synonym for destruction. With a deafening roar, Deo Helix Maru smashed a vortex of 10 meters in diameter on the sea. At this time, the soldiers who were still hiding in the cabin ran up to the bow of the ship. When they looked again, almost all the sharks were blown to death, or were bloody. In the eyes of the Navy soldiers in amazement, Lei Yin stepped on U-step and returned to the ship. Only one person wiped out the entire shark school. Is this guy really just a third-class soldier? This battle scene is just like in a dream. Where is this kid sacred? T-Pen originally thought that Lei Yin would block and repel these sharks at most, but he didn't expect that he could do that. It seems that it is not unreasonable that Lieutenant General Karp can fancy him. Since Lei Yin hit the sharks, the Navy looked at him from disdain to awe now. The warship walked at sea for 2 days, and everyone saw an island. Let's take a break here. Lei Yin just said lightly, and the soldiers immediately broke down and obeyed his orders. Since the soldiers saw Lei Yin's powerful strength, his prestige on the warship even surpassed Captain T-Pen. Money? Right? Military rank? In this world, these are all secondary. As long as there is strength, the above 3 are all easy to come by. Therefore, even if Lei Yin is a third-class soldier, everyone knows very well that this kid has an unlimited future. What's more, if there was no thunder in the first 2 days, they would have become a meal for the sharks. The soldiers on the ship were all convinced of him. When Lei Yin said he was going to rest on the island, T-Pen did not argue. He said, "Mr. Lei Yin, the power of the Great Root is complicated. We only have more than 20 people. In my opinion, we all wear casual clothes. Going to the island is good." In fact, Pen is right when he said that the world is so big, who knows what the is living on the island. But they must go to the island to buy some food and fresh water resources to prevent food shortages. Moreover, it was originally not to perform any major tasks, but to send people to the Navy headquarters. Pen and Lei Yin are not afraid, but for the safety of these ordinary navies, it is better to be careful. Lei Yin said, "Well, Mr. Pen, what you said is very reasonable, let's all put on casual clothes." In order to be unobtrusive, these navies scattered and drove away, purchasing food and fresh water separately, while Lei Yin was alone and was also preparing to buy some food back. Everyone agreed to buy good things and meet on the boat in 2 hours. It was only after arriving on the island that it was a relatively prosperous small town. The streets are bustling and busy. Lei Yin was walking on the street, looking around, seeing a delicatessen, and when he was about to walk in, a small person stopped him. The little man looked at Lei Yin and rubbed his hands and said, "Sir, I think you are very energetic and generous. Are you interested in participating in our auction?" Seeing this guy's preface without a follow-up, Lei Yin was puzzled. "Auction, why do you want me to go?" The little man thought for a moment. "Haha, you are also a straightforward person. Tell you the truth. I think the sword behind you is good. If it's in our auction, it should be a good price." Indeed, Lei Yin's Kusana sword looks very delicate from a distance. When I look closer, the scabbard still exudes a faint blue aura, and it looks like a peerless sword. In this world, swordsmen value the quality of their swords very much, otherwise, there would be no divisions of 12, 21, and 50. A famous sword with a swordsman, a good sword can definitely be bought at a good price. "You mean you want to auction my sword?" "That's right, we take 5% of the intermediary fee from the money obtained after auction." Lei Yin thought about it for a while, and probably guessed it all. Therefore, Lei Yin decided to go to the auction venue with them. In One Piece world, auctions can be roughly divided into 2 types. One is legal and recognized by government officials, for example, the population auction in Chambord Island No. 1 area. The other is illegal and a privately armed group. For example, this auction that Lei Yin is going to go to. I don't know if I turned a few doors. The little man led Lei Yin into the auction hall. Looking around, there were only a few dozen people sitting. The lights in the audience were a little dim, and people knew it was an underground trading place. In the front row of the auditorium sits a fat man with a jeweled look, and next to him sits a young woman with a fashionable dress and a charming face. The fat man's hands are groping on the woman's legs. Lei Yin sat in the last row, and the little man approached and asked, "Sir, is your sword still on auction?" "Wait, I'll take a look first," Lei Yin said lightly. The little man thought for a while and said, "Well, sir, the auction will start right away. If you have any favorites, you can bid with everyone." "I know." After finishing talking, a host with a Mexican head and sunglasses stepped onto the auction stage. "I'm sorry, everyone has been waiting for a long time, but today's products will definitely not disappoint everyone. Next, I will show you the first product." After speaking, 2 people in black uniforms pushed an iron cage to the front, and the staff lifted the red cloth on the iron cage, and a girl was closed inside. To be precise, she was a beautiful girl. At this time, her slender hands and feet were icy shackles. Her eyes were desperate, as if she was unwilling to accept the bleak life in the future. She is a professional model from Bahai. She has a delicate face and dark long hair. She can be the daily entertainment and entertainment object of many bosses. Her reserve price is 1 million Baileys. If you like the pirate god level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The pirate god level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 39, Rubber Fruit. Sure enough, is there still human trafficking? Lei Yin thought to himself. His reserve price is 1 million Baileys. As soon as the host's voice fell, the men rushed to bid, and they had been mobilized by the beautiful face of the girl to produce male hormones. "I pay 1.5 million. I pay 2 million. I pay 3 million. I pay 5 million. The last time the price was raised was the jeweled fat man in the front row, and the girl auctioned it to him for 5 million Baileys. When the iron cage was pushed down, the fat man also looked at the prey he had already gotten with a very yin. At this time, the woman next to the fat man was dissatisfied. "You have 16 women. Can't you be satisfied?" The fat man pinched a woman's thigh and smiled evilly at her. "What do you know? Being a human is to enjoy. If I don't buy, that little stunner will be bought by someone else. Who makes louds us so rich? Haha. The girl was auctioned off, and the staff immediately took out the second auction item. A man in a suit brought out a fruit plate, the contents of which were covered with black cloth. I saw that the host was dancing and dancing for self-entertainment, and looked very excited. Okay, the next product, if you eat it, you can immediately gain powerful power. After speaking, the host suddenly lifted the black cloth, and what was displayed in front of everyone was a purple fruit with a spiral pattern on it. This is devil fruit. Afterwards, the host introduced that this is the rubber fruit of Superman. Isn't this the fruit of Luffy? Why is it here? Lei Yin was thinking, and the host then introduced. Look, everyone. This is a rubber fruit of the Superman series. The ability of the fruit allows the user's body to stretch and rebound within a certain range, making ordinary strikes more powerful. And the fruit is effective against strikes, bullets, artillery, and even lightning. It has immunity. If you eat it, you can immediately become a strong one. The host was talking eloquently on the stage, and the eyes of the audience beamed. Lei Yin knew in his heart that this rubber fruit was not actually a powerful devil fruit. In the original book, it was the fruit of the protagonist and it was well developed. However, even if it is not powerful, it is also a devil fruit. It is not an ordinary apple. Ordinary people can still become capable people after eating it, surpassing ordinary people by many times. Moreover, the number of devil fruits is extremely rare. The reason why a large number of capable people appear at every turn in anime or manga is because the world depicted in anime is the world of the strong. No matter in that world, the common people are extremely large. The majority exists, that is, if the devil fruit is divided by head, it is estimated that there will be less than 1 for tens of thousands of people. Because of the scarcity of the quantity, the price of the devil fruit is very high regardless of the type. It is estimated that the average family will not be able to buy one without eating or drinking for 10 lifetimes. The base price of rubber fruit is 80 million Baileys. As soon as the voice fell, the court immediately boiled. I give out 85 million. 90 million. I give out 98 million. 100 million, I pay 100 million Baileys. When everyone was arguing, a figure flew up to the stage and grabbed the devil fruit. This move made the court suddenly quiet. It was Lei Yin who flew forward to grab the rubber fruit. Hey, what are you doing? Upon seeing this, the staff immediately took out the sword and rifle and pointed at Lei Yin. Lei Yin said lightly, I'm sorry, this fruit is harvested in the next. Lei Yin made it clear that he was robbing, and no one knew what his routine was. The leading man said, Who are you? Dare to be wild here? Do you know whose territory this is? Lei Yin drew his ears indifferently, I am the Navy, and you are illegal underground transactions. Therefore, this fruit should be called a seizure. The man in the lead looked at him disdainfully, what a fool, the only Navy dare to speak out in front of the Don Quixote family. Hey! The leading man unceremoniously squeezed the trigger in his hand, and the bullet flew towards Lei Yin. Lei Yin just flashed the bullet. He just said, Don Quixote family? The people who participated in the auction heard the gunshots and almost all ran away with their heads in fright, but only a few people looked at the stage with interest. People in the backstage heard the gunshots in front and rushed out with muskets. He's the Navy, come to smash the scene, kill him together. Hearing that, these people in suits all raised their muskets, and the bullets rained down towards thunder. Upon seeing this, Lei Yin stepped onto the ceiling with moon step, quickly forming seals with both hands, and then placed his hands to his mouth, making a ninjutsu trick. Art fire escape fireball. A large fireball suddenly fell towards the crowd, and the fireball hit the floor with a roar, burning to death and wounding most of the staff. This guy is a burning fruit capable person. The remaining undead gave a wrong definition in panic. Quick! Go get the boss out! The rest of the people lost their helmets and armor, fleeing to find their boss. When Lei Yan fell to the ground again, there was already a raging fire. He scratched his head helplessly. It seems that the play is a bit too much. After that, his hands were sealed again. Water escaped the technique of water chaos. Water waves spewed out like a waterfall, and the fire was extinguished in an instant. Lei Yan is not a good man and believer. The reason why he put out the flame is to prevent it from burning into the background, because he still wants to get more benefits here. Lei Yan unceremoniously put the captured rubber fruit in his pocket. At this moment, a businessman who hadn't walked away just came to him. The businessman smiled at Lei Yan. I don't think your husband is an ordinary person, can you do a business with him? Lei Yan looked at him. Business? Merchant, well, how about selling me the fruit in your hand? Lei Yan thought for a moment. Okay, how much do you pay? The businessman raised a finger. 100 million baileys. Lei Yan waved his hand. Add another 10 million, otherwise the discussion will be skipped. Upon seeing this, the businessman fell into deep thought. In the market, the general Superman fruit is like this rubber fruit. The market price is 100 million baileys. If you buy it at an auction house, you don't know how much the price will be raised, and you are just an ordinary businessman. I don't know when to wait until I encounter such a devil fruit again. P.S. Seeking a wave of rewards, recommended tickets. If you don't have a reward, you can sign in, Northwest Arrow, Omega, Northeast Arrow. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 40, Multiple Shadows. This businessman is also immortal, except for money, he has no growth. The timing is elusive for him. Okay, 110 million is 110 million. Readily. After that, the businessman did not hesitate. He originally came to bid for the goods, so he directly took out 110 million in cash and handed it to Lei Yan. Lei Yan also gave him the rubber fruit. In this way, Lei Yan cleverly took a fortune and got a huge sum of money. It is said that this rubber fruit merchant has not been willing to eat it after he brought it home, but sold it to others at a higher price. After many setbacks, it reached the hands of the 4 emperors red-hair Shan Gez. Finally, it is known to have been eaten by a kid named Monkey D. Luffy. However, this is a story. When the merchant left, Lei Yan directly activated the ninjutsu extraction system. Lei Yan chose the A-level ninjutsu column. System, confirm extraction. Determine. Following this, 3 big golden cards with the word forbearance appeared on the ground, and Lei Yan clicked the one on the left. The card slowly turned over. The technique of multiple shadow clones, Grade A. This technique is an enhanced version of the B-level ninjutsu shadow clone technique, and multiple shadow clones can be separated at one time. Lei Yan couldn't help but be delighted. His recent luck is really good. This trick is the ninjutsu he has always wanted. It is an improvement and evolution of the ninjutsu created by the 2nd generation Naruto Senjutsu Shadow Clone. The most important thing is that the clones of this trick are all entities. Just like the Monkey King, he can summon thousands of monkey soldiers with one breath at the monkey hair. Think about using this trick to summon thousands of avatars that can fight. Even if you can't kill people, you can scare people to death. By the way, I got the A-level multi-shadow clone technique, and I returned from joy to joy, but I still have things to do. Thinking about this, Lei Yan went straight to the backstage of the auction. After arriving at the backstage, what came into view were iron cages with all kinds of people. Needless to say, this underground illegal auction is mainly for human trafficking. Wait, during the fight just now, Lei Yan heard the Don Quixote family. Could the boss of this illegal organization really be Don Quixote da Flamingo? As I was thinking, the people in the iron cages on both sides cried out for help. Brother, no matter who you are, please help us out. I knelt down for you. We really don't want to be slaves. In addition to the bursts of calls for help, Lei Yin also saw the beautiful girl who was auctioned for 5 million just now locked in the iron cage on the far left near the door. At this time, she was holding the cage with both hands and looking longingly. With Lei Yin, I hope he can lend a helping hand. Lei Yin was really painful on his face. Originally, he was here to see what valuable goods he wanted to capture back, exchange it for Bailey, and then draw ninjutsu to become stronger. I did not expect to encounter such a situation. Forget it. Lei Yin was begged by them, so he pulled out the Kusanara sword behind it and attached the lightning to it. Kusanara sword, thousand bird blade. Grass narrow sword. In the whistling sound of a circular thunder and lightning sword aura was drawn, and it scattered in all directions, but with this blow, all the iron cages were opened. When Lei Yin inserted the Kusanara sword back into the scabbard, the rescued slaves surrounded from all directions. Sir, thank you so much. Become free. You are our hero. You are our savior. Lei Yin was depressed. Okay, if you are rescued, run quickly. If you are caught again, I won't save you again. After hearing the words, everyone bowed to Lei Yin, and then dispersed like birds and beasts. Lei Yin continued to look for valuable things that had not yet been auctioned in the background. But he did not expect that this time, he encountered hard stubble. While Lei Yin was searching for it, a group of men in suits ran out, and then a familiar figure emerged from among the men in suits. He wears a fur-brimmed hat, 2 facial lines on his face, and a red cloak, dressed like an indigenous tribe. This is Don Quixote Doflamingo's highest cadre Diamante. Diamante, a superhuman person with the ability to fly fruits, will be very angry as long as it is about the Don Quixote family being hurt by others, and does not allow the family cadres to waver and hesitate, let alone anyone defy Doflamingo's orders. Don Quixote Doflamingo eats black and white, with both official background and dark forces. Privately operate an illegal human auction house, provide slaves for the Tianlong people and the rich and nobles, and kidnap all kinds of creatures. Engaged in the arms business in the underground world, its power spread all over the world. It is an intermediary in the underground world, codenamed Joker, secretly raising the evil scientist Caesar Courant, producing the artificial animal devil fruit Smile, and carrying the Navy government privately sell the artificial fruit to the 4 Emperor Kaido. There is no doubt that the boss of the Don Quixote family here is Diamante, and the remaining troops left by Lei Yin reported to him the situation here. Diamante was furious when he heard the words, "The idiot who ate the courage of the bear heart and leopard dare to run wild on the ground of our Don Quixote family." So, he came to Lei Yin with a raging popularity. Standing opposite each other, Diamante drew the western sword from his waist. "Boy, you are so impatient to live, dare to make a comeback, do you know whose side this is?" Lei Yin picked his ears indifferently. "Your boss is the clown, right?" "Master, I was thinking about meeting him." Diamante was surprised when he heard this. "Do you know us?" Lei Yin smiled. "You guys eat Don Quixote one by one, and everyone who shouts knows it." Diamante waved his sword. "Boy, Xiao speaks wildly there, let alone our young master, even Lao Tzu can crush you. Look at it. Bullfighting scepter." As soon as the voice fell, I saw that the western sword in Diamante's hand changed into a bullfighting shape, ruthlessly like a thunderous assault, and Lei Yin quickly blocked it with the Kusanara sword hit. But it was not over yet. I saw the bullfighting shape of the sword suddenly stretched out and stabled directly at Lei Yin. Lei Yin hurriedly avoided the blow. If it wasn't for Thunder's fast speed, he must have been stabbed this time. Sure enough, it is the strongest fighting power of the Don Quixote family. The attack still didn't stop, and after taking the thunder sound away, Diamante released another blow, sword long sword. P.S. Ask for recommended ticket, ask for sign in, ask for reward northwest arrow, omega, northeast arrow. If you like the pirate god level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com the pirate god level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 41, Rain vs Diamante. Sword Long Sword. Diamante's attack is not over yet. At the place where Lei Yan just settled, his sword suddenly stretched out and the blade whizzed away. Does Superman have the ability to fly fruits? It's really insightful. Lei Yan thought to himself, and used Flying Thunder God Slash to avoid his attack again. Boy, there are really two things. I was able to avoid my sword twice. Diamante returned the sword to its body shape and couldn't help but said, but, next, can you stop my move? Okay? I saw that Diamante took out a few salutes from his pocket, and sprayed many pieces of paper in the sky upward. The light pieces of paper were reduced to sharp iron of thorns in the sky. Death Star dust. Following this, these iron fell from the sky like a violent storm. I saw that the people on the opposite side, including Diamante, all held up an iron umbrella and took the iron rain down. Indeed, if you are directly hit by these iron without hitting the iron umbrella, you don't know how many wounds will appear on your body, and in severe cases, you will lose too much blood and die. And Lei Yan? When Diamante threw a piece of paper into the air, Lei Yan had already completed the seal, and when the dense iron fell, a behemoth appeared on Lei Yan's head to block the iron balls. Earth escaped the art of Earth Dragon Bullet. I saw that the huge Earth Dragon summoned completely blocked these iron and did not cause any damage to Thunder. Then, what is that? The Earth Dragon rising from the ground stunned everyone around Diamante. Is this, a devil fruit capable person? Just as people were shocked, Lei Yan gently waved his fingers, and saw the Earth Dragon open its mouth wide and spit out mud bombs. Everyone was screamed, or was smashed or broken. The bones, or they were killed directly. Among them, the only one who did not receive the impact was Diamante. Bullfighting cloak. He used his ability to fly fruits to make steel into a cloak. Although it is light and fluttering, it actually has the hardness of steel. So he wrapped the cloak all over his body to block the mud bomb shot by Lei Yan's Earth Dragon. Lei Yan saw all the people around Diamante fall down, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. The guys who were in the way finally stopped. But, damn! Diamante gritted his teeth while looking at Lei Yan. He also began to beat the drums in his heart. Is this little devil a person with the ability to summon fruit? No one answered him. At this point, Lei Yan and Diamante were left on the court. Either he died, or he died. Diamante saw Lei Yan's strength, and then he started to face him. Boy, I admit that you have 2 times, but if you offend our Don Quixote family, you must die. When Lei Yan heard this, he just smiled, then see if you have the ability to defeat me. Don't be proud of being there, Di Kid. With that said, Diamante restored the Western sword in his hand to its original form and swung it suddenly. Half a month, funeral. With the sword swung, I saw a powerful wave of sword chi on the ground, which easily divided the earth into 2 like cutting tofu, and the sword chi was approaching Thunder. This is the only skill that Lei Yan and Diamante have not used since they fought. It can also be seen that Diamante is not only a capable person, but also a veritable swordsman. But, seeing this, Lei Yan also swung the Kaisanaru sword at the same time, sending out a powerful slash, and heading to the other side's half-moon funeral. Kaisanaru sword raccoon sword wave. In this way, the 2 slashes greeted each other, and then violently collided together, making a huge roar on the ground. This strong shock wave directly shattered the hall and came out in the open. It turns out that this trick Cao Nun sword raccoon sword wave was awarded by Cable Cat sword fairy of Sheng Foling, and its power can still divide the earth in 2. In a sense, Lei Yan is not only an excellent ninja, but also a true swordsman. The 2 swords are equally indistinguishable. However, after a series of high-intensity battles, Diamante was already out of breath. His fluttering fruits ability and powerful swordsmanship were almost all used. At this time, it can be said that the of Gizhu is poor and Zhang Lang is exhausted. After such a battle, Lei Yin stood in place like a okay person, looking at him indifferently. Give him one final blow. Lei Yin thought, with chakra attached to his hands and feet, he fixed chakra's gaze and rushed forward. The lion plays. Before Diamante could react, Lei Yin had pushed him up in the air with his knees, and then hit him to the ground with a punch. Diamante passed out due to the blow. Following that, Lei Yin carried him on one shoulder and walked towards the warship. Mr. Lei Yin, where have you been? That's right. 2 hours have been said. We have been waiting for you here for 4 hours. Also, who is this person on your shoulders? Hearing that, Lei Yin directly threw Diamante, who had passed out of a coma, on the deck. Go get the sea tower stone and copy this guy. Oh. This guy is the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family. Diamante. T-Pen recognized him first, his face full of incredible, as if he had discovered a new world. When the soldiers heard this, their faces were full of consternation. Who is Don Quixote da Flamingo? At that time, he had not yet joined Kaiwahe. Da Flamingo, with a bounty of 340 million baileys, is a superhuman person with the ability to line fruit. It is said that he has 3-color domineering. He has his power almost everywhere and on the Great Sea route, and he is also an extremely troublesome guy. Such a dazzling character, his highest cadre must not be a fuel-efficient lamp. Just like this kid caught alive. Originally, these soldiers had already convinced Lei Yin, but this time he admired him even more. But next, Lei Yin's actions made the soldiers, especially T-Pen, even more astonished. Lei Yin called T-Pen into the captain's cabin alone. Lei Yin said to him with a serious face, Mr. Pen, you said you did the arrest of Diamante. T-Pen puzzled, Mr. Lei Yin, how embarrassed it is. I will report your arrest to the Navy headquarters. You can at least be promoted to a lieutenant or even a major. Needless to say, if I go like this, I don't like to be too public. People are afraid of being famous and afraid of being strong. I just want to quietly improve my strength. You take the credit and take it for me. Lei Yin said lightly. P.S. Ask for recommendation tickets, sign in, and rewards. Also, if you have any questions, readers can actively ask me questions. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 42, Marine Vander. T-Pen heard the words and asked, is this really helping you? Lei Yin definitely nodded. T-Pen, well, I do good things every day, I promised. After a series of storms during this voyage, the warship finally reached its final destination, Marine Headquarters, Marine Vatican. As soon as I arrived at the port, I felt a majestic aura. What I saw was a huge fortress, the large frontal fortress destroyed by the war on the top of the original book many years later, with impressive writing the 2 large characters Navy. These 2 characters are from the Warring States hand of Marshal Buddha of the Navy headquarters. Malin Vander, there are huge military fortresses and large towns where military families live on the island, as well as countless heavy artillery pieces and numerous naval ships. Above the fortress, there are rooms for marshals, generals and lieutenants, as well as offices and meeting rooms, as well as plants and lawn spaces such as trees, flowers, and grass. There are 4 huge high-level guard posts around the fortress. The flags of 4 seagulls float on the guard posts, which are the symbols of the Navy. Finally set foot on Malin Vondo, T-Pen took Lei Yin directly to find Lieutenant General Karp. When he found Karp was wearing a dog's head mask with tea and snacks next to him, basking in the sun in the yard where he lived, looking very leisurely and comfortable. Upon seeing Karp, T-Pen respectfully saluted the Navy. Captain Pen brought Private Lei Yin to report to the Lieutenant General. Karp took off his dog's head mask and looked at them with a smile. Oh, you are finally here, it really makes the old man wait impatient. Lei Yin had a black line on his head. Are you impatient? I didn't see it at all. Pen touched Lei Yin with his hand. Hey, this is Lieutenant General Karp, you speak a little more politely. It's okay, Karp interrupted before Pen could finish. This kid is like this. The old man is used to it. Insults. Karp is really easygoing. Later, Pen told Karp truthfully about Lei Yin's capture of Diamante. Cap suddenly got up from his chair. Now, where is the Diamante? Pen said, crapped with a sea-building stone, still escorted on a warship, waiting for your treatment. Lei Yin, this kid meant to give this credit to the next. I don't think it's appropriate, so I came to ask for instructions. Next you. Just do it. Unexpectedly, Caprima agreed. Diamante said you caught it alive. Hearing Karp say this, Pen did not decline. Pen continued, then, what should I do with him now? Cap said, you go down first and hand him directly to the Marshal of the Warring States. Period. Yes. Peng En respected and went straight on. After Pen left, Karp came over and patted Lei Yin on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, the two of us thought of going together. I didn't see that you guy is still a low-key person, ha ha ha. Lei Yin spread his hands. Well, I just want to practice quietly for a while, and don't want to be bothered by too many external factors. Karp, yes, the person who arrested the Don Quixote family, or the highest cadre, will definitely cause a small shock in the world. If you let others know that this was the work of a 16-year-old third-class soldier, it will definitely let you the world is watching. At that time, you may not have a birthday. By the way, where do you plan to arrange me? Do you go to the front with ordinary soldiers? Or just close me as an officer to command the troops? Lei Yin asked. Karp smiled, neither. Okay? With your current age and strength, the official navy is not suitable for you. As you said, you still have to practice yourself, so the old man thinks about it and should place you in the academy. Academy. Afterwards, Kapu smiled evilly, yet, when you get there, your kid will work hard for me. If you perform well, how about I introduce Yuan Huatina from the academic training camp to you as a girlfriend? What? Lei Yin was full of depression. Old man, not to mention that you are a lieutenant admiral, can you be a little more serious when you are old? Ahaha. However, speaking of this Tina, she seemed familiar. Lei Yin thought to himself. By the way, when I think of it, this guy is a superhuman person with the fruit ability of the threshold, known as Black Threshold Tina. Many years later, she became a colonel in the Navy headquarters and later a major general in the headquarters, a veritable beauty. Unexpectedly, Tina is also in the youth academy now. Suddenly, Lei Yin thought of something. He asked Karp, old man, do I still enter the youth training camp as a third-class soldier? Karp raised a finger, you are so strong, of course, you will not be allowed to enter the cradle of future naval officers with such a low rank. Really? Lei Yin said. Well, I plan to promote your rank. What? Lei Yin looked at Karp with some expectant eyes. Karp solemnly said, next, I officially announce that Lei Yin, a third-class soldier, will join the youth training camp as a second-class student. Lei Yin was depressed. Hey? I was a second-class soldier after a long time? Old man, are you kidding me? The old man didn't read the joke. The military order is like a mountain, and you are going to report to the youth training camp tomorrow, without error. Okay, okay. Lei Yin said with a black thread. Hey, Karp, he's still the boyish teasing old man. In fact, Lei Yin doesn't mind the matter of military rank in his heart, even if it is now a Navy admiral. What is the use? If you don't have the strength, even if you directly become a Marine Marshal, you will be controlled by others, and it's useless. Just before Lei Yin asked Karp, Lei Yin had a bad premonition. As expected, the old man Carp still liked Hu Lai very much and gave himself a very low rank. In fact, Carp did this with good intentions. He understands that Lei Yin is strong, and may have already surpassed the strength of his colonel or even the brigadier general. He did this to prevent Lei Yin from being too pushy and acting in a low-key manner. Silently strengthened his own strength, waited until that day suddenly broke out, and ascended to the top of the navy. Secondly, did not want him to be too smug. Lei Yin was only 16 years old, after all, young and energetic. If you give a lieutenant officer even from the school officer's words, it's not always good not to experience any storms if you will be a lieutenant general or even a general in the future. Regardless of Carp's usual carelessness, a single-celled creature is actually very smart, or he would not have been a lieutenant admiral for so many years. By the way, brat, the students in the youth training camp have their own single dormitory, and your dormitory is only 1 kilometer away from my house. I left it specially for you. You will live there in the future. Perhaps in Carp's heart, Lei Yin is already regarded as his grandson. If you like the pirate god level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The pirate god level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 43, Youth Training Camp Registration. Carp has always hoped that his 2 grandsons, Ace and Luffy, will become the Navy, but one has gone to sea as a pirate, and the other I am the man who wants to be the One Piece all day long can't be taught. If Carp remembers correctly, Lei Yin is bigger than Ace, and Lei Yin's own strength is limitless. Seeing that he has become a Navy now, Carp couldn't help but feel a little relieved. This kid is not only strong, but also very courageous, which fits my appetite. He will definitely be a powerful naval soldier in the future. Looking at Lei Yin's back, Carp thought to himself. And don't look at Lei Yin's surface carelessly, but he may not think of Cap as an outsider in his heart. In the days to come, Lei Yin will always call Cap an old man, and Cap will call Lei Yin smelly boy. Maybe in Lei Yin's heart, he already regarded him as a grandfather. When he arrived at his house, Lei Yin found that Carp was really hard-working. My house is not very big, about 8 or 90 square meters, but it has a large yard with various exercise equipment and general spiritual objects. Carp's meaning is to let Lei Yin concentrate on training himself, and become the mainstay of the Navy in the future, take his own class, or become an admiral, marshal, or even the general commander of the army. And Lei Yin is not a good publicity person. When he arrived at his house, he immediately itched his hands when he saw the large courtyard where he could practice. He has been thinking about developing that S-rank ninjutsu, so he gathered spiral pills in his hand and injected chakra into it. Hey, do you know? I heard that a very beautiful girl came to the youth academy yesterday. As soon as Lei Yin focused his attention, he was attracted by the voice outside. It turned out that a few Navy soldiers happened to pass by the gate of Lei Yin's yard, and they were talking. Yeah, I also heard about it. I heard that she just didn't learn paper painting in 6 forms, and has not joined the youth training camp. The headquarters sent a colonel to personally guide her. Pretty girl? Is there pretty girl Tina? I've seen it. It's more prettier than Tina. Why, where are you talking nonsense? Didn't we both see it together yesterday? Although she is beautiful, she is still not as beautiful as Tina. You bullshit, that girl is better looking. Actually, I think Ai Yin is the most beautiful in the youth training camp. Haha, many brothers in our squadron also have a crush on her. Hey, I really envy the male students participating in the youth training camp. There are so many young and beautiful girls around me. How can we stand guard so hard every day, and we have to charge and defend ourselves in case of war? Hey, people are really maddening than people. Although the soldiers were complaining, they still hummed a little song and left. Marine Vatican is the place where the Navy gathers and resides. It is as large as a country and has a considerable number of navies stationed here. Almost all the elite navies in the world are here, and you can usually encounter a group of navies as soon as you go out. Not only that, but many family members of the Navy have settled here. The conversations that Lei Yin heard just now were from a Navy team. Indeed, as they said, the Youth Academy is an academy, which can be said to be the cradle of future naval officers. The life there is incomparable to those soldiers who have been qualified and fought in battle. Joining the youth training camp not only has a bright future, but many students are still enjoying the beautiful youth there. Thinking about it, the spiral pill in Lei Yin's hand has gradually disappeared. The next day, as soon as the sky turned white, Lei Yin went to the youth training camp to report. The youth training camp is actually an academy to train naval officers. Lei Yin originally thought it would be very big, but when he went there, he realized that it was a little bigger than he thought. What Lei Yin didn't expect was that as soon as he went, he was met with some ridicule. "What's the matter? It's all my clothes that betrayed me." It turns out that the uniforms worn by different ranks of the Navy are different. First-class soldiers wear basic Navy uniforms and hats. After being promoted to sergeant, corporal, that is, reaching the rank of non-commissioned officer sergeant, CAO Chong, sergeant, you can choose various ways of dressing, even casual clothes, but it is still prohibited to wear inappropriate Navy image clothing. Levels above the rank of second lieutenant can wear a coat with justice written on the back and standard clothing. Higher school officials and generals can wear justice coats with casual clothes. The reason why Lei Yin was ridiculed was that he was still wearing the lowest first-class uniforms and hats, and he was undoubtedly a second-class soldier. As Lei Yin came to report on the first day, it was relatively late. When he came, the students were basically in line. Lei Yin, a second-class student, is 3 minutes late and runs 30 laps after morning exercises, the instructor said. Hearing the word second class, some students covered their mouths as if they had heard some jokes, trying not to make themselves laugh, but one laughed more exaggeratedly, and the laughter made everyone listen. "Arrived. Very good. Is that funny? You, like him, run 30 laps after morning exercises," the instructor reprimanded loudly. Hearing this, Bailey Good's original smile was immediately pulled down. When everyone heard the words, they all stopped laughing immediately. "Is it so funny?" It turns out that the students in the youth training camp are either those who are capable or those who master the 6 forms, and the other is the children of senior naval officers. And the lowest rank among the students is the corporal, and that's how it was called a strange thing by some students who love pranks and bully the weak. This time, Lei Yin came. If the corporal, is a weird thing, then Lei Yin, a second-class soldier, is really a weird thing. Now, there is a laughing stock. Several corporal students in the team saw Lei Yin, and they were secretly refreshed. When he comes, we are not at the bottom. Lei Yin basically didn't care about everyone's ridicule, but it was the instructor who just told him that made him care. The instructor is a somewhat mature and big beauty. She is wearing a navy righteous coat, super shorts, and 2 white thighs with piercing eyes. She wears a famous sword named Jinpiluo around her waist, which looks unconventional. She was called Sexy Gunpowder Keg. A few years later, she served as a lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters, and was pursued 100 times by another infatuated man who was also a lieutenant admiral, but she refused without exception. Later, she became a candidate for admiral. Even Lei Yin couldn't help but glanced at her. This is. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 44, Familiar People. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Daotu. It seemed that she was right. However, from the perspective of military uniforms, Daotu is still a major general. Because there are some new classmates, so let me introduce the situation. My name is Daotu, your deputy chief instructor. And your chief instructor is the famous Mr. Zifa. He is an old man who manages everything, so usually I am responsible for daily activities such as training. Black Fist. The so-called name of Zifa is unknown. He was originally a general of the Navy headquarters. He retreated to the second line and became the chief instructor of the Navy. Most of the Navy's generals and high-ranking officers were his students. Unexpectedly, today became my chief instructor. Lei Yin thought to himself. Daotu, Lei Yin, join the queue and start morning exercises. Yes. This Navy headquarters is not like the local town of Rog, where there are hidden dragons, crouching tigers, and elites, and Lei Yin dare not careless. When Lei Yin stood in the line, a girl stood beside an empty seat. Another beautiful girl. She has charming eyes, rosy lips, pink hair, and her rugged figure that vividly outlines her Navy uniform. The future colonel of the Navy headquarters was later promoted to Major General. He is currently a lieutenant student in the youth training camp. This is Black Threshold Tina. Sure enough, as the old man said, this guy is also in the youth training camp, and seeing real people know that he looks more attractive than people say. While Lei Yin was thinking about it, Tina suddenly stood on the empty seat, and then looked at Lei Yin with disdain, which meant that he looked down on Lei Yin, a second-class soldier, and told him not to stand with herself. Lei Yin shook his head helplessly in his heart. I didn't expect that she was quite cold, forget it, and there is nothing to care about with a woman. Come here, there happens to be an empty seat. A gentle voice came, and Lei Yin saw that it was another girl. Still a pretty girl. She has long curly sea blue hair, big piercing eyes, and a figure no less than Tina, but a royal sister has the temperament of Loli. Currently a second lieutenant student in the youth training camp. This is former Admiral Zifa's most loyal student, Ayan. Lei Yin looked at her, said thank you and stood beside her, while Ayan smiled sweetly at her. After the morning exercises, according to the order of the instructor Daotu, Lei Yin and Bailey Good ran the playground 30 laps. This berry good has mushroom-shaped explosive heads, thick dark circles, and often with a treacherous smile. Lei Yin still remembered that he was a superhuman pea-fruit-capable person, and after many years he became a colonel in the Navy headquarters. At the beginning, the two ran separately, and slowly Berry Good ran to Lei Yin's side. As he ran, he still looked at Lei Yin with a malicious look. Hey, new kid, what's your name? Lei Yin. Oh, what the sound, I tell you, today not only caused me to run with you, but I also saw you in our garden flower Ai Yin bluntly there. You made me very upset. Lei Yin smiled contemptuously. Oh, so you are interesting to Ai Yin. Let's talk nonsense, tell you, they're a second lieutenant student, teacher Zifa's most trusted student, and they are beautiful. What is a second-class soldier in your area? Don't take it to show you that you are coming out of the ground. Green onions. Bailey Good said with a poisonous mouth. When Lei Yin heard this, he was already furious, and directly punched him. Bailey Good used the power of peas fruits to disperse and easily avoided the attack. While Lei Yin was brewing a ninjutsu move, Very Good resumed his form and said, Boy, don't do it here, there is a kind of open duel with Lao Tzu like a man, do you dare? Hearing this, Lei Yin gave up the offensive and looked at him. Let's talk about it, what a duel. Very good, after training in the afternoon, on the open ground next to the training ground on the 6th, we singled out Lei Yin, whoever doesn't go is a counselor. I must beat you down. Humph. Lei Yin ignored him and continued to run. When he came back from the penalty run, and then took part in training, Lei Yin found out that many of his classmates were later celebrities in the Navy. Because Lei Yin's military rank was too low, many people sneered at him, and Ayan was gentle and kind. Somehow, she and Lei Yin had a feeling of seeing each other. When they were doing physical training, the two sat together. Lei Yin saw a casually dressed and somewhat strange person. He pointed to this person and asked Ai Yin, we are all wearing military uniforms. Why is he only wearing his own clothing? Ai Yin said, "Oh, that's the strongest student in our youth training camp, and it's also the highest rank and only officer-level student." Lei Yin took a closer look and saw that he had an X mark on his chin and chest, a hooked nose, and an eye patch. The hat looked like a medieval swordsman hat, and it looked like an American in general. Swordsman. There is a four-person axe hanging on the right, and a western sword on the left, with a black mask on his face. This is... Lei Yin couldn't help but his eyes widened. Ian continued, "His name is X Drake, the only lieutenant colonel in the youth academy. Because of the college regulations, students above major can wear their own casual clothes, so he dressed like this for the entire youth academy." Lei Yin certainly knew that this Drake became a later rear admiral, and then defected and became a pirate. He was one of the 11 supernovas in the Chambord Islands, offering a bounty of 222 million Baileys. However, this is something later. I saw another student who was doing pull UPS. He had long silver hair, a windshield around his neck, and a handful of sea tower stones on his back. Lei Yin recognized it at a glance. This is White Hunter Smog. Ai Yin followed Lei Yin's gaze and said, "Oh, his name is Smog, the captain student, is the only natural fruit ability, smoke fruit, in the youth training camp. Almost all of them can be ranked in the top 3 in the ranking assessment, and their strength is also very strong." After hearing Ai Yin's words, Lei Yin asked, "Qualification assessment?" Ai Yin, "Yeah, don't you know? 2 months later, qualifying will be held. The trainees will be eliminated and promoted in a one-on-one manner, and the ranks will be assigned to the trainees. More, the higher the ranking, the higher the rank you get, and the greater the room for promotion." Hearing what Ai Yin said, even though Lei Yin's face is Wujing Wubo, his heart is full of emotions. This is an opportunity for himself, so I must grasp it. P.S. Thank you for your recommendation votes, I am grateful. Seeking a wave of rewards. Northwest arrow, Omega, Northeast arrow. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 45, I Will Protect You. When it was time for free training, Lei Yin and Ai Yin saw a male student walking towards the female student on the training ground, kneeling on one knee, with a bouquet of roses in his mouth. "Since I first saw you, I have been deeply attracted by your beauty, so Tina asks you to accept my love." The female student who was confessed was Tina, and the male student who was confessed was Fen Buddy. Iron Fist Fiend Buddy, currently a sergeant student in the youth training camp, is named Iron Fist because he wears an iron ring on his hand. Later, he served as a captain of the Navy headquarters. Sanji was severely taught by Sanji for spoiling food in the East China Sea restaurant, which caused the Navy to be ashamed, so he was demoted to 3rd class and placed under Tina's command. Unexpectedly, this guy started to like Tina so early. Lei Yin thought to himself. For Femdi's confession, Tina cross-brows coldly. She snatched the rose flower in Femdi's hand, and then broke it mercilessly. "Please don't play this kind of boring trick in the future." Tina must have clearly expressed her meaning. "Could it be that you can't understand human words?" After speaking, Tina walked away. The onlookers laughed. "You kids still won't give up. It's no wonder that they are threshold fruits capable people. They are already lieutenant students. After graduation, they are at least school-level officers. They are beautiful and have unlimited prospects. And you are a sergeant, province save it." "Yes, yes." As for everyone's cynicism, Femdi was calm, stood up and patted the dust on his knees. "What do you know? Hey, I'm much better than those of you who obviously like but dare not say it. Also, no matter what others say, I will never give up pursuing Tina." Following that, he also walked away unrestrainedly. Seeing this scene, Lei Yin thought to himself, "This guy, the skin is really not so thick." Then, Lei Yin looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling very comfortable. Here, not only can he quietly improve his strength, but also enjoy the incomparably beautiful youth. Seeing Femdi's back, Ayan, who was sitting next to Lei Yin, covered her mouth and laughed. Okay. Yin, this Femdi is really interesting. He confessed that he was rejected 46 times, and he persisted like this. Lei Yin responded, well, speaking of it, he is still a tenacious person. By the way, you are also a capable person. Lei Yin continued to ask. Hey? How did you know? Yin puzzled. Lei Yin scratched his head, oh, this, I guessed it. Yin smiled sweetly, stretched out her right hand, and saw a peach flame similar to a ghost fire appeared on her palm, and then she aimed at a small tree sapling. Shoot backwards! Yin Jiao yelled, and Tao Sc's flames suddenly shot out, hitting the saplings. In a short time, the saplings disappeared. Oh, this is... Lei Yin's face was a little surprised. Yin retracted the flame in his hand, this is my ability, called retrogression fruit. The thing hit will go backwards for 12 years. Just now, the young sapling has a lifespan of less than 12 years, so it was beaten. The words just disappeared. A very powerful ability, if it is for the qualifying assessment, I must not be your opponent. Lei Yin said modestly. Yin Qiao's face turned red, nothing, but that, if there is anything, I will protect you. What? Is this what a girl should say to a boy? But this can't be blamed on Yin. Lei Yin is a little thin and weak. At first glance, he is the kind of weak and powerful. The key is that he is still a second-class soldier with no one before and after, which naturally makes people feel that it is an out-and-out disadvantaged group. Hearing that, Lei Yin's head is full of black lines, he is really underestimated. Unknowingly, the afternoon training was over, so according to the agreement, Lei Yin and Very Good had a duel in the open space next to the training ground on the 6th. Both of them went to the appointment as scheduled. Very Good, unexpectedly, your kid is really not afraid of death, you dare to come. Lei Yin smiled disdainfully, this should be what I said to you. Hey, I don't know how to live or die, I've warned you in the morning, and let me see you and Yin being sticky and entangled there. It really upsets me. Today, I will definitely beat you. Your mother doesn't even know you. Cut, it depends on whether you have this ability. Hey, arrogant and arrogant. As he said, Very Good rushed forward unceremoniously, 6 types landing foot. With the help of impulse, Very Good raised his foot and directly issued a blue slash, while Lei Yin stepped on the ground and easily avoided it. Very Good is not only a devil fruit capable person, but also proficient in 6 forms. But what then? With a cyclone gathering in Lei Yin's hand, a ninjutsu trick is about to come out quietly. Stop fighting! A girl ran not far away, and when they looked at it, the girl was Yin. When the two stopped, Yin ran to the middle of the two and asked, Lei Yin, what are you doing? Lei Yin didn't speak, but Bailey Good spoke, Sister Yin, don't worry, we don't accept anyone, so come here to make a break. Yin yelled at Lei Yin, you just came here, besides, you're only a second-class soldier, are you going to mess around with those with fruit ability? Yin meant, you are only a second-class soldier, and you are not an opponent of Bailey Good at all, so don't fight. However, Very Good ignored these. He bypassed An and attacked Lei Yin again. Peas. At the next moment, I saw Very Good fist out of his arm, calling directly at Thunder. This is the ability of his Superman-type Peas fruit, the whole body can turn into spherical particles, launching or avoiding attacks. However, this ability is somewhat similar to Clown Bucky's Flit fruit. Seeing the spherical fist coming, Yin stepped forward and grabbed the fist. Okay? Yin, you. Yin turned her head and said to Lei Yin, I said, I will protect you. What? Although you know that you are kind, there is a limit to belittle people, right? Lei Yin thought to himself. If I can't even beat him, how can I show my fist in the sea in the future? Flying Thunder God/Lion shots. Lei Yin disappeared at a speed that their eyes couldn't catch. When he appeared in front of Bailey Good's eyes, his knees were already on his stomach, and he was in the air, and then he hit him back to the ground. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 46, Thunder vs Berry Good. Bailey Good couldn't use the power of Peas Fruit to escape. When Ian saw them again, he saw Bailey Good lying on the ground spitting out blood, and standing on him indifferently. Next to Fat, what happened? Lei Yin used the speed of Flying Thunder God Slash and the physical skill Lion Bomb to make a very fast blow. They couldn't see this series of movements at all. Ai Yin was even more astonished when he stood there. Didn't you say that I will protect you? You secretly counterattacked? Very good, who had been knocked to the ground, was even more unwilling. He stood up from the ground laboriously, using the power of Peas Fruits, pulled out a sphere from his body and smashed it towards Thunder. Stop it all! Suddenly, a figure flew out not far away, blocking the two of them, and Berry Good returned to his original state and prevented the duel. The owner of this figure is wearing a lavender striped suit and dark blue shirt, a tie, a punk head, and a beard. A superb katana was pinned to his waist. This is Mole. Mole, then a lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters, one of the senior naval figures, was also a disciple of the former General Black Wrist Zifa, and is now a swordsman in the youth training camp. The saber around his waist is suspected to be a 50 skilled sword hunting blood. He is not only good at swordsmanship, but also a master of 6 styles. He was one of the 5 lieutenant generals in the execution of the Unis Judicial Islands Slaughter Order, and once captured the Giant's 320 million reward criminal Ponce Fry. There will also be good performances in future wars on the top. The strength is unfathomable. Wearing a justice cloak and holding a samurai sword at his waist, Mole reprimanded, "You two, private fights in the Navy are forbidden, not to mention that you are still in the Youth Academy and belong to the future of the Navy." Hope. Someone. Yes, the 2 Navy first-class soldiers said. I put them in confinement for 2 days, and thought about it. Yes. In this way, Lei Yin and Berry Good were taken down. 1 day later. Office of the Marshal of the Navy Headquarters. Carp only told the Marshal Sengoku that he sent Lei Yin to the Youth Academy. Sengoku and Carp were old irons, so they naturally agreed. The relationship between Kapu and Lei Yin, apart from the warring states, even the 3 generals did not know. The person Carp liked naturally attracted the attention of the warring states. The incident of Lei Yin's confinement reached the Marshal's ears in the first place. At this time, the Warring States Department was sitting on the desk, and Carp was sitting on the sofa next to him, drinking tea and eating senbei. Kapu, is this the kid you fancy? Actually, I fought with the students in the afternoon of the first day. The Warring States tone contained some questions. Carp casually ate the senbei. Haha, Warring States, you will inevitably worry about it. They are all in their youth, and young and energetic will inevitably have conflicts. This also shows that this stinky boy is brave and combative, and he will definitely become one in the future. A powerful naval soldier. Marshal Warring States, what is your logic? Can you become a good naval soldier even if you ignore military discipline and military laws? This kid is just like you, really messy. Carp smiled heartily, haha, just like me, just like the old man's appetite. When the Warring States saw this, he also sighed helplessly. However, having said that, Diamante, the highest cotter of the Don Quixote family, was really the kid who caught it alive. Carp took a sip of tea. Of course, do you think Captain T-Pen will have that kind of strength? The Warring States thought for a while, in this way, the strength of this kid is unfathomable. If you exercise restraint, you might be able to become something for you. Karp smiled more boldly when he heard the words, let me just say, the old man wants to train him into the Navy's first combat officer. Warring States again said, however, we captured Diamante alive, presumably that fellow Doflamingo will not give up. It seems that there must be a battle between us and the Don Quixote family. Karp's face became serious. To be honest, for this matter, the old man intends to let Lei Yin practice in the youth training camp for a period of time, and when his strength grows to a certain level, he will be formally appointed to deal with Dover. Brother Lang Ming. I think, with the strength of this kid, it is not impossible to win Brother Ming. The Warring States period looked at Karp, take Ming brother? This is not a matter of talking. With Ming brother's power and his own strength, it is difficult to have an opponent in the sea. Give it to a fledgling kid, really? Are you sure? Karp also looked at the Warring States period with a serious face, I believe him. The Warring States period heard this and sighed, okay, then you can take care of this matter. Anyway, we have to deal with the 4 emperors and the of the great pirates. If Lei Yin is like you said, it also saves us some things. By the way, how did you deal with Diamante? The Warring States sighed slightly, I have sent someone to secretly him to Pushing City. The second day Lei Yin was detained, Ai Yin came to see him with some snacks. Ai Yin took out a small pink box with some exquisite and delicious snacks and handed it to Lei Yin. Hey, I made this by myself. I guess you can't eat well here. Try it. When Lei Yin saw this, his head was full of black lines. Please, I'm just being locked up, not in jail. I'll be out tomorrow, it's weird to say that. Hearing this, Ai Yin's face turned flushed, yes. I'm sorry, Coolmanus. However, Lei Yin said so, still holding a snack and ate it, you made it yourself, it tastes really good. Ian blushed even harder, really, thank you for your compliment, Ariatu. Very Good was locked in the confinement room next to him. He was very upset when he saw this scene. Hey, Sister Ai Yin, why did you just bring him a snack? I was also locked up. What? Ai Yin scratched her head embarrassedly when she heard the words, oh, sorry, I forgot. Lei Yin swallowed the last snack in his mouth, and handed him the snack box. Hey, I will carry forward the style, these are for you. Cut, it's rare for you to pass it over. Bailey Good gave Lei Yin a blank look and took the lunchbox. When Barry Good took the lunchbox and opened it, he was suddenly angry. He saw his head grow bigger and his teeth sharpened. Hey, you guy, there are still these there, it's obviously yours. This guy has eaten it. Seeing success playing him, Lei Yin laughed. And Anne, who was outside the confinement room, also covered his mouth and laughed sweetly. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 47, Tina and Anne. Seeing Lei Yin finished eating, Ai Yin still did not leave, and only asked Lei Yin in a voice that 2 people could hear, Hey, how did you do that trick the day before yesterday? What? It's just that I saw you disappear in front of my eyes. When you reappear, you have knocked Bailey Good to the ground. Have you already mastered 6 types shaving? Ai Yin asked. Hearing this, Lei Yin scratched his head, well. Hey, you 2 keep me away. Don't talk secretly there. Before Lei Yin could say anything, Bailey Good grabbed the railing of the confinement room with both hands and shouted at Lei Yin and the others. Barry Good felt very upset seeing the 2 people stick so close. Regarding Ai Yin's question, Lei Yin was also vague and did not explain clearly. Even if she told her, she would definitely not know what Flying Thunder God Cut and Lion Linking meant. Hey, this is youth, the age when hormones are being emitted. On the 3rd day, Lei Yin was released. Now, the look in Lei Yin's eyes was a little more jealous. It didn't take long for Lei Yin and Bailey Good to fight and confine themselves. You mean that kid killed Barry Good all at once? Nonsense! How can that be? Tina, that's right, he's a second-class soldier, and Tina doesn't believe he has such an ability. Well, Barry Good is also a demon fruit-capable person. These days, apart from sleeping and practicing, Lei Yin and Ai Yin stayed together almost all day, which caused many male students in the Navy to feel uncomfortable. Ai Yin is the goddess of our youth academy. Many of us are secretly in love and chasing after each other. People don't even look at it directly. Your kid, a second-class soldier, is sticky and entangled with our goddess. One day, in the restaurant of the youth training camp, Lei Yin and Ai Yin sat across from each other and had lunch together. At the dining table not far away, Tina and some of her best friends also had lunch together. As the saying goes, women are born to like gossip. No, when a few girls were sitting together for a meal, they began to whisper. Tina's best friend, "Hey, look over there, do you think the two of them are ready?" Girlfriend B, "I didn't expect this guy to have a good hand despite his low rank." Girlfriend C, "I didn't expect the most difficult goddess in the youth academy to get a second-class soldier too." Tina scoffed at Lei Yin's direction, and then said, "Cut, Tina doesn't believe it, Ian will like him." Girlfriend B, "Oh, yes, the first goddess of the youth academy should be our Tina." Girlfriend C, "Yes, you always say that Ai Yin is a goddess, which makes Tina unhappy. Beauty, jealousy, and comparison are the nature of women. If two women of the same age stand together, the one who is not beautiful will always be more inferior. Therefore, people in the youth academy, especially female students, always love gossip about these things." And everyone recognized that the two most beautiful women in the youth academy are Ai Yin and Tina, but who is more beautiful? Everyone is always arguing over this boring question. But, not long after, the arrival of another beautiful girl broke the argument. However, this is something later. At this time, when she heard the words of girlfriend C, Tina couldn't help but give a blank look. Hey, Tina doesn't care about this kind of thing. In this world, strength is the most important thing. Tina said so. In fact, she loves beauty more than anyone else. She always dresses herself beautifully before going out. She always looks at Ai Yin, who is discussed with everyone, for fear that her appearance is inferior to her. At this time she couldn't help but look in the direction of Lei Yin and Ai Yin. Lei Yin and Ai Yin sat across from each other, talking and laughing while enjoying the food on the plate, which was really envious of others. Suddenly, a discordant knock on the table interrupted the man and woman. A man was followed by 4 or 5 students. He knocked down the table and stared at Lei Yin without a look on his face. This person is also a student in the youth academy. He is called Brandy. He is a second lieutenant student. He has grass-green hair. Some of his hairline is too high to cover up his true age, appears to be anxious. He is big and thick. Hunky back, knotted muscles are a bit scary. Brandy said to Lei Yin, "Hey, kid, come out, we have something to tell you." Lei Yin's fork put a piece of sea animal meat in his mouth. "Master, I'm eating, I'm not free." A student next to Brandy, "Hemp, don't be shameless, our boss told you to go out, how dare you refuse?" Brandy squeezed his fist. What a stinky second-class soldier who doesn't take it to take pictures of himself. He actually ate here with Sister Ai Yin. If I were your second-class soldier, I would have no face to go out and see people. Ian was anxious. "Hey, Brandy. You are too much. Go away quickly. Otherwise I'll be rude to you." Lei Yin said, "Anne, don't worry about it, I want to see what he can do." "Hemp, dare to call here. Had it not been for Sister Ai Yin here, I would have beaten you all over the floor. Come on, you want me to fix you with the 6 style trick?" Brandy pressed his finger Gragla and rattled. Ai Yin was about to use the fruit's ability to deal with them, but Lei Yin held her shoulders. At this time, the student next to Brandy said, 6 forms? Boss, are you using 6 forms to deal with this kid too cruelly? This stinky second-class soldier, I guess you don't even know what 6 form is, ahaha. After the man said, many people laughed at the roaring hall and laughed at Lei Yin together. 6 forms iron block fist. Hey! He flew a punch and knocked one person out of the air, hitting the food counter directly, and hitting a big hole. It was Lei Yin who threw his fist, and Brainio was beaten into the air. Brainio not only knocked out a big hole in the counter, but also spit out a mouthful of blood, spit out 2 front teeth, and his jaw was dislocated. When Brainio's men saw this, they dispersed like birds and beasts. Even Brandy, who is 5 big and 3 rough, who knows the 6 styles, has been beaten into that virtue. We are definitely not the opponent of this second-class soldier. After punching Brandy into a panic, Lei Yin continued to eat as if nothing had happened. At this moment, not only Ai Yin, who was sitting opposite Lei Yin, but also Tina, who was not far away, were shocked. Best girlfriend, hey, he used 6 types iron block just now, right? If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 48, Chambord Islands. Second girlfriend, okay, it seems to be. Girlfriend C, how is it possible? He is just an unknown second-class soldier, this 6 style, even most lieutenants will not. Tina looked at Lei Yin, her pretty face couldn't help being surprised. Although she didn't say anything, the dark tide surged in her heart. Isn't he an ordinary second-class student? How can it be 6 forms? And, is it an extension of the iron block in 6 forms? This can't be blamed on everyone's response to such a big response. In the Navy, there are not many people who can meet the 6 forms. Let alone lieutenants, even if they are college officers, there are only 1/10 of those who can meet. What's more, Lei Yin is only a second-class soldier. Do you resort to extended moves? This is not scientific. Could it be that Tina underestimated him before? Tina thought to herself. In this fight, Brandy was provoked first, and Brandy was injured as a result. The headquarter only gave a warning to the second person. The qualifying assessment of the youth training camp is getting closer. Lei Yin stepped up to cultivate himself. After a period of intense training, the headquarter gave the students a 3-day holiday, and Lei Yin had a big plan in his mind. Earning bounty for such a long time, and also sold rubber fruit for 110 million. Now Lei Yin still has nearly 20 million Baileys. It only costs 10,000 Baileys to draw the price of E-level ninjutsu once, and Lei Yin only spent more than 200,000 Baileys to learn all the 6 basic E-level ninjutsu. The 6 basic E-level ninjutsu are clone, double, change, transform, escape, and rope off. And one of the E-level ninjutsu has greatly helped his plan. Lei Yin read the latest issue of the newspaper. Recently, 2 pirates arrived in Chambord Islands, one named Taylor, who massacred more than 100 residents, and more than a dozen girls around the age of 20 were killed. The kidnapping and disappearance, Zhang Fu suspected that this has some connection with him. Moreover, he hides well. The political talisman has sent troops to arrest him many times without success, and he has been offered a reward of 52 million Baileys for this reason. His ability is unknown. There is another named Capone Becky. Okay? A familiar name. Lei Yin searched his memory. Capone Becky, known as the Bandit Gang, the captain of the Flame Tank Regiment, is a Superman with the ability to build the city, and now offers a bounty of 78 million Baileys. Lei Yin remembers that he was one of Luffy's 11 supernovae a few years later, and he offered a bounty of 138 million. Later, he joined the 4 Emperors' Big Mom, and the bounty increased to a full 300 million Baileys. Didn't expect this guy to be in Chambord now? It is no wonder that Karpenberg has always been alone, because of the bug of his fruit ability, he carries thousands of troops wherever he goes. Therefore, it is not easy for the Navy to catch him. Well, 78 million Baileys, in this case, the goal is you. Thinking about this, Lei Yan took advantage of the 3-day holiday time to take a small boat to the Chambord Islands not far from the Navy headquarters. Regardless of the strict training in the youth training camp, the students all have a relaxed and comfortable life after the holiday. The Chambord Islands are their first choice for vacation and entertainment. Near the headquarters of the Navy, there is the largest mangrove tree in the world, the Arca mangrove. Because the roots of the tree remain exposed on the water, the Chamardayan Islands are formed. The Chamardayan Islands are located in front of the Red Earth continent in the middle of the Great Sea Route. The island is composed of many big trees, and the ground is the root of the tree. In the original book, the Chamardayan Islands are also called the Island of Failure and the Island of Departure again by Brooke. The biggest feature of the Chamardayan Islands is that the roots of the Arca mangroves secrete a special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands with air to form bubbles and then fly into the sky. Since the bubbles are only suitable for the climate of the Arca mangrove, once the bubbles are out of the climate of the Chambord Islands, the resin component will be blown up because it cannot fully exert its power. So the Chamardayan Islands got its name. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, bubble coating technology, houses built on bubbles, these have become the unique features and beautiful scenery of the Chambord Islands. The island is made up of 79 numbered trees, each with towns and facilities. Number 1 to 29, there are mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, unavailable zones, etc. Number 30 to number 39, there are mainly soap bubble parks and so on. Number 40 to 49, there are mainly sightseeing areas, specialty shops, etc. NOS 50 to 59, mainly include shipyards, coating craftsmen, etc. Number 60 to 69, mainly include naval station, government entrance and exit, etc. Number 70 to number 79, there are mainly hotel streets and so on. Lei Yan is now considered a Sirius 800 Navy, so he naturally entered the Chambord Islands from the Navy Station number 60 area. Lei Yan originally thought that the Chamardayan Islands were very large, but only after arriving on the island did he discover that it was a little bigger than he thought. As soon as I boarded the island, I saw bubbles flying all over the sky, which looked colorful and gorgeous under the sunlight. From the moment he went to the island, he made up his mind to catch Kapambiki and exchange bounty for ninjutsu in the Navy to enhance his strength. In other words, Lei Yan is going to return to his old career and do his own thing. However, he is now a Navy. If he catches a pirate, he can't redeem the bounty, and he can get up to 1 promotion. Isn't this nonsense that you want to be a pirate hunter when you become a Navy? Haha. But don't forget, Lei Yan is a ninja. Transfiguration. After finding an empty space with no one, Lei Yan changed into another person with a sound. He changed his previous weak and delicate image. This time, he used the E-level transformation technique to transform into a strong man, with knotted muscles and the original image. Who said you can't be a pirate hunter if you become a Navy? Who made me have such a bug system? Next, you can start looking for targets. Logically speaking, the place where the pirates are located is generally unlikely to be in residential areas or tourist areas and specialty areas. The most likely one is of course the unable to zone on Chambord Island, where the Navy basically has no time to take care of it, so naturally, it became a gathering place for pirates. After confirming this idea, Lei Yan walked towards areas 1 to 29. The gathering of pirates naturally attracted many pirate hunters. But there is also a famous human trafficking store there, which is the default of the political talisman. Therefore, the pirate hunters there said they were pirate hunters, but in fact they caught some people who felt valuable, and then sold them to the human trafficking shop. If you like the pirate god level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com, the Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 49, Lei Yin and number 039, S other side. If you start from the Navy station and go to the unreachable zone, you should pass through the specialty area. Lei Yin recalled the map of Chambord Islands. Walking on the road, under the sunshine, there are constantly colorful bubbles rising into the sky. This is a unique scenery of the Chambord Islands, which cannot be seen anywhere else. Before I knew it, I walked to the number 45 area, which is a tourist specialty area. Lei Yin rented a unique transportation tool here, a bubble car, and rode it towards the impossible to take. When you travel to the area of number 8 Chambord Islands, you can feel a decadent atmosphere. There are many ruins here, and there are a lot of people gathered on the ruins. If these people are not pirate hunters, they should be pirates. What year is this? There are still residents who dare to run to the point where they can't bring it. He must be confused about the situation, right? Catch it up, sell it to a human trafficking shop, and exchange some money for the brothers. These people said, carrying swords and muskets around Lei Yin, who was riding a bubble car. The leading man with a knife said to Lei Yin in the car, "Boy, my brothers are a bit tight lately, so please come with us." Hearing this, the younger brother beside him all smiled sly at Lei Yin. The big man meant that he wanted Lei Yin to catch him, and then sold him as a slave for money. Then these people are pirate hunters. Are they really pirate hunters? For temporary money, sending people to human trafficking shops that never see the sun, and living a miserable life from then on, this behavior is even more abhorrent than the heinous pirates. If you have the patience, please come and have a look at me. Lei Yin said calmly. "It's hemp, grab this reckless kid and sell it," said the leading man. As soon as the voice fell, a white arc of energy suddenly appeared. White blade. The pirate hunters hardly had time to react, they all had their chests cut open by thunder, some of them had their hearts cut, and some of their lungs were directly severed. They lay on the ground convulsing painfully, and the blood fell on the ground. Dying red, each death is extremely ugly. However, Lei Yin deliberately left a person's life. The person saw the blood and the ugly pirate hunters in a place and scared his pants wet. Lei Yin jumped out of the car and patted his shoulder. "Hey, I ask you something, you must answer me truthfully." The person's body trembled violently, seeing Lei Yin as if he had seen Satan the devil, his eyes were terrified, and he stood still and didn't dare to move. After all, the place that shed is real blood, not ketchup. The man still did not speak, and Lei Yin then asked, "Where is Capone Becky?" Lei Yin was here just to find him. In such a big place, if you blindly search for it, there is almost no possibility. That person hadn't spoken yet, maybe he was scared by Lei Yin's white blade just now. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lei Yin continued, "If you don't say it yet, I'll find a way to get you to speak. Tell you, I have 10,000 ways to make you die, but the length and pain of death that's up to you." Hearing the words, as if he heard the sound of hell, the man immediately said, "Big brother, I really don't know the person you are talking about, please let me go." Lei Yin's face was green when he heard this. "Oh, is that so? Then don't blame me." Wait. Seeing that Lei Yin was about to do something, the scared man immediately knelt on the ground. "This big brother, oh no, uncle, I only know that Capone Becky is a criminal of more than 70 million yuan. As for where he is, I really don't know, please forgive me." The man knelt on the ground in fright, begging for mercy, knocking his head like garlic. Lei Yin thought for a moment, in this way, maybe he really doesn't know. So he asked, "So, do you know other bounty criminals? The higher the bounty, the better." Hearing this, the man stopped kowtow. "Oh, what do you ask, uncle? I really know someone who has been offered a reward of more than 50 million baileys." The man told Lei Yin the pirate he was talking about, and Lei Yin went away. Lei Yin only follows one principle for people and things, that is, look at people. If carp and iron are kind to himself or gentle and kind, he will treat them with kindness as well. Lei Yin also fisted back to people like Bailey Good and Brandy who wanted to threaten and suppress him. As for the so-called pirate hunters who sent others into the for their own selfish desires, Lei Yin showed the most brutal and treacherous face. If that person didn't say anything just now, Lei Yin didn't mind killing him in a cruel way. Since they are demons, they should be sent to hell. For those poor people who were sent to the human trafficking shop by them, they are already dead very easily. For angels, there should be an angel's face, for the devil, there should be a devil's face. This is Lei Yin's principle towards people, the other side of those devil. According to the location that the man told him, Lei Yin walked straight to a place in the 16th area. Almost most areas of the Chambord Islands No. 1 to 29 are inaccessible areas. Lei Yin walked to the number 16 area and saw that it was very different from the number 8 area just now. Area 8 is mostly ruins that have been destroyed by pirates or pirate hunters, while Area 16 is a neat street and rows of gorgeous houses, and it doesn't look like it is impossible to strip. Of course, not every pirate will just destroy it. That pirate should be here. Lei Yin was thinking, only to see a young girl running out of a compound. Her expression was flustered and her eyes were frightened. When she ran out, a group of people were chasing her behind her. "Don't let her run away, if you lose it, we will all die if the boss blames it," shouted a man leading behind the girl. After all, women's physical strength and strength are inferior to men. After a while, women are surrounded by those people again. "Run, run again. This is our site, it seems you still don't understand. No matter how you run, you can't get out of our palms. Go back and serve our boss." The girl's face was pale, like a frightened little cat. In her horrified eyes, those people stretched their magic claws towards her. Flying Thunder God / White Blade. Lei Yin suddenly appeared in front of the girl, and a white ripple of energy was drawn across the void, and an arc-shaped sharp blade spread out in all directions. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 50, Soke. Earlier, the person Lei Yin extorted the confession did not tell him where Capone Becky was, but was another criminal offering a reward of more than 50 million. Back to now. Lei Yin stood in front of the girl, and the index finger of his right hand drew a white energy ripple in the void, and the slash-like white energy directly killed all the people who rushed up. Taking a look at the dozens of fallen corpses, Lei Yin turned around and looked at the girl who was still in shock. "Can you tell me what happened?" The girl ran out of this place and was chased by so many people again. Something must have happened. The girl still had a look of horror, and said with a trembling tone, "You, who are you?" Lei Yin thought for a moment. "Don't be afraid. My name is Baramak. I am a pirate hunter. I only kill pirates with rewards." At this time, Lei Yin had used the E-level substitute technique to become another image, Baramak, the name he gave to this image. The girl saw that he didn't mean anything, so she told Lei Yin the matter. "Girl, these people who caught themselves are a pirate group. The captain is Taylor, who is offering a reward of 52 million Baileys. He was responsible for the massacre of more than 100 residents in residential areas at night, and he was also one of the dozens of young girls who disappeared, and he was one of those girls. This guy is not only powerful, but also very charming. Every night he finds these captured girls for his own enjoyment. The Navy led its troops to arrest many times, but they all returned without success. I really couldn't stand Taylor's metamorphosis, so I wanted to sneak out." When the girl said this, Lei Yin remembered the two pirates in the latest issue of the newspaper. One is gangster Capone Becky, a superman with the ability of Jiancheng fruit, and now offers 78 million Baileys as a bounty. And the other is this Taylor, and judging from the description in the girl, it is very different from the news written in the newspaper. There is nowhere to be found after breaking through the iron shoes. By the way, do you know what he has? Lei Yin asked the girl. Girl, I've seen this once. Once, one of his pirates angered him because of his poor work, and Taylor suddenly became a green rope and strangled the pirate alive. Lei Yin, the green rope? Strangled? Is it about the rope fruit? Girl, this, I don't know. Afterwards, Lei Yin asked the girl Taylor where he was, and gave her a sum of money to help the girl run away. Lei Yin looked for it according to what the girl told him. When I came to a large house, the gate was iron, and it was closed tightly during the day. If you look closely, you will find that what is built here is like a small fortress. If an army arrives, it will really not be able to penetrate it for a while. Seeing this scene, Lei Yin couldn't help but want to laugh. This guy was really careful, no wonder the navy couldn't catch him several times. Thinking about this, Lei Yin gathered a blue cyclone in his hand, a powerful force brewing, and then suddenly, Days spiral pill. With a loud noise, the blue cyclone hit the iron gate, directly blasting the iron gate out of a big hole. After opening the door and going in, I discovered that the inside was bigger than expected. Many pirates heard the loud noise, like a frightened bird, carrying all kinds of weapons. Where did your kid come from, dare to come here to die? Lei Yin said lightly, if you don't want to die, get out of me and tell that Taylor out. You live crookedly. Brothers, chop this kid into meat sauce. Oh! Seeing the people rushing up, Lei Yin stepped on the ground with his feet, jumped into the air, and flew up and down with his hands, completing the seal. Art fire escape fireball. The hot and scorching fireball fell vertically and exploded in the crowd, directly submerging the pirates into the sea of fire. When Lei Yin fell to the ground again, there was already a raging fire behind him. He walked in front of the flame, looking very emotional. Lei Yin made such a big movement, already alarming the people inside, and after that, a thin-looking man led some pirates out. Some pirates saw the unquenched flame behind Lei Yin, and couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. Is this, the fruit ability of the flame system? Lei Yin looked at the thin man in the lead. Are you Taylor? Unexpectedly, Taylor stretched out his orchid finger and said in a whistling voice, oh, you kid, you actually took my man. Okay? This guy is still a bitch? No wonder the behavior is a bit awkward, and he built his own house like a fort, for fear that the navy will catch him. It's a mother-in-law, it's still so lustful, thinking about how he caught a young girl like that. Lei Yin has no goosebumps. Forget it, even if he is a mother-in-law, it has nothing to do with him. Lei Yin was thinking. Taylor spoke. He stretched out his orchid and pointed at Lei Yin. Hey, kid, who are you? We have no grievances and no grudges, why should we do this? Lei Yin smiled faintly. My little master is called Balamark, a pirate hunter. Come here to take your dog's life and change some pocket money. Oh, I'm so scared. Although Taylor's tone and image are not like that kind of vicious person, his heart is cruel and twisted. Otherwise, it will not slaughter the more than 100 innocent residents, and will use some young and beautiful girls for their own use. It is difficult to paint people and tigers to paint skins. Get rid of those who are in the way first. Thinking about this, Lei Yin launched ninjutsu again. Earth escape the art of Earth Dragon Bullet. As soon as the voice fell, a huge earth dragon rose up on the ground. The bluffing pirates were trembling, and saw Lei Yin wave his right index finger, and the earth dragon opened his mouth wide and spit out mud bombs the size of a football. These mud bombs smashed toward the pirates like raindrops, and the pirates had no power to fight back, and were smashed to death amidst horrified eyes and desperate screams. Looking at the colorful corpses on the ground, Lei Yin unlocked the seal, and the earth dragon disappeared in place. Hey? Where is Tyler? When Lei Yin had just flashed this thought, a turquoise thing entangled himself firmly. That's right, this is Taylor's ability. Lei Yin was entangled tightly, and when he turned his head to look with difficulty, he saw a hideous and terrifying face. This guy is not the ability of the rope fruit, what the girl said, but P.S. Ask for a wave of rewards, recommended tickets, and various requests. I hope everyone will support you more. Northwest arrow, Omega, Northeast arrow. If you like the pirate god level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The pirate god level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 51, Snake Fruit and Illusion. Ha ha ha, people are people with the ability of animal type snake fruit, green snake form. If you are entangled in this way by me, you will have to wait for death. I saw Tyler turned into a monster with a human face and a snake body. The facial features on his face had long since become distorted and terrifying. If ordinary people saw it, they would be scared to death. This is even more terrifying than the deformed Ashimaru, Lei Yin thought, trying to break free from Taylor's entanglement. Flying Thunder God Slash. Lei Yin used high-speed movement to break free of Taylor, but when he didn't expect to move to the other side, he was still entangled by Taylor. Okay? Seeing Lei Yin's unsuccessful break free, Taylor smiled even more proudly. Ha ha ha, useless, big eyes, useless, big eyes. As I said, as long as you are entangled by others, you have to wait for death. Up. As he said, Tyler tightened his body violently. Lei Yin's face turned pale, his breathing became more and more difficult, he was dying. Ha, boy, where did your aura just now go? Didn't you want to take my head? Come on, my head is right in front of your eyes, haha. Taylor arrogantly let out a piercing laugh, and the tight thunder took his last breath. Did you die like this? Judging from the pale face of Lei Yin and the stopped heartbeat, it seems like this. Looking at Lei Yin's corpse on the ground, Taylor couldn't help but feel complacent. No one can catch me at all, let alone you, a little-known kid. Everything is over. Is it really? By the way, the little master Yulin is very painful. What? Taylor suddenly turned his head. Lei Yin was already standing behind him, and there were 3 kuyus spinning in his eyes. You? When did you? Tyler's eyes were panic, and he was a little speechless. It turned out that Lei Yin had already activated Zhuoyuanyan before launching Flying Thunder God Slash. The process of Lei Yin's suffocation and death that Taylor saw just now was the illusion of Lei Yin's Zhuoyuan cause. How did Lei Yin break free? He used the most basic kind of ninjutsu rope off. This humble E-level ninjutsu helped a lot at the most critical time. But Taylor didn't know this, his eyes slowly showed incredible expressions. So, should I fight back next? Lei Yin dug out his ears carelessly. As he said, a blue cyclone gathered on his hand again. Days spiral pill. Lei Yin walked moon step over, and the blue energy in his hand fell violently. This blue energy is synonymous with destruction. After a huge roar, the fortress-like houses not far away collapsed in half. A large hemispherical hole of more than 10 meters was smashed into the ground. But it didn't hurt Taylor. Okay? It turned out that at the moment before Lei Yin launched the attack, Taylor activated the ability of the snake fruit, green snake form, to be completely beast, and turned into a small green snake to escape. At this time, Lei Yin understood why the Navy arrested him many times and failed. It turned out that the ability of Taylor's fruit could easily hide himself. No matter the extra income, Taylor became a snake and found a small hole to get in. However, after spending so much effort, how can you escape easily? Thinking about this, Lei Yin flew up and down with both hands, completing the seal, water escape, the art of water chaos. This time, Lei Yin used 3 times more chakras than usual, spit out a huge wave, and rushed towards the compound in all directions. After a while, the green snake was rushed out. Tyler was wet and gloomy. You guy, what ability is it that actually forced me into this field? You don't even understand. If you want to break your head, you and I are not the same person. Lei Yin responded lightly. Don't be smug in there, I'm going to kill you." Taylor yelled hysterically, and changed into a thick green snake form. "Suffer it, snake whip." As he said, Taylor flicked his huge cyan tail and pulled it down fiercely. Lei Yin said slightly, "It seems that you still don't understand. Flying Thunder God / Kuzana Sword Thousand Bird Blade." Taylor didn't have time to react at all, and was cut into 2 paragraphs by a sword with dazzling lightning. Following this, Lei Yin took out the seal scroll and put 2 sections of Taylor's body into it. Because his reward order is live or die, Lei Yin went to the Chambord Islands naval station to successfully exchange 52 million Baileys for the reward. When redeeming the bounty, the Navy looked at him in surprise. "Navy, we have dispatched no less than 3 encirclement and suppression campaigns without results. You actually caught him alone?" A colonel couldn't help asking, "Boy, what's your name?" "Balamark." The 3-day vacation soon ended, and the students in the youth training camp returned to their camps. "Hey, have you heard? 2 days ago, there was a pirate named Taylor in Chambord, who was offered a reward of 52 million Baileys. The Navy sent thousands of soldiers and horses 3 times to encircle and suppress him without catching him, but just 2 days ago, a pirate hunter named Baramak killed him alone and exchanged the bounty. I know, it is said that the Navy went to the scene of their fight yesterday and it was in a mess. Some of the pirates' bodies were burned to charcoal, some were buried alive in the soil, and there seemed to be many drowned in water. I also heard that this pirate hunter has demonstrated no less than 3 abilities, which are unimaginable powerful." Hearing the students talking there, Tina lit a cigarette and said, "Who is this Balamark? How could he have such an ability? No matter how strong he is, he will still be a pirate hunter after all, and he will not carry out true justice to our Navy. Forget it, I am more concerned about our ranking assessment than these things that have nothing to do with us. By the way, less than a week left, so nervous." "What's so nervous? Don't say it's the top 3 every year, even the top 10 I have never dared to expect. Speaking of which, it should be Tina who is nervous. He is in the top 10 every year. Last year, I remember being 8th, right? Well, and 7th. It is a woman's nature to like to compare, especially for women like Tina. When it comes to Ian, Tina always feels a little uncomfortable. Although there are many boys who like herself, there are more people who have a crush on Ian than her. Also, in the ranking assessment that is highly valued every year, Ian ranks ahead of her, which makes Tina even more unhappy. On the surface, she didn't care about Ian, but in fact she cared more than anyone else. Tina spit out the smoke ring depressed, and thought to herself, one wants to surpass her, whether it is strength or face value. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 52, Lei Yin vs Tina. Seeing that the qualifying assessment is approaching, Lei Yin also practiced harder. Ever since Lei Yin injured Brina with a punch in the restaurant, Tina couldn't help but pay attention to him, because 6 types iron block is not something a second-class soldier can master at all, let alone a second-class soldier. He is a captain, and there is no one who knows how to fist. That day, it wasn't Tina who got it wrong. Tina thought to herself. On the eve of the ranking assessment, the youth training camp is doing daily teaching of swordsmanship. Major General Dao Tu held the famous sword Jin Piluo and demonstrated a series of swordsmanship to the students, inserting the sword into the scabbard. Okay, then. Dao Tu looked inside the team, Tina and Lei Yin, you two will have a try, and you will finish. Okay? Why be with him? Seeing Lei Yin standing opposite him, Tina still had disdain in her eyes. Don't blame Tina if you get injured later. Lei Yin didn't say anything when he heard her, but stood proudly with his sword. Humph! Tina snorted coldly, and rushed forward with her sword, rushing to Lei Yin, lifting her sword straight away. Lei Yin didn't rush, a slight dodge, and hit Tina's back with the scabbard. Tina lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. Ha ha ha! Many students couldn't help laughing out loud when they saw Tina's embarrassed look. Tina was so angry that she had lost her color. Ever since she entered the youth academy, has she received such humiliation? A second-class soldier in a small area killed herself in one move? The victory is divided, the winner, Lei Yin. When Tina was about to stand up and fight back, Major General Dao Tu had announced the result of the duel. This sledgehammer trial ended hastily in a burst of laughter. Although Lei Yin won, everyone didn't think that Lei Yin was really better than Tina. How could it be possible that a second-class soldier could beat the devil fruit ability? It may be that Tina made a mistake or she accidentally fell down. Besides, swordsmanship is not what Tina is good at. In short, everyone thought this was just an accident. However, Tina didn't think so. Only she knew that she was indeed defeated by Lei Yin. Although it was only a short moment, she understood that this blow was not something a second-class soldier could do. Moreover, when she saw Lei Yin flying Brainy with a fist that day, countless question marks arose in her heart. This guy, there must be a problem, and, because Tina was so insulted today, Tina will not let you go, Lei Yin. Tina thought to herself. The next afternoon, less than 3 days before the qualifying assessment, Lei Yin was practicing in his yard. A cyclone is gathering in his hand, and he is working hard to inject chakra into it. Lei Yin! Come out for me! Just as Lei Yin's concentration was highly concentrated, a girl's yelling attracted him. I saw a girl with long pink hair, a delicate face and a figure walking towards Lei Yin carrying a samurai sword. Isn't Tina or who? Tina was killed by Lei Yin with a shot yesterday, and she lost such a big person in front of the students, and she couldn't swallow that breath, so today she wanted to find Lei Yin to make a break. Seeing Tina, Lei Yin stopped practicing, without any expression on his face. Is there anything wrong with you coming to me? Tina was not polite, and pulled out the samurai sword on her waist. Tina was defeated by you yesterday. It was accidental. I came to you today to fight to the death. Decisive. Decisive battle. Hearing this, just when Lei Yin looked dazed, Tina drew her sword and rushed forward, and a sword struck Lei Yin's eyebrows, and Lei Yin's speed was several times faster than her, and it flashed easily. Opened this slash. Hey, let's try, don't you have to kill here, right? Lei Yin flashed aside. Tina doesn't care. I must defeat you today. Tina said, swinging a katana and slashing at Lei Yin like crazy. Lei Yin was very flexible and avoided every blow. Hey, have you enough trouble? If this happens, I'll fight back. If it weren't for her to be a woman, Lei Yin would have put her on the ground. And Tina didn't stop her attack as if she hadn't heard him. The lion plays. Taking advantage of a gap, Lei Yin raised his knees and knocked on Tina's lower abdomen. When he fell, he did not hit hard, but pulled out the Kusanagi sword behind him and put it on her neck. You have enough trouble now? Sorry, I won again. Lei Yin said lightly, holding his sword. At this time, Tina was unwilling to reach the extreme. Just a second-class soldier, how could she lose to you twice? Thinking about this, Tina yelled angrily, you angered Tina. Take it to death. Private. Hair feather threshold. As he said, I saw a fence-like iron stick stretched out of Tina's arm, and the black iron sticks surrounded the thunder, and Tina instantly got rid of the Kusanagi sword on her neck. At this moment, Lei Yin seemed to be locked in an iron cage, unable to advance or retreat. Tina was very proud to see this scene. Didn't you just live alive? What's wrong now? Tell you, you are definitely not Tina's opponent. Have you finally used it? What is the ability of the Superman fruit of threshold? Thinking about this, Lei Yin made the chakra flow all over his body with a violent shout, and the black iron sticks smashed like glass. How is it possible? Tina's face was full of shock. Who are you guys? Based on a series of things that happened recently and some time ago, Tina has clearly felt that Lei Yin is definitely not as simple as an ordinary second-class student. Hearing this, Lei Yin inserted the sword back into the scabbard and said lightly, "You and I are not a person of the same dimension. You are not my opponent. Go back." When Tina heard this, her pretty face was pale with anger. You, okay, Lei Yin, you will remember it. Tina will never let you go." After finishing, Tina was angry. Ran away. Looking at Tina's distant figure, thinking about the last sentence, "I will never let you go," Lei Yin lightly sighed, "This is like I heard it somewhere. P.S. These 2 days have been too busy. Our nasty company has to work overtime on Sundays, so the update is relatively late. I hope you and the old folks will not take offense. Don't worry, the book is slower, but it will not be an eunuch, because the outline of the book includes the ending, and Xiao Feng has all thoughts about it. Xiao Feng likes to write books and watch anime. Even if he is busy or tired, he will take time to write something he wants. If the grades are good, Xiao Feng will not go to work overtime and write novels full-time. Also, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask questions. Don't use swear words, I will answer. Finally, I still hope that everyone will support me. You are my motivation. Xiao Feng, thank you very much. Happy. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 53, Qualifying Assessment begins. The annual qualifying assessment finally started, and a slightly nervous atmosphere enveloped the entire youth academy. The trainees are eliminated and promoted in a one-to-one manner. The higher the ranking, the more games they win, the higher the rank they obtain, and the greater the room for promotion. For example, Drake's rank of Lieutenant Colonel, Smog's rank of Lieutenant Cadet, and Tina's rank of Lieutenant Cadet were all obtained by this competition. A total of more than 200 students participated in the competition, and they were divided into more than 100 groups by drawing lots to compete in pairs. Because the youth training camp is the cradle of future naval officers, the annual ranking assessment is extremely important, and the upper echelon attaches great importance to it, so every year the Navy's senior leaders come to watch the battle. On the high platform, watching the battle, headed impressively, sitting in the center is the former Navy Admiral Black Fist Zifa, who has now retreated to the second line and has become the chief instructor of the Navy. But even if he retreated to the second line, he was also a teacher of many high-level naval officers present. Sitting in Zifa with his right hand down, they are Admiral Akainu Sakaski of the Navy Headquarters, Lieutenant Admiral Kapu of the Navy Headquarters Hiro Kapu, Rear Admiral and Deputy Chief of the Youth Training Camp Dauto, etc. Sitting in Zifa with his left hand hanging down are the Navy Headquarters General Huang Abe Polosalino, Navy Headquarters Lieutenant General and Youth Training Camp Swordsmanship Instructor Mole, Navy Headquarters Lieutenant General Dalmatian Dalmazia, etc. Akainu Sakaski, the current General of the Navy Headquarters, has the terrifying natural rockberry ability. Lei Yin remembered that in the war on the top a few years later, the Red Dog had several times severely damaged the Whitebeard pirate group, the strongest of the 4 emperors, and was extremely powerful. Afterwards, the martial Buddha of the Warring States period resigned, and the Red Dog fought with King Zquzhan, who was also a general, for 10 days and 10 nights, and won the final victory and became the new marshal. The battle between the two has even changed the local weather and climate, which shows its strength. In order to maintain the Navy's majesty, he can pay any price, even unscrupulous, with a belief in absolute justice in life. And Zifa's left-handed Huang Yuan Polosalino, the current general of the Navy Headquarters, is naturally a person with the shining fruit ability, and his strength is equally strong. There will be 2 of the 3 in the future, and the lineup is not luxurious. Off the field, more than 200 people were evaluated for the competition, and more than 100 students who participated in the competition stood opposite each other. That stinky guy Lei Yan doesn't know how far he can do it. Carp thought to himself, focusing on the 16th division. Because Lei Yan is waiting for the start of the game at the 16th point, and the one standing opposite him is Ain. When you wait for the game, don't let the water go. Lei Yan said to Ai Yin. Ai Yin smiled sweetly, don't worry, I will go all out. To release water in a duel is to disrespect the opponent, even if the relationship is good. Game start. With an order from the launching officer, all members of the Youth Academy began to fight. Ai Yin Jiao frowned, her feet gathered energy, and a blue slash shot out, 6 styles land feet. The blue slash came at great speed, and Lei Yan stepped on moon step to avoid the blow. This kid, it's okay. Carp couldn't help but feel relieved as he watched Lei Yan use Yuebu. At this time, on the viewing platform of the high platform, not everyone is paying attention to the 16th point of the game like Carp. For example, Akainu Sakaski is watching Drake in the 45th point of the game. The number one that can't be beaten every year, the first game this year did not disappoint everyone. Drake didn't even pull out the Western sword from his waist, but just swiped it and knocked out his opponent directly. The entire game took less than half a minute. 45th Division, winner, Drake. There is hardly any suspense. Oh, that little fellow Drake has won again. The General Huang Yuan was sluggish, with the iconic insignificance in his tone. Akaji looked arrogantly indifferent, this is only the first game. Drake's strength has not been shown at all. Major General Instructor Daotu, it happens almost every year, but this year, Drake's first win seems to be faster than in previous years. Drake won easily, and then most of the top management focused on the 98th division. White Fist. A student with shattered silver hair turned his entire right arm into a thick cloud of smoke. After that, the punching fist shot out and knocked out the opponent directly. Referee, 98th division, winner, Small. That guy is not bad either. Dalmatian Lieutenant General Dalmatia said with a cigar in his head. Lieutenant Mole, Smog is the only natural fruit-capable person in the youth training camp. He has a unique advantage. It is natural to be able to win easily. Carp turned a deaf ear to the judgment of the seniors with a beak of a chicken and a beak of a duck. His eyes were always on the 18th point match venue. There was another person on the high platform watching the 18th match field, because this field had a student he valued. This student was Ai Yin, and the person watching her was the Navy's chief instructor Black Fist Zifa. Lei Yan used U-step to avoid Ai Yin's land foot. The next moment, a ghost-like peach flame appeared on Ai Yin's hand. Reverse shooting. Ai Yin Jiao yelled, Tao Sc's flames had already let go, and launched towards thunder. Sure enough, Ai Yin didn't release any water. The second trick was to use the ability of Superman's regressive fruit. Facing Ai Yin's attack, how will Lei Yan respond? P.S. Thanks to the starting point, the crazy Saonian, the lonely extravagant hope, and the reward of the Thulhu King. QQ reading here, you, Korean style, Mr. Loli are not cute, move the maze. I'm just a child from a rural family, happy and drunk, hate, hurt parting, Dongji's reward. There are also recommended tickets from Daitai and Laotai. Your support is the driving force of Xiaofeng. There was little wind. Happy. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 54, Old Acquaintance. Lei Yan knew very well that if he was hit by Ai Yin's peach seed flame, he would definitely lose. Think about it, if one's age goes backwards by 12 years, wouldn't it be as effective as an ant? So, in the next moment, he disappeared before Ai Yin's eyes. Flying Thunder God Slash. Lei Yan mobilized the fastest speed to avoid Ai Yin's reverse flame, and then flew in front of him, his hands flew up and down, and he suddenly sealed, wind done great breakthrough. Lei Yin's speed was so fast that Ai Yin had no time to react and was blown out of the court by the strong wind that Lei Yin spit out. Even the referee reacted after a while. 18th Division, winner, Lei Yin. Seeing this, Carp smiled comfortedly, this stinky boy. And when the first selection and promotion match ended, almost all the students could not believe the result of the 18th Division. What? You mean that second-class soldier actually defeated Sister Ai Yin? What are you kidding? Ian is the quarter-finals every year, how can it be? Everyone gathered together, and the sound of surprise and sigh was endless. Among the students, there were only two people who were relatively calm, one is very good and the other is Tina. Both of them have been defeated by Lei Yin, and Bailey Good can understand Lei Yin's strength objectively. That private soldier is definitely not a simple character. Tina thought to herself. The qualifying assessment stipulates that after each trial, there is a day's rest in the middle, so that the promoted students have enough energy and physical strength to prepare for the next game. People always believe in their own perceptions, and they still don't believe in Lei Yin's defeat of Ai Yin. So, in less than a day, everyone gave a reasonable explanation. The relationship between Lei Yin and Ai Yin is unusual, and Lei Yin wants to be on top, so Ai Yin deliberately lost to him in the game and let him advance. This makes sense. It's really shameless to actually use a woman to advance oneself. I really don't know the point that Ai Yin fell in love with that guy, and he could actually give up his future for him. But Tina always felt that Lei Yin's victory was based on her own strength. After the first game, Lei Yin went to see Ai Yin. Seeing Ai Yin, he felt a little embarrassed. And Ai Yin smiled sweetly as always. Ah, here you are. Lei Yin scratched his head embarrassedly. Unexpectedly how strong you are, I am convinced that I lost. Lei Yin was relieved when Anne said so. After eliminating more than 100 people in the first game, the second game immediately came. High-level military officers such as Zifa, Red Dog, Huang Yuan, and Carp are still sitting on the high platform. Those who have been eliminated are watching the game inside. Off the court, duels in more than 60 venues were still in full swing. 6 styles Arashi feet. 6 types shave. Boom. Hair feather threshold. In the 23rd Division, Tina used the ability of Silthroat Fruit to stretch out a black iron stick from between her arms, firmly entangled her opponent. Unable to play by hand, Tina easily won. After leaving the field, the winning Tina's eyes fell involuntarily in the 35th Division, because there was a contestant there was Lei Yin. Since Tina was defeated by Lei Yin, Tina has always paid attention to Lei Yin unconsciously, hoping to master his every move. Tina's arrogance and lofty coldness have been broken by a man again and again, how can you let her not worry about it? At this time, Lei Yin on the 35th venue had an extremely awkward look, because the opponent in front of him was an old acquaintance. Still a beautiful woman. Hey, look at the girl in the 35th district. A male student off the field pointed his hand, and many people focused their eyes on there. Tina saw it a long time ago. For beautiful women, men's resistance is always close to zero infinitely, so many people look towards the 35th district. It's so beautiful. Not inferior to Tina and Ain. When did she come to our youth training camp? I have never seen this girl before. It seems to have just arrived the day before yesterday. Just come to participate in the qualifying assessment. Well, I saw her in the first game. Not only did she look good, she was also very skilled. The previous game only used one move to knock down her opponent. This girl was actually mentioned before. The day before Lei Yin first came, when he was practicing in the yard, a row of soldiers passed by the door to discuss the girl. At that time, she had not joined the youth training camp. The headquarters sent a colonel to guide her. 6 Formula. In the 35th Division, Lei Yin's face was full of horror, as if he had seen something terrible. He had never been so scared before. You why are you here? The opposite side didn't answer Lei Yin's words at all. When the referee gave the call, the girl rushed towards Lei Yin crazy. 6 styles Arashi feet. The girl snorted, raised her jade feet, and hit Lei Yin with a slash, and Lei Yin used the shaven 6 forms to get out. You are stronger than when I first saw you, bastard. The girl smiled weirdly and said. P.S. Everyone, guess who this girl is? Maybe some have already been thought of, right? Happy. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 55, Merry Debt. Lei Yin looked at the girl in front of him with infinite horror and surprise. Although you are very strong, I am no longer the same me as before, Lei Yin, you can die. The girl's voice was clear and sweet, but it was full of murderous aura. 6 forms moon step. 6 types finger gun. The girl stepped on U-step to Lei Yin, a finger gun poked towards Lei Yin's chest. It may be that Lei Yin hasn't recovered yet. He just dodges slightly, avoiding his index finger on his chest, but the girl's finger gun rubbed a blood on his right arm. Off the court. That girl is very unusual. Not only is he beautiful, he is also a master of 6 forms. It's the type I like. Many boys on the periphery of the stadium saw the girl's eyes almost turned into a heart-shaped expression. Seeing so many men beside her, Tina was a little upset. Humph. Haven't these guys met a woman? On the court, Lei Yin was shocked. Although I don't know why you came here, and you have become so strong, you are still not my opponent. Lei Yin said. The girl looked disdainful. You are still as silly and arrogant as before. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Lei Yin shook his head helplessly when he heard the words, but the girl remained unabated, and launched a third attack towards Lei Yin. This time, Lei Yin concentrated his mind and used the instant technique. In a flash, she disappeared into the girl. In front of Flying Thunder God Slash. What? Just as the girl was trying to catch Lei Yin's trail, Lei Yin had already flown in front of the girl and hit the girl's chest with a palm. The girl was hit hard and fainted suddenly. The 35th Division, winner, Lei Yin. Women's feelings are always keen. When Tina saw Lei Yin and the girl talking while fighting, she felt that there must be something wrong with the two of them. Damn, Lei Yin is getting more and more annoying. Tina thought to herself. The girl fainted and was carried down. The girl is Wei Erden, the daughter of farmer, the head of Zhendong village. Why did she come to the Navy headquarters? Lei Yin was puzzled. The second day of the second game was a rest day, and Wei Erden came to Lei Yin. When Lei Yin saw Wei Erden, he had an expression of seeing a ghost. He subconsciously wanted to run, but was stopped by Wei Erden. Where are you going? Stop me. Lei Yin turned his head, his face was very ugly. I have something, if you have anything to say, let's talk tomorrow. Wei Erden put her hands on her slender waist, and looked like she was inquisitive. Don't talk nonsense, Lei Yin, don't you ask why I came to the Navy headquarters? You must be very surprised, right? The woman in front of him seemed to be Lei Yin's nemesis. Lei Yingong looked at her and felt that his tongue was a little knotted and speechless. Then, how did you come here? Wei Erden's pretty face became serious. Do you still remember the words I said when you defeated the evil wolf pirate group and left? I won't let you go. Hey! Lei Yin suddenly felt the clouds over his head. Wei Erden continued, a few days after you left, I went to sign up for the Navy. In the boot camp, I worked harder than anyone. I practiced myself day and night. I learned it in 4 months. The 5 styles in the formula, except for one trick, paper painting. Maybe the superior was influenced by my efforts, so I was transferred to the Navy headquarters, and I learned paper painting a week ago, so the superior let I went directly to the qualifying assessment. I didn't expect that yesterday. I lost to you yesterday. But why do you want to join the navy? Wei Erden snorted coldly, for you bastard. What? I think you used to be a pirate hunter. You are not a good kind. One day you might change and you will become a nasty big pirate. As the navy, I will try my best to climb up, and one day I will personally catch it back. But what I didn't expect is that you have also become a navy. Isn't it true that your enemies are not meeting together? When Lei Yin heard the words, he couldn't help taking a breath, and thought to himself, this woman is terribly suffocating, she won't kill me, will you? But, why are you holding on to me? Lei Yin asked. Wei Erden's face sank. Think about it yourself, bastard, and yesterday, where did you hit me? Yesterday? Lei Yin tried to remember when she heard her. Oops. Because during the game, the face is the banned part, so Lei Yin hit Wei Erden's chest. Because of this embarrassing scene, Lei Yin's face suddenly became red, and his body was cold and sweaty. That was a match, and there is no way to get injured by accident. You don't want my palm to slap you. A pretty face, right? Wei Erden's pretty face paled. Injury by mistake? You said lightly, telling you this thing can't be forgotten, you can remember it. After speaking, Wei Erden left. Lei Yin, who stayed in the same place with a dazed expression, what can I do? Both women, Tina and Wei Erden, said that they would not let them go easily. It seems that the future will not be better. What Lei Yin didn't know was that when Wei Erden came to Xingxi to inquire about the crime, Tina happened to pass by the compound where Lei Yin lived. The conversation between the two just now was heard by Tina. Tina was right. The two people knew each other before. Humph, Lei Yin, I don't know where he owed the romantic debt, this big bastard. Tina thought angrily. P.S. I saw that many people guessed right in the reply, indicating that everyone has read the book seriously. Xiao Feng is very pleased and rewards Uzia Honghua. Happy. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 56, The Third Assessment. Lei Yin won 2 games in a row, which was expected for Carp, but most of the students in the Youth Academy did not think so. What strength can a second-class soldier have? Besides, the 2 people who were fighting were both girls, and maybe they were both of them. Ian's relationship with him is self-evident, and the relationship between Wei Erden and him is also rumored by people. The trainees almost all said that Lei Yin used a woman to take the lead, and he didn't have much strength himself, so many people despised him. The third qualifying competition soon came. At this time, there were 64 students left. The third game was divided into 32 areas. Lei Yin drew the 26th area by drawing lots. This time his opponent is called Xiaoling Good. Xiaoling Good, a superhuman person with the ability of the wheel fruit, all parts of the body can be turned into wheels, and the strength of the body can be comparable to that of a steel-transformed person. He is currently a lieutenant student in the youth training camp. Colonel of the future Navy headquarters. The competition has not yet started, the students are standing opposite each other, and Xiaoling Gyud looks like a stubborn waste, which gives people an invisible sense of oppression. At this moment, he stared at Lei Yin with enthusiasm. At this time, in the eyes of the students, Lei Yin's good fortune is over, even if the first 2 women who are familiar with him let him, but Xiaoling Good and Lei Yin are basically unfamiliar, will he let him? The students who have been eliminated from the periphery of the venue are waiting to see Lei Yin's good looks. Xiaoling Good is the quarter-finals every year. Now, that second-class soldier who can only pick up girls is dead. On the high platform, the gaze of the high-level navy did not pay much attention to Lei Yin. People such as General Yellow Ape, Red Dog, Lieutenant General Mole, Dalmesia, Major General Daotu, etc. were only focused on 2 people. One is small, and the other is X-Drake. Drake is the number 1 who can't be beaten every year. His name has been spread both inside and outside the youth academy. The senior navy almost regarded him as a lieutenant general or even a future cultivation. And Smog, the only natural fruit ability in the youth training camp, has a unique combat advantage. The top 4 players each year are naturally also the key cultivation targets in the eyes of the senior. Although the executives are basically paying attention to Drake and Smog, Carp's eyes are always on the venue where Lei Yin is located. In the field, the 26th Division. Many of the students who were eliminated are watching there. They want to see how Lei Yin died today. And Xiaoling Good looked at him. Kong Wu slammed his fists together, and looked at Lei Yin with provocative eyes. Hey, second-class soldier, leaning on a woman in charge, Lao Tzu looks down on him. Wait a minute, I will let him you see what is true strength. Your game is over. When Lei Yin heard this, he just gave a cold snort, and did not reply to his words. Game start. As soon as the commander gave the order, Xiaolinggu's arms spun at high speed and rushed towards Lei Yin, reincarnation of blood. The high-speed rotation of the arms even drove the surrounding air to whoop. Seeing Xiaolinggu's imposing manner, many students off the court couldn't help cheering for him. Come on, just rush over and knock him down. Show him some color. Kill that second-class soldier. Those who cheer for Xiaolinggu are all male students, because jealousy is human nature. Is there a yarn relationship between the two? In fact, what cheered Xiaolinggu off the court was not how good his relationship with Xiaolinggu was, nor was he having any hatred with Lei Yin, but they were jealous of Lei Yin. As soon as I came to the youth academy, I was vague and unclear about our goddess Ai Yin, and finally came a goddess-level figure, Vildan, who was an old acquaintance with your kid, and let him make people live? One more thing, Lei Yin is only a second-class soldier. If he wins, where do you put the face of the person who lost the game? Isn't he better able to win the hearts of Ai Yin and Wei Erdan? Come on, Xiaolinggu defeated him. Facing the shouts that were higher than the waves below, Lei Yin was not moved by it, but carefully looked at the situation of his opponent. As soon as he came up, he used the skill of the fruit of the wheel, and it seemed that he wanted to quickly decide the outcome. Since you want a quick fight, then I'll do what you think. He thought to himself, facing the hot blood reincarnation that Xiaolinggu was facing. Lei Yin raised his knee and rushed forward. The lion plays. Lei Yin flew up, tried to push Xiaolinggu up to the sky with his knees, and then launched the next attack, but he did not expect that the arms that Xiaolinggu told to rotate took a few steps back. And Xiaolinggu's situation was not much better, and he fell directly to the ground and staggered. The ability of this wheel fruit is activated, and the strength of the body can be comparable to that of a man transformed by steel. If it is an ordinary physique, the lion strike that suffered thunder just now, I am afraid that the winner has already been determined. However, having said that, those who can enter 2 consecutive victories and enter the third game are not those who are waiting for death. What's the point if the opponent is too weak? Then use this. Lei Yin's mouth formed an inconspicuous arc, stood on the spot, raised his hand, and saw a blue cyclone in his hand, staring straight at him. Xiaolinggu. Off the court. Look, what's that? Is this the power of some kind of fruit? Of course, the people of One Piece world didn't know what is called chakra flow, so when Lei Yin used that technique, the students below were amazed. What makes them even more amazed is still behind. P.S. Because of everyone's support, the ranking of my recommended votes has almost entered the top 3,000. Although the ranking is not very high, it is already the best result in Xiao Feng's history. I hope everyone will give me a helping hand again and stun me with a recommendation ticket. There was little wind. Happy. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 57, aka Inu and Carp. The cyclone ball in Lei Yin's hand is still spinning at high speed. At this time, The opposite Xiaoling Good still didn't stand up from the ground, but looked at him viciously. Boy, don't be fooling around there. No matter what the you are, then I will crush you into flesh. Cake. With that, Xiaoling Gud's entire body lying on the ground turned into a 3-meter diameter wheel, and the next moment, it was crushed towards Lei Yin at high speed, as if to crush everything. Facing the big wheel that whizzed out and had an absolute overwhelming advantage, Lei Yin's eyes remained unchanged, and he didn't have the slightest intention to retreat. The cyclone in his hand became larger, and he was ready to confront. Is that second-class soldier crazy? Does he know what he is doing? It's not a joke if it gets run over. Will be dead. Ai Yin and Wei Erden, who were watching the game off the court, kept their attention on Lei Yin's body. At this time, they were sweating as they watched the wheels rushing away on the court. Especially Wei Erden, clenched his fists, his heart jumped to his throat. On the high platform, the eyes of General Huang Yuan and Major General Dao Tu also fell on the 26th point of the game. In fact, everyone is not unreasonably worried. If there is no superhuman ability, it is really not a joke to be pressed by that kind of big guy. Originally, Xiaolingud's body was very strong, but now it's transformed into this form, like a rotating large steel wheel, running directly towards Lei Yin. Day's spiral pill. Lei Yin stood there without even moving for half a step, seeing the huge wheels galloping towards him, directly hitting the cyclone in his hand. Boom! A violent blast, centered on thunder, like a powerful shock wave, scattered in all directions, setting off a thick dust mist and directly covering the entire 26th field, making everyone outside the field look away, be clear about the situation in the venue. What's wrong? What happened? At this time, not only the students off the field caused an uproar, but all the high-level Navy officers focused their eyes on the 26th field. Lieutenant General Dalmizia dang his cigar and looked at the dusty hall with a solemn expression. That kid. General Huang Yuan Polisolino had a wretched look and put on a very scared expression. Oh, what's wrong with this? It looks terrible. Has the winner been decided? When the thick dust mist gradually dissipated, Xiaoling Good had returned to his original form, but at this time, he was lying down. To be precise, he was wounded all over by the bombing and passed out. Even the referee looked at Lei Yin with surprised eyes, and then announced, Division 26, winner, Lei Yin. Off the court. What was the cyclone ball he used just now? That second-class soldier, actually won Xiaoling Good. Is this, just kidding? I've never seen Xiaoling Good be beaten like this. How is it possible? Could it be that Anne and the girl didn't release the water in the previous game? We all thought wrong. Tina smoked a thin lady's cigarette, and thought to herself, Lei Yin, you really are not an ordinary man. Tina is really getting more and more invisible. Ian and Wei Erden breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Lei Yin easily resolved Xiaoling Good and won. Wei Erden thought, Lei Yin, you bastard, every time others think you are going to die, you are there to be handsome. On the high platform, Karp put his hands on his chest and smiled relievedly. That stinky boy is really a messy guy. Even the general instructor of the army Black Fist Zifa couldn't help but ask, what's the name of that kid? Lei Yin. The general Akainu Sakaski was a little disdainful, it's just this level. In my opinion, his strength is far inferior to Smug and Drake, but his moves look more gorgeous. Karp was a little unhappy when he heard the words, aka INU, he can't beat Smog. It's better to know after a trial, rather than you can decide the outcome with a word. Hearing this, Akadog looked at Karp. Mr. Karp, with all due respect, will he be able to survive until then? Karp snorted coldly. I said, whether he can do it or not, it's not you who have the final say. The red dog seemed to see some clue, and then said, Mr. Karp, why do you always talk to that kid? Could it be that you know him? Karp didn't hide it when he saw this. It's true that the old man brought him to the Navy headquarters. Hearing this, The unknowing admirals were shocked. Lieutenant Mole, so it was Mr. Carp who brought him in. When Akadog heard this, he looked at Lei Yin firmly. No wonder, at first sight of this kid, he felt so unpleasant. Although Kapu and Sakaski are the same, they have very different ideas. AKA Inu talks about the so-called justice all day long, and he can even become ruthless and unscrupulous for the sake of justice. This makes Carp disagree from the heart. Although Carp is a lieutenant general and a hero of the Navy, his son Munch Delong is indeed the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the world's #1 criminal. Lao Tzu is a hero, but his son is a criminal. From Akadog's point of view, this is not the implementation of true justice, and even some blasphemy of justice. Kapu is a general, and Carp can't do anything to him, and Kapu is a lieutenant general, but he is a veteran of the Navy, the old iron of the Marshal of the Warring States period, has a pivotal position in the Navy, and Kapu has nothing to do with him. In other words, although these two people do not deal with each other, neither is the bird. The topic returned to the 26th Division. Although Lei Yin won the game, under the eyes of everyone, he walked down the ring calmly. On the night after the game, Ai Yin went to find Lei Yin. "Yin, you are here." When Ai Yin saw Lei Yin, she smiled with her signature sweet smile. "Well, today, you did a good job, even I was surprised." Lei Yin scratched his head embarrassedly. "No, I just try my best to compete." Suddenly, Ai Yin lowered her head, as if her mood suddenly became depressed. "What's wrong? Is there anything?" Lei Yin seemed to see something. Ai Yin sighed lightly. "Lei Yin, go away." Hearing this, Lei Yin clicked. "Go? Where to go?" Hearing Ai Yin said the word go, Lei Yin didn't understand whether she was leaving the Navy headquarters or what other meaning. P.S. Because of everyone's support, my recommended votes have increased a lot, and I successfully entered the top 3,000. Although it is not high, Xiao Feng is already satisfied. Thank you very much. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 58, Get Together. Teacher Zifa wants to set up Pirate Gorilla, I must help him. Ai Yin's voice was very small, but Lei Yin heard it really. When An said this, Lei Yin suddenly understood. He recalled the history of Black Fist Zifa. When Zifa was 65 years old, the training ship he led was attacked by the great pirate Edward Weibul, later known as the Whitebeard II. His beloved students were killed except An and Bins. His right arm was also severely injured. Subsequently, the scientist transformed Zifa's right arm into a mechanical arm crusher equipped with sea tower stones, which was used to deal with those with devil fruit ability. Soon after, this pirate guerrilla team was formed to capture the pirates, and at this time, Ai Yin joined the guerrilla team. When he was 73 years old, he learned that the pirate who had cut his arm was invited by the Navy to become the king's Shivyukai. He began to feel strong dissatisfaction with the Navy, and resolutely withdrew from the Navy and established the Neo Navy with the purpose of destroying the world of the Navy. At the age of 74, he completely broke with the Navy and eventually died in battle with the Navy. People will know what happened later. No matter what others say, in Lei Yin's mind, Zifa is a hero. And this pirate guerrilla team was the predecessor of the Neo Navy established by Zifa. Calculated according to time, Zifa's current age is about 66 to 70 years old. Lei Yin knew in his heart that if he joined the pirate guerrillas, it would probably be more fortunate. Therefore, Lei Yin tried to keep her. "Then, can you not leave?" "Absolutely not." Ai Yin's beautiful eyes suddenly became resolute. "Master Zifa has been so kind to me. He has been taking care of me since I joined the Navy. Now that he has something, how can I abandon him?" Regardless of. Yin's eyes were firm, his tone was sonorous, and his words were jewels. It seemed that there was no room for maneuver at all. That's why it shows that Ai Yin is a very affectionate person, knowing that this pirate guerrilla team will die for 9 years, but in order to repay his favor, he still has no hesitation to help Zifa. I understand. Seeing that the admonition was fruitless, Lei Yin had to give up. Besides, he also knew Ai Yin's temperament. Everyone has his own ambitions, don't force it. After that, Ai Yin said again, Lei Yin, what do you think of me? You are a good girl, Lei Yin said to his lips, but he felt hesitant to speak. Before Lei Yin could say anything, Ian hugged him. Seeing her like this, Lei Yin was taken aback and did not resist, letting her hold it like this. A minute later, Ai Yin let go of his arms. Lei Yin, I'm leaving, goodbye. After speaking, An ran away. And when Lei Yin saw Ai Yin's last sentence, the corners of his eyes were glittering with tears. On the second day, the members of the pirate guerrilla group, under the leadership of Zifa, successively boarded the warships, and the warships drifted away under the watchfulness of Lei Yin. Gathering in a hurry, this hate is endless. Only helpless thoughts are left. But longing is longing after all, and life has to go on. 6 types shave. 6 styles Arashi feet. Flying Thunder God / White Blade. In the subsequent qualifying assessment, Lei Yin relied on his own strength to reach the top 4 all the way. Gradually, it was valued by cadets and high-level navy. That second-class soldier, isn't it an ordinary person? It seems that we underestimated him before. Off the court, most of the eliminated students talked. At this time, everyone had no doubt that Ai Yin and Wei Erden had released the water during the battle, and everyone knew the strength of Lei Yin. The night before the 4-in-2 promotion match, Lei Yin turned on the Hokage system to view his personal information. Lei Yin. Sex, male. Age, 17 years old. Ninja level, upper ninja, low level. Blood succession boundary or human pillar power, writing round I, now Sangu Jade. Ninjutsu, Reidun Chidoryu, Grade A, Thunder Sword Chidori Blade, B level, White Blade, D level, determined by the self-made art system, Helix Maru, A grade, Daiyu Helix Maru, Grade A, Fire Escape the art of Fireball, Grade C, Water Escape the art of Water Turbulence, Grade C, Thunder Escape Earthwalk, Grade C, Flying Thunder God / Grade B, Lion Bullets, Grade C, Wind Done Great Breakthrough, Grade C, Earth Done Earth Dragon Ball, Grade B, Earth Done Earth Flow Wall, Grade C. Soil Done Earth Spear, Grade B, Water Escape the technique of Water Dragon Bullets, Level B, Water Escape the Water Wall, Level B, the art of multiple shadow clones, Level A, the 6 basic E-level ninjutsu, and the Raccoon Sword Wave, Swordsmanship. Inventory, Ninja, Weapon Ceiling Scroll ×2, Kunao ×1000. Psychic Beast, Cat and Tiger. Fairy Mode, not turned on. Chakra Amount, 520,005,2000. Looking at his information column, Lei Yin thought to himself, if according to the system, his ninja level reaches the upper level, intermediate level, he can enter Sheng Foling again to practice. At that time, the one who practices is the fairy mode. What will your own fairy model be? Sheng Foling. What does the person called Buddha by Raid Cat Sword Fairy looks like? These things really make people look forward to thinking about them. Back to now. In a 4-in-2 promotion game, Drake stood opposite his opponent in the 2nd division. In the 1st division, Lei Yin is one of the contestants. And Lei Yin's opponent is the only natural fruit ability in the Youth Academy Small. Finally reached this point. Zifa left and became the captain of the pirate guerrillas, so the original Major General and Vice President Dao Tu naturally became the chief instructor of the youth training camp. From the top 16, 8th, to the current semi-finals, since Lei Yin has reached the qualifying finals all the way, Major General Dao Tu has gradually paid attention to him. As his instructor, I didn't pay attention to him as my dereliction of duty before. At this time, Dao Tu said to the other seniors on the stage, neither did I expect that this kid with the lowest rank would be so strong. Hearing these words, Karp was naturally very happy. At this time, all the high-ranking naval officers present here knew the relationship between Karp and Lei Yan, and Dao Tu praised Lei Yan, not to please Karp, but to express his inner thoughts from the heart. On the other hand, Sakazuki Akainu put his hands on his chest, and said proudly, "Hey, in my opinion, that kid's game is over. It's not easy for that kid to get here. If you meet Smog, Karp glanced at Akagu, did not say anything, but responded with a cold snort. Next, I announce that the 4-in-2 final has officially started. P.S. Everyone voted a lot of recommendation votes yesterday, the ranking is close to 2,500, thank you Northwest Arrow, Omega, Northeast Arrow. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com, the Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 59, Lei Yan vs Small, Recommendation Ticket. Because Smog is the only person with natural fruit ability in the youth training camp, he is quite special. Before the game, the referee took a black stick and walked in front of Lei Yan. According to the regulations, Smog is a natural ability person, so in this game, you can fight with the Sea Tower Stone Battle Stick. In the youth training camp, there are very few students who can be armed and domineering. Even if it does, it is not very good. Before Smog's opponents, all of them were fighting with him with the Sea Tower weapon. Can't touch the entity, you still have a woolen thread with others? Thank you, but I don't need it. What? When Lei Yan said this, even the referee was stunned for 3 seconds. That second-class soldier, do you know what else you are saying? Even if you have some strength, you don't need to be so arrogant, right? What kind of arrogance is nothing but death? The students' discussions in the audience kept coming and going. Even Wei Erden, who was watching the game, thought, when will Lei Yan, that big pretend, there must be a limit to arrogance. Tina was smoking a cigarette in the audience, but felt that things were not that simple. On the high stage, Dao Tu said, Lei Yan, can it be said that you have mastered the domineering armed color? Aka Inu put his hands on his chest with a disdainful expression, hey, arrogant kid. The natural line is the strongest fruit among the 3 lines recognized in One Piece. Except for the Darkbeard's dark fruit, all other natural line fruits are in a state of blur, which is beyond the reach of many people. If you want to come into contact with the entity of the natural fruit ability, there are only a few conditions: armed color domineering, sea stone, sea water. Lei Yan gave up this condition, and of course the referee couldn't force the Halo Stone Battle Stick to him. With Lei Yan's move, even Drake, who was next to him, glanced at him. Smog also looked at his opponent, wondering what medicine he sold in the gourd. Game start. The referee gave an order and saw that Smog's right arm had been elementalized, turned into a cloud of smoke, his right hand was clenched into a fist, and his arm came out, white fist. The fist slammed at Lei Yan like clouds and flowing water. As soon as he came up, he used the ability of smoking fruit. It seems that Smaller is going to give that second-class soldier a disarm. To suppress his arrogant momentum. If you don't know how to be aggressive, let's see what he does. From the very beginning, Smog used fruit abilities, one to do a tentative attack, and second, he also wanted to know how Lei Yan dealt with his natural ability. Facing the sudden white fist, Lei Yan's hands were turned up and down, and the seal was suddenly sealed. Wind done great breakthrough. The wind attribute sea level ninjutsu came out boldly, avoiding Smog's white fist and blowing away the thick fog. Oh, it was the trick when dealing with AI Yin. Is this the ability of Feng Feng fruit? At the beginning, I felt something was wrong. Could it be that that guy is also of the natural type? For Lei Yan, since his victory all the way, everyone has always felt that he has been filled with suspicion, and he has always been an intangible figure. Whenever he resorted to a new trick, the audience was always talking about it. A gust of wind blew, and Smog barely held it back and became dignified. After that, he quickly flashed in front of Lei Yin with 6 types shave. Smog is not only a demon fruit capable person, but also proficient in 6 forms. When he reached Lei Yin's, Smog punched him at a close range, while Lei Yin hit it with his fists at the same time. The 2 fists collided together, and they didn't retreat half a step, showing the same strength. But this made everyone surprised. What's the matter? Don't forget, even though Smog is just a punch, he is still in a natural state. Then, is that armed and domineering? Probably. No. It doesn't seem to be. When everyone looked closely, the right fist of Lei Yin, who was opposing Smog, was wrapped with light blue energy. Everyone knows that the armed color is domineering wrapped around the skin, it is all jet black, and what is this blue? The point is that it actually touched the nature entity. All people have an incredible look, each with a different mental activity. Wei Erden stared at Lei Yin in the stadium, that guy always brings unexpected surprises. Tina took a puff of cigarette. Lei Yin, it's really evil. On and off the court, on the high platform, no one paid attention to Drake's game in the second game. They all stared at Lei Yin and Small, their eyes refused to leave half a millimeter. What exactly is going on? I'm afraid they won't understand even if they break their heads. The armed color is domineering, to put it plainly, it is a kind of energy attached to the body, while Thunderian attaches the chakra to the hand, which is still an existence of energy nature. The armed color can be hardened, and the chakra can also be hardened as a shield use. In this way, in fact, armed domineering and chakra mobility have the same effect. Therefore, Lei Yin chose not to use the Halo Stone weapon. However, everyone did not know what was going on. His opponent Smog is even more puzzling. No matter that much, even if you are armed and domineering, so what? Thinking like this, Smog turned his entire body into smoke, fully unlocking the fruit's ability. White blast! Smog yelled, and the next moment, the entire arena was surrounded by thick white smoke. Oh, has the big move of smoking fruit finally used? Smog's intention is to cover the audience with the dense smoke of the elemental body, and then solidify the dense smoke, envelop the thunder, and quickly resolve the battle. Needless to say, the lethality of this move is indeed very strong. Don't say Lei Yin was a blow to Smog, because the stadium was full of smoke, Lei Yin couldn't even see the ring. At this time, Lei Yin was in a big crisis. He was like a person trapped in a prison in dense fog, waiting for Smog's ruling. P.S. Everyone is awesome. I voted a lot of recommendation votes. I went from the original top 4,000 to the top 3,000, and now it is close to 2,500. I hope everyone will give me all the votes, and I will add more if the results are good. Today, we have specially added one more for you. Thank you Northwest Arrow, Omega, Northeast Arrow, thank you very much. Also, I recently discovered that the Great God talking thing is quite fun, and you are welcome to ask questions and play tricks Northwest Arrow, Omega, Northeast Arrow. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it, www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update. Chapter-60, Matchmaker. 4 entered the first division of the second final. Not only was Lei Yin surrounded by fog, but even the entire arena was out of reach. Is that the end? In the gradually solidified smoke, a pair of bright eyes flashed. Sang Guyu right round eyes open. In Lei Yin's eyeballs, 3 Guyu jade suddenly turned up. Because of the opening of riding wheel eyes, even if Smog's body is blurred, Lei Yin can still clearly see the center of Smog. It is the ring of smoke, but it is particularly clear in Lei Yin's Shailunian. Fei Lei Shen Zhan De Helix Pill. Just when the smoke was about to completely solidify, Lei Yin quickly teleported into the air, and the cyclone ball gathered in his hand suddenly fell towards Smog's place below. Focusing on Helix Maru, accompanied by a huge roar, it suddenly exploded in all directions, and the ring was trampled on half. Smog couldn't resist this powerful attack at all. At this moment, he turned his eyes white, spit out a mouthful of blood, fell directly on the ground, restored to his original state, and the thick fog on the field was immediately cleared. The referee even announced in a bit of a panic, 4 into the second game, the first division, the winner, Lei Yin. He will directly enter the finals to compete for this year's championship. Off the court. That second-class soldier is really not easy. It's really hard to look at people. In other words, what are the tricks he used? We have never seen it before. Don't say that I saw it, I haven't even heard of it. At this time, Lei Yin's strength was beyond doubt in everyone's minds, and no one would dare to underestimate this kid with the lowest rank. Even if he has the lowest rank, he can still be promoted to a lieutenant officer based on his ranking test. Not only among the students, but even the red dog on the high platform was slightly squinted. How is this possible? Major General Dao Tu showed a rare charming smile. It seems that there is one more powerful guy in the youth academy. Lieutenant Mole, well, Lei Yin, it should also be a key training object. When Carp heard what people said, his face bloomed with joy. Ha ha ha, that's natural. In another arena of the 4-in-2 promotion match, Drake also defeated his opponent and won. In other words, in this year's final, Drake and Lei Yin will have the final match. The finals will be compared to the strongest students in the youth training camp in 3 days. At that time, the Navy Headquarters Marshal Buddha's Warring States and the Headquarters 3 will all be present. Who will die in the finals? Everyone wants to know. Lei Yin defeated Smog, walked off the ring with a plain face, and saw Tina facing him. For some reason, Tina turned flush when she saw Lei Yin. Lei Yin, congratulations. Okay? What's wrong with this guy? Isn't it always fierce to talk to yourself? Lei Yin looked at her. It's nothing. Tina looked at Lei Yin, her face was still flushed, and then she ran away like a kitten. What happened to this guy today? Did he take any medicine wrong? Lei Yin muttered to himself as she watched Tina running away. That night, in order to forget the sadness of Ai Yin's departure, Lei Yin worked harder to practice himself. Since entering the Navy headquarters, Lei Yin has not only practiced ninjutsu, but has also practiced the strength of his body. In order to exercise physical fitness, he usually trains with a sandbag weighing about 100 kilograms. Since Ai Yin left, Lei Yin doubled this amount. Physical pain may weaken sad thoughts. Ha ha ha, so hard. When Lei Yin was sweating, an old man's voice came. Who is it if it's not Carp? When Lei Yin saw him, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Oh, old man. Carp came over and patted him on the shoulder. Smelly boy, you did a good job. I am really relieved to see your performance. Lei Yin smiled. It's nothing. Suddenly, Carp's hand dropped from Lei Yin's shoulder. Anne is gone, you feel uncomfortable. When Lei Yin heard the words, he said, no. Nothing, we are just friends. You don't need to explain this to me, so, in order to resolve your depression, I told Tina and introduced her to you. Carp held up a finger and said. WH. What? Lei Yin's mouth was so big that he could even stuff a football. Old man, did you lie to me? Cap smiled heartily. Of course, I said to Tina today, I think you and Lei Yin are very suitable, so let's try it out. When Tina heard this, her face turned red. Now, I think she is also a little bit interesting to you, but I didn't expect that your kid is really good, ha ha ha. No wonder Tina saw herself today as if she took the wrong medicine, it turned out to be Carp. Earlier, when Lei Yin first came to the youth academy, Carp said that he wanted to introduce Tina to him. He thought it was a joke. Unexpectedly, Carp, an old man who didn't walk away, would actually say it. Old man, are you too messy? Ha ha ha, it's not that Ian has left. I think you are depressed, so I told you. Hearing this, Lei Yin's head was full of black lines, and 10,000 alpacas passed by in his heart. Old man, if you come like this, I will be even more depressed. I have to participate in the finals. How can I have time to think about such things? Can you please try it first? Don't waste my matchmaker's heart. You look like this, at best, it's Red Lord. I don't have that thought. Hey, Lei Yin has no temper at all for Carp, who is always in love. Sure enough, Tina came to Lei Yin the next day. When Lei Yin saw Tina, he felt uncomfortable all over, showing a slightly painful expression. Tina's expression was a little twisted. Yesterday, Cap asked me in the future. When Lei Yin heard this, he felt that his whole person was not good. Oh, that matter, I think you have misunderstood. Tina, what do you mean by this? Lei Yin said, last night, the old man told me that, but when he told you, I didn't know, so. So, are you playing Tina? Tina's pretty face paled when she heard this. No, I didn't know about this before, please don't get me wrong. Lei Yin waved his hand quickly. Tina was already furious. You bastard, it seems like Tina has to be with you, hey. You idiot. After shouting hysterically, Tina ran away angrily. If you like the Pirate God level Naruto system, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The Pirate God level Naruto system has the fastest literary update.